What's your dream job? What do you want to do when you grow up?
I'm gonna be a doctor.
How much do you want to make?
I'm gonna make people feel okay.
Welcome aboard.
Much has happened since we last gathered here just about a year ago. But despite all that's happened, this year we're putting on the biggest and brightest Start Summit we have ever seen, gathering a staggering 5,500 attendees here over the next 2 days. This will surely be the birthplace of many unicorns to come for the Swiss ecosystem.
Well, hold up, Max. Haven't you read the news lately? This is not 2021. FTX, Silicon Valley Bank, do none of these ring a bell?
Of course they do, but what are you alluding to?
What I'm saying is, the golden times are gone. What has been hiring for hypergrowth has turned into waves of layoffs. And growth by any means has turned into cut costs by any means. Founders are being forced to let go of their trusted teams, or even worse, have to shut down completely.
That's true. But an entrepreneur's journey has never been easy, right? Has any of you ever heard of a successful founder that was not on the brink of losing it all at one point? In fact, I believe it might well be the most valuable skill an entrepreneur can learn, to stay calm when the waters are rising around you, to build your resilience with each setback, embrace your failures, and dare to get up again, to dare to succeed.
And exactly for this reason, this year's summit is focused all around reaching for resilience. We want to tell those stories forgotten in opulent times and shine a light on what it's really like to build a company in tough times.
But it's not all doom and gloom. With recent developments in biotech, we're on the verge of creating a cancer vaccine. And right now, every day feels like a revolution in the field of AI. I mean, who here has not heard of ChatGPT? I really could not imagine a more exciting time to be alive. And so with this in mind, we asked our dear friend over at BlackRock, Philipp Hildebrand, Vice Chairman and the right hand of Larry Fink, to share some of his thoughts on how entrepreneurs will be shaping the world in the future. Philipp, please take it away.
Good morning to all of you, and thank you, Max, for the kind words of introduction. I'm really delighted to be able to speak to you today. Speaking to the next generation of leaders, frankly, is always a huge privilege for me, and I hope that the next 2 days will provide you with much food for thought. We clearly live in unsettled times. Things we thought were certain no longer are, And particularly as Europeans, we've had to confront central questions over the past 12 months that few of us could have imagined only some time ago. The war in Ukraine has upended European security policy and has accelerated the energy transition in ways we would have thought not possible. At the same time, fundamental issues brought on by climate change force us to rethink the way we live. All of this means we are facing, and you are facing, a world with greater ambiguity and variety of outcomes. It means we need to become more resilient. Now, resilience is a much touted word, but what does it actually mean? To me personally, it really means adapting as conditions change, often outside of our control, and often outside of our comfort zone. Looking back at my own professional career, there have been various instances where I was at a crossroads and had to make a decision one way or another. In some cases, neither decision seemed appealing at the time, but remaining in stasis was not an option either. I knew I had to make a decision based on what I knew at that moment in time and trust that I was well equipped to do so. Beyond just the facts of the moment, it is also a trust, a belief in ourselves that lifts us up and provides us with the courage to make difficult decisions at difficult times. It is based in an ethos of continuous learning and self-development. No matter how old or how young you are, we should always strive to learn more and better understand the factors that shape the world we operate in. Learning comes in many shapes and forms. It can be individually through reading and reflection, but often it also comes through experience and insights from others gleaned, as well as the strength of the relationship with those around us. Both the individual and the shared are key to building resilience and helping us adapt to a rapidly changing world. To finish, I would like to leave you with a quote from Franklin D. Roosevelt, who said, "We cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future." We have only limited means of defining the world that we live in, but what we can control is our response to it and what we make with the cards that we're dealt. It means not giving up, even if things don't quite go as planned. It means reflecting and trusting in the strength of the network of people supporting us and each other. With that in mind, I wish you a wonderful day ahead and many fruitful conversations and engagements. And perhaps more important than anything else, I wish you courage and believe in yourself and your colleagues and your peers to address the challenges, the great challenges that we all face.
Build our youth for the future. This is what Start Summit is all about. Over 2,000 of Europe's brightest students, 1,000 daring founders, and 600 elite investors are coming here today, where innovation happens. And we have a breathtaking speaker lineup for you, with some Silicon Valley legends like Andy Bechtolsheim, the founder of Sun Microsystems, or the godmother of Silicon Valley, Esther Wojcicki. But the program doesn't stop there. We have a lot of more in store for you, from workshops to Ask Me Anything sessions, many booths, and much more.
All of this would, however, not have been possible without our incredible partners. So I'd like to take a moment to thank our over 200 partners and event sponsors for working with us and continuing to support the next generation of entrepreneurs. We would like to say a special thank you to Beta Venture and the University of St. Gallen for serving as our strategic partners and supporting us at Start Summit and beyond. The city and the canton of St. Gallen for serving as our host region. And finally, DKSH, Sunrise, and Google for supporting both Start Summit and Start Hack. So finally, before we kick these 2 days off and get everything started, there's one last thing I do need to mention. What you will be experiencing here over the next 2 days is only possible thanks to an amazing team of students working behind the scenes. Our team of more than 80 students working sometimes more than 100% jobs on a voluntary basis, united by one mission, have been working relentlessly for the past year to put all of this together. And all of this while still being enrolled in university. So please, give a hand and show your appreciation for all of our Starties.
All right, Max, that has been enough talking. I think the first people have nodded off already. Start Summit is not only where innovation happens. It's a place for spectacles and magical encounters. So we really encourage you to go outside of your comfort zone and meet the amazing people around you and make this the best 2 conference days you've ever witnessed. And with that being said, guys, welcome to Start Summit 2023.
And to officially open up the summit stage, please welcome our longtime host and friend, Jack Vincent.
Hey. Good morning. Welcome to 2023. Ruben, Max,
Cheers, Jack.
Thank you so much for all the work you have done. And as they've mentioned, the entire team. It's a big team that makes this all happen. And thank you for joining us. This conference, for me, is my 7th year doing this. And for me, this conference is staying up with the times and actually helping define them. We talked about courage before with the uncertain world. Uncertainty means change. And has anything changed in this previous year? Well, I wake up every day and I look at my news app and things are changing. And Start Summit, for me, every year is right on top of those changes. Those returning, I'm sure I see a lot of familiar faces. Why do you come back? Because it's valuable and you love it. So our promise to those of you attending for the first time, you're going to love it and you're going to find it valuable. Now, we have a bunch of things happening outside of this stage. In fact, afterwards, I'm going to run right down to the opportunity stage, and I'll give you a little bit more on that. We have all of these stands and workshops going on, as you know, so you should have your app and be checking all of that out. Downstairs, we have the builder stage, and that's for those of you starting up a company and you need to build. So check in on that and see what's happening there. And then we have the opportunity stage, what's happening now and what will be happening perhaps over the next year. These are opportunities, and we're going to be going into a lot of detail on that over the next 2 days. And I'll come back up tomorrow evening, tomorrow afternoon, and join you again for the closure. So we are not in competing stages, and I'm going to introduce now Laurent Frederic Lohmann, who will be managing this stage over the next day and a half, 2 days. And we were laughing before saying, are we in competition? Well, you know, we say that laughingly because what we are offering you is collaboration and a lot of different topics. So check in on the other stages. Stay here at this stage. We're doing this for you. Get the most value out of it that you can. So thank you for coming here, and we hope you find it valuable so that you come back next year too. So now I'm going to turn it over to Laurent Frederic Lohmann, your Start Summit stage host for the next 2 days. Laurent, amigo.
Thank you. Give me a hug.
Hey.
It's so good to see you.
Go get him.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's nice, eh? Who was here last year?
So many new faces. Anybody from last year? Come on, over there. Aha. You guys need to warm up a little bit. Jack Vincent, absolute legend. Did you know he's been with us for, I think, 9 years now? Repeatedly. Every year. And this year we have a little bit of a stage situation going on where not just this, but the other twos as well, offer full around program, which I'm very, very excited about. Good. Now you've heard my name, I'm going to quickly introduce myself. It's very nice to meet you all. My name is Laurent. Please call me Laurent. My mom got very fancy when she added that second name, so please don't, encourage her even more, let's say. I was part of the Start Global team back in 14 and 15, but today I've moved on. Today I'm just here on stage, and besides that, I'm a venture capitalist. I work for 4P Capital. We're an impact fund. We invest in resilience, and we write tickets in pre-seed and seed. So, if it fits, let's have a quick chat. Right, so much about that. I'm very, very excited for you guys here. Are you guys excited? See, I rather find this cringy sometimes when moderators go like, oh, this is not enough, Are you guys excited? Yes, I love it. I'm very excited for our first set of speakers. The opening line, the opening session. AUTO1, the fast track to hypergrowth. I think most of you know AUTO1. AUTO1 is a success story like no other. 500 million investment by SoftBank at one point. And right in the middle, the founder, Hakan. And there's a funny story about that, actually. Hakan, when he was in Tokyo to negotiate with SoftBank, you have to be low-key about these things. He was in Tokyo, he was in Shibuya, and a friend of his bumps into him and goes like, Hakan, what are you doing in Tokyo? You're building a business in Germany. And he had to lie and he had to say, you know what? I'm going for a sushi masterclass. A 500 million sushi masterclass. He's going to be interviewed today by none other than Sylvie Muchler. Sylvie Muchler, she was way, way earlier than SoftBank. She was actually one of the first, right after the 3 Fs, the families, the friends, and of course the fools. And today she's going to introduce him and interview him about his journey. So please everyone, put your hands together right after the video plays for Hakan Kok, the co-founder and vice chairman of the supervisory board, and Sylvie Muchler, the chairwoman of the board at Muchler Ventures, and also a board member of the supervisory board.
Morning. Hi, Laurent. Morning.
Have fun.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Hi, everyone. Wow.
Morning.
We're opening this up. Welcome to Start, and thanks for being up so early. So today we want to talk about 2 things. We want to give you a little insight about a pretty amazing story, AUTO1, and the development within 11 years now.
Oh.
And also, I will try to make Hakan share some insights about his story, because AUTO1 is not the only thing he has been doing, and maybe not the only thing he will have been doing. A little information about AUTO1, founded in 2012. I think we sat together in 2013 then.
Yeah.
6.5 billion turnover, 650,000 vehicles sold on the digital platform, buying and selling used cars, B2B and B2C, and almost 6,000 people, employees, working for AUTO1. When I met Hakan, that was even before that. We share that story later. But when we met to talk about AUTO1, you were, what, 5 people?
Yeah, I think it was like most of them were interns. We couldn't afford.
Okay, actually it was Christian and Hakan and me sitting in Soho House. Anyway, what made you want to be an entrepreneur? What made you create a startup? How did that happen? Who motivated you to do so?
It's interesting. I think, I mean, a lot of energy when you're a student comes from conferences like these. By the way, thank you for having us. It's a very professionally organized conference, even compared to commercial conferences. So really, really cool job done here. I think when you are a student, you're interested in this, and I think everybody who's sitting here will be interested. That you need to pick up the energy of people who can tell you how they've built it in a way that you say, okay, in Germany we say also only cook with water. Yeah? So it's a normal guys sitting in a one-room office and saying, let's do this, to give you a little bit of a sense of, okay, this is approachable. I could also do this. And you can, and you will. Some of you will do even bigger things. And as you know, when I knew Sylvie because a friend of mine worked for her, and then I went to pitch in 2008. That's 4 years before AUTO1. And in a kind of a way, I want to claim that I invented the iPad.
Yeah, tell us about the story, because I remember.
What was not, but it's a good learning.
Yeah.
Because
you
if you remember,
we
came after the iPhone and we said, we have a great idea. We want to do a large tablet. There are now multi-touch displays. And we've researched all the parts, and we can do below $1,000, and we pitched it to you. But one caveat, because we're not as smart as Steve Jobs, we said, this is for elderly people with a call center attached that does everything for them.
Yeah, it had
only for
buttons.
old people. There's a red button, there's a touch screen, and it's fantastic. It will be a recurring revenue model. And then the guy from California came with a really cool tablet. It was not only focused at old people, but everybody in the world, and kind of a better commercial success and assessment. But that's how long we knew each other, and I think it was a nice way in keeping in touch of, you knew us from before, and then when we raised our first round, and perhaps that's one of the advices, is if you have worked, and even just as an internship, for people, and it doesn't even have to be in startups. You could work in a bank and do a great job for your boss. You can work in an SME, but of course you can work in a startup and just have your first experiences. But what you're really building is you're building your personal brand, trust of people in you, and that's the only equity you have by then, because you have nothing. Nobody is impressed, sorry to say it, with your university degree, because it doesn't matter. It's great for your grandparents to impress them, and perhaps they will give you something in return as a first start. But in the job world, nobody will say, oh, wow, you did accounting very well, let me invest money in you. So it's more about how can you prove that you can get things going and really do operational, touchy things. And the best way to show that is going and work for somebody. So when
I guess you went through a good school. You went to Rocket.
We went through the Rocket School. Christian and I were there from pretty much 2010 to 12.
And then what? Then how did you come up with a crazy idea of selling and buying used cars?
We didn't have that idea, and people didn't believe it, so we just quit our jobs with enough notice. Again, if you don't burn the bridges, there are so many people who go out and say, now I want to have my company. Sorry, I'm your head of sales. I have 30 people reporting to me, but you know what? F you, I'm gone tomorrow. This is super important. I think it's the absolute wrong way to do it. So we went in and told my bosses in January, February, guys, I want to phase out. I'm an entrepreneur. I know what I need to do.
And then what? You were sitting at home?
I was working until June, because they said, okay, you need to find the successor, you need to hand over, you need to phase out, and so on. But that was all calculated in, because we didn't know what we're going to start. And then we rented an office. The cheapest office you could get was €100 below a youth hostel in Mitte,
So guys, you know what to do, rent an office, and the idea is just coming out of, out of the air.
But I think the difference is it is work. And some universities have great offerings at their campus. We already lived in Berlin. I didn't study in Berlin. I'm sure that in St. Gallen you can get a room or you can get some facilities where you can do something. But I think it's important. Founding a startup is not a romantic Hollywood movie. It's a job.
Yeah.
And you need to show up in the morning. And when you say, because we never had any vacation, those were the hot days of Rocket. I tried once to go on vacation, so I flew. And then something crashed and I needed to fly back the next day, and then I never tried vacation again. So we went on vacation, but the important thing is we said, this is the day we show up to work, this is our office. We incorporate our company before we go, then it's already registered in the Handelsregister. This is when the show starts. And then we both showed up. We were cash positive because the rent was 100 euros. And for 1&1 DSL-Vertrag, we get 180 kickback. So yeah, we made 80 euros, done, profitable company.
Okay, well,
so
that was the start of Auto1, and then what?
Then we're sitting in an empty room, and the first idea was what became then, what's the name, the Getränkekiste, this huge successful startup that exited to Oetker. And we looked at it because we were sitting there and said, you know what, I'm thirsty. Why isn't there a marketplace that delivers beverages? And we did a whole analysis. We did test orders. We looked at the systems. And really, with the e-commerce mindset that we had learned, said, how do we acquire customers? And our conclusion was, this is only interesting for a manufacturer who can switch in his own goods because you're not really brand sensitive. It's Granini or Clintworth or whatever. So they could do a brand substitution game, but it's not good for an outsider. That was our assessment back then. So even knowing that what we didn't want to pick would have been a successful company makes me feel good. And then we went into some other techie stuff, and then you sign NDAs with Fraunhofer. They have some new tech, and we're trying it out. So we're really very, very open-minded.
But then there was Christian and his grandmother.
Then we had this car that we tried to sell, and at the same time, you're sitting in this office, and I need to sell this car, let's try it. And then you call these numbers, how do you do it? Do you Google, is there a dealer? And then we say, wow, fantastic, this is the shittiest experience in my life. Coming from, you have to understand when this e-commerce wave started, and we were only the second, I think Zalando started in 2007.
Yeah, that's 10 years ago.
There was so much religious focus on customer happiness, driven by Rocket, by Ollie and his brothers, was like, you need to make this customer. There needs to be an 0800 number. Emails must be replied in this time. Something goes wrong, throw an Amazon voucher at them. So it was like we're coming from a world where you're burning money to keep your customers happy and just serve them à la minute. And then you're sitting in an office trying to sell a car, and pretty much people are hitting you in the face. That was the last thing that didn't happen, but they're really shouting at you. They're angry. Why do you call me with this car? And we said, this is phenomenal. And then you Google. And it says, the used car market in Germany is 55 billion euros. And then you're like, oh,
that was the trigger, I guess.
That must be wrong. So let's find more studies. And then you say, okay, that might be wrong. Good old Germans, let's go to Kraftfahrt-Bundesamt. They will have the real numbers. And they say, yeah, that's actually true. There are 7 million cars that change their hands. It's called Besitzumschreibung, if you registered and it was registered before. So that is a real viable number. If the German state tells me this car was used before and someone else bought it and registered it under his own name, that's enough data for me. So
and I remember the first car was, is it true? It was Christian's grandmother's Golf or something?
Yeah.
Which the website was up. You could register, but actually there was nothing behind it, if I may say so. And the first car was sold somewhere at a crossing in Berlin. And
we did that for a while. No, I mean, there is a level of fraud and fake it till you make it. And perhaps there's a thin line, perhaps there's a wider line. So what we did was we set up this website, but the website was super professional. Because Christian was the head of product at Groupon, pretty much spamming most of the people on the planet. I think they were sending 250 million emails for the next cool deal every morning. And obviously they were hyper-focused on landing pages design, what really converts well. So from the outside, so the first money we took in our hands was for a designer, which is a very neglected way of, people always say, I can push some pixels and then it will work. So we said, no, if we don't have anything, it should be at the standard of the companies that we work for. So we paid the designer and said, we need one landing page. I mean, usually you cycle through dozens.
They bullshitted me with that landing page because I invested, luckily.
So we did a professional landing page. We had a professional email from the same design. And we were sending emails with a very professional email provider because we called the same supplier that Christian's employer was using. And he said, hey, I'm the customer with the 250 million mails a day. I have a new company. We have 10 mails a day. Can you give us a great deal? And they said, yeah, you get similar pricing. So really, the first years, our emails, we got like invoices for 20 cents or something. You know?
But tell us this story. From the first car we just learned sold at a crossing in Berlin, now we sold 650,000 cars. What were the steps in between? How did you evaluate the market? You just said you Googled, and you found out. And then the next step, I remember the first site we launched in Berlin was very exciting. It was more of a container than anything else, but it was Wir kaufen dein Auto suddenly. So
that was the point from fake it till you make it and then make it, because in the beginning we have this professional setup.
So got it. You first fake it until you make it.
It wasn't really fake. Look, it was like this. So you booked your appointment, you want to sell your car, you come to us, and we would tell you which street to come, which was down by our youth hostel, and said, okay, this is where we meet, 2 guys with a clipboard, no CI, nothing. People look and they say, oh, we saw your huge car dealership because it's also professional. And we said, oh, of course, but our branch is up in North Pankow and we are a pop-up store. So if you want, we can now take your car and drive up north 1.5 hours, by the way, in city traffic. And then you sell your car, or we do it here, this is a service. And we're like, oh, it's so nice of you that you have a pop-up store, that you do it here. So what we had to do, obviously, our first branch, we had to get in northern Pankow to heal the lie. And it was just a delay of truth.
Suddenly you had a few cars.
And then we were seeing that it works. What worked? AdWords worked. There was real demand. People were happy with the product, happy with the experience. We could hire people who have a lot more knowledge about cars, so it became like a machine. It was like at a certain point, like a McDrive. People were just lining up. They booked their appointments. You're delayed, and all of a sudden you have to extend it. And that's when we learned, okay, how do we industrialize the process? I think there's always product market fit, try it out, and then what needs to be done? How can we split the work? How can we do repetitive tasks with one colleague who's just doing paperwork and the other guy is just doing cars, and the other one is just taking care of customers? So we bought a lot of coffee machines, because you can have very angry Germans that you can get very mild with a cup of hot coffee that costs you 15 cents. So you get a nice full bean coffee machine from MediaMarkt for $400. You put people there and say, can we offer you fresh coffee? Because at the car dealerships these days you have to pay. You go to Mercedes to buy a €100,000 car, you see all these coin machines because they were optimizing on their coffee costs. Now you come to us and we say, hey, we're a little late, but it's really cool. We're really late because it's a very good service. Everybody wants to use it. How about a nice coffee and some water, and then we bought ice cream in summer when there were long lines.
Yeah, I remember that.
But that helps to understand the process, and then we started rolling out in Hamburg and Munich and Cologne. But
that sounds so easy, rolling out. You need people. You need to hire good people. At the beginning, you're a fancy little startup. Everything is cool, and you talk about the coffee machine, and suddenly you're hiring hundreds of people and then thousands of people. So what were the challenges on the way of, now it's a huge corporation with a lot of responsibility in any kind of respect. How did you get from zero to a hyper-growth company?
I think making processes that everybody understands, even if you were not in the room or you wouldn't have invented it, someone else would have done it the same way, and not based out of gut feeling. So when we were talking about hiring, we needed a certain profile. Every night we had a meeting where we'd go through the recruitment funnel. Yeah, that's a 10 p.m. meeting for people who are still don't know what it means to start a company. So that's, you do your day-to-day job, and then at 10 you sit down and count the numbers, and then you have a funnel and say, hey, we need a car purchaser in Cologne. How many do we have on Stepstone? How many do we have on this platform? How many people click? How many people apply? How many interviews do we get? How many have the quality that we want to make them an offer? And then you need to play with the funnel, because sometimes you don't have enough people. So perhaps it wasn't friendly or open enough. And then you open the text and make it a little more fuzzy, but then perhaps you have too many people going through the system, and you don't really want to make an offer because now you invited everybody and their mother to work for you. So then you need to steer your funnel and really understand, who do we want, why do we want them, and then fly there with a nice, back then doesn't exist anymore, 6 a.m. Air Berlin, which was the cheapest flight to the Rhine area. Then you get your 30 euro rental car, and then drive around and take all these meetings, or sit in some very old-fashioned restaurants and drink 10 coffees and meet all these people and pitch and pitch and pitch and tell them why you're doing this. And they're coming from an old-school auto industry and say, what the hell are you guys doing? I've been working for Volkswagen for 20 years, and that's absolutely not how the industry works, and we all know it because we've been doing it for so long. And I always told these people in the car industry, I ride a bicycle for 25 years now, but I'm not in the Tour de France. So the sheer variable of how long I'm doing things is obviously not the point how you become successful.
Hakan, you just remind us of, you were really cost saving, you had to. What was the first financing round, the official one of AUTO1, and how much money did you collect in the first round?
Well, I very much remember that. It was in...
what valuation? Yeah, I remember that.
It was in 2013, and it was 4 million pre-money. We raised 880,000, of which you did 200,000.
At the beginning, yeah.
Yeah, and then later on we followed up. But interestingly, there's one sneaky thing I'll tell you about Sylvie. There was a business
that was
angel.
not the deal here.
There's a business angel investor who was close to the car industry, and I called her and I said, "Hey Sylvie, you remember? Yeah, the iPad, shitty idea. We're doing this. You want to invest?" She's like, "That sounds super cool." Had a look, and I said, "Can you split the ticket with the guys? I'm not going to mention names because somebody will be upset. And you each do 100." And she's like, "Yeah, sure. Let me call them over the weekend." And then Monday morning she calls and says, "I'm doing the full ticket." And you're like, "You didn't call the guy?" "No, I didn't." Like, okay, fine.
That was a good
I want to do it by myself. Okay, fair enough.
But I mean, just 800,000 on a valuation of 4 million pre-money, and went to IPO in 21. So it's you can start small. It's not always about many millions. And you can.
Yeah, and that was enough. It was enough to prove the case. We can roll out in Germany. We have really industrialized. We had 13 branches in Germany. Then we could prove at scale, does the funnel work? What is the real customer acquisition cost? What are the margins? How much payback do you have there? And then was the big bang for us. But many people think that we went much faster. I mean, in September 12, we founded the company. In March, April 14 was the first time we internationalized. Yeah. When we brought in the people from Holland,
Italy, Poland. How many countries is AUTO1 operating in?
I mean, we sell to 30 countries. I think we have purchase operations in 13, 14 countries. We're really on the ground. But that was then the magic was only when you understand what you're doing, you should really be hyperscaling it. If there's still a question mark, okay, then wait 3 months and say, okay, what are really our numbers? And not gut feeling. At that size, when you collected 1 million and you're employing people, that's not the feeling, that's not the time for gut feeling anymore. It must be data-driven. And we were a very, very data-driven company. We built it ourselves. We built the database ourselves. And if we look at transaction ID number 1, we will still see our first sales there. And we will see actually which AdWords campaign back then in 2012, what the guy clicked, what it cost us to drive to that transaction. So that's, I think, a way, and that's perhaps something that you learn when you work for other startups. That's why it's so valuable, and that's my repeating message always, to say, hey, why don't you go and learn the craft? It's not an art. Many people try to sell it as an art, but it's not an art. It's a craft.
Before we're running out of time, because I want to know also what you're planning next, because I know you're planning something, and Hakan has changed from the operational side into the board, so he has a little time on his hand. But briefly tell us, what were the main challenges at AUTO1? Because, you know, it's a great story to tell, but there were challenges. One of them, the IPO during a pandemic, and then the crash of the stock market, but in between, investors, people.
So, I mean, obviously people. So interesting, when people say, why did you first go to Italy, Netherlands, and Poland? And you have all these smart investors, and they're all expecting super smart analysis of velocity of the markets and margin pools and so on. The true answer is because we had the right guy. And if we had had him in Spain first, we would have gone with Spain first. So you're really driven by who is the person that I trust to build my business with me as a country manager with a lot of responsibility. And only when you found that right person, you say, let's push the button and go. We're flying to Warsaw tomorrow or Amsterdam tomorrow. We find an office tomorrow. We drive to IKEA together. We build the tables together. You see who you know in your network, who we hire. We're cabling the phones, getting you up. We're translating all the language files, because that's what the country manager's first job was. Here's a large language file. It's all English, German. Now add your language. Because you need your platform in your language. And
I also remember there were some big investors who were challenging at times, but we're not talking about the investors now, because we only have 1 more minute, and I want to know what's next, Hakan. 1 minute. Make a pitch. Here are people sitting that might be interested in an internship or something, and I tell you, Hakan is a great guy to work with.
What I'm looking at right now is the telco sector, and it was in the news that I bought the assets of a company that is very active in international telco, eSIM technology, and I think there's a next level of disruption. Perhaps as a comparison, in 2012, when we went to Deutsche Bank and said we need a credit card for AdWords, 500 euros limit, they said you can fill out 20 pages and wait 3 weeks, but you're not going to get it. And these days, everybody gets a credit card on the fly with an API. I think the telco industry will have the same disruption. You'll not go to a store and wait for the mailman to come with your SIM card and have weird tariffs that are optimized for you to overspend, but there will be a real disruptive, real-time way to connect any device to the net. And that's what we're working on. It's pretty cool. We're 400 people. And yeah, I mean, if anyone wants to spend time in Lisbon or London and learn the craft, then yeah, reach out to me. You'll find me here. Just pull my hoodie, and I can tell you more.
And I tell you, when Hakan takes something into his hands, it's worthwhile talking to him. Thanks very much for listening. Have a great Start Summit, and it was nice seeing you here.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Laurent.
Lovely. Absolutely. You killed it, man. Jeez. Oh my goodness. All right. While everybody leaves, of course not, this here is what we call... Do you want to say it yourself? Come on. What do you call this?
A microphone.
Oh, you're so smart. Thank you, Mark. Is that Mark?
Yes.
Oh, and hey, Mark is looking for an internship. Mark, turn around. Put your hands up. Do you see that T-shirt? Awesome. Mark, if you don't get an offer after this one, it's my fault, not yours.
You can scan the back.
You can scan the back. Okay, amazing. So you guys, you're sitting behind him. Scan the back. Mark, I love this. Amazing. We hope it's sustainable.
I hope so.
See, this is where you say yes.
Yes.
Amazing. Good. Guys, this is what we call the microphone of doom. Whenever I pick this thing up, you guys make sure you get up as quickly as possible and run towards the exits, because it means to either jump down to that stage and I'll find one of you two to interview. Because my instruction has been, make sure people don't leave. So I'm going to sort of do that so you guys leave, yeah? But I don't think we have time for it now, so you guys can relax, you can chill. Is everybody feeling good? Have you guys had some coffee? Miss, what's your name? Andrea. Andrea, have you had some coffee today?
Yes.
Amazing.
Just before I went in here.
Just before here. Okay, amazing.
Rector of the University of St. Gallen.
Everyone, please put your hands together for the rector of the University of St. Gallen, because she had coffee with him. Yeah, so nice. What was he like? Small talk.
And we're proud of the students.
See? So am I. This conference has grown. It's incredible. Look, hold on. Who's been here in 2018? Who was here in 2018? 16? No? Anybody in 17? 2017? You guys are really new, eh? So much for our retention rate. I'm sure it's being fine. Okay, microphone of doom away. It is 50. Right. The Start Summit is the only place, and literally the only place, where you can host a talk like that, and it doesn't sound weird, yeah? The Delta, secret sauce of building successful ventures. Usually when I get stuff like this, I wrote this last night. Usually when I get stuff like this, it's on my YouTube ads. Do you know these ads? These ads like, investors hate these 5 things, or 5 ways to make you $1 million in 2023. Now, the good thing about Start Summit is you actually get to interact with the people who know what they're talking about, right? But before you get to do that, because I'm sure they'll venture around a little bit and get to have a beer with them later today and so on, you're going to hear from them about exactly that, the secret sauce. Now, Julian, our founder, he's been 7 years on that good secret sauce. As a matter of fact, he's been on 400 million raised at a 4.5 billion valuation kind of sauce. And then we have Louis Bass, who is kind of the miraculix of that secret sauce, right? He's the one who brews it. He's the one who helps founders build, validate, and scale. And while the video is playing and the gentlemen walk into the stage, please everybody put your hands together for Julian Teike and Louis Bass.
Okay, I have to say one thing before we start. I'm incredibly proud of the students of the University of St. Gallen. When I started in 2007, in my first class, the professor said, look to your left, look to your right. One of you 3 will become an investment banker, one of you 3 will become a consultant, and the third one will be a loser, will achieve nothing in life. And look at how you guys are proving that professor wrong. Startup culture at the HSG is at its best. This is the record conference of all times in St. Gallen. Thank you so much for organizing it. It's so important. And I'm here with one of my dearest friends, Louis. We've been building ventures for a while. And Louis has been building our venture studio. And we've been building more than a dozen ventures over the last few years. What we've always done is we've asked all VCs that have invested into successful ventures pre-revenue, what is the one thing that made you convinced to bet on this pre-revenue venture that then became a unicorn? We collected all of that, and today we're going to give you the secret sauce, the top 10. So Louis, take us from here.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah, so I mean, as Julian mentioned, every time we meet a VC, we ask that one question, right? And I guess let's just dive in, right? So the first one is about self-assessment skills, right? And this one is kind of one of my favorites. It really comes down to in a venture that you cannot fix what you can't see, right?
Click.
It's not clicking. Oh, is it that side? Oh,
oh, you're giving it away.
Ah, excellent. Okay, self-assessment. So you basically, in a startup, you cannot fix what you can't see. And a lot of the time, like, there's this gap between a founder's performance, a founder's strengths, a founder's weaknesses, and how everybody else perceives their strengths, their weaknesses, and their performance. And that difference as a founder, if you become good at finding that difference, you'll be a much better problem solver. And why is that important? It's because solving problems is basically your only job as a founder, right? You're like a consultant. You're just paid much less in the beginning. So yeah, right at the end, you basically have to make sure that you are able to understand what it is that you impact that situation with. If you can't do that, you won't succeed.
I mean, if you're a pig, you're a pig, right? You're not a horse. You can become a really great pig, right? Like one of those at Euma, there's these pig races once a year, you know? You can become the #1 pig, right? But you cannot become a horse, and you have to know that, right? All right, let's take it from here, the second one. I think probably the most important of all. So there are people that try to stay in their comfort zone at all times. And when you stay in your comfort zone, you don't evolve. And typically, growth always happens, either because you go and look for things that make you feel uncomfortable, or you can't prevent things from happening that make you feel uncomfortable. So rather than waiting to be thrown into a situation where you have no choice but to grow, go on the lookout for things that make you feel vulnerable, that make you feel uncomfortable. Like me sitting on the stage. I remember at University of St. Gallen, I took a public speaking course, and in the exam, my lips were kind of stuck together. I was red, I was sweating. And if I would have always escaped the moments of public speaking, I would have never achieved what I've achieved. Jump into the uncomfortable, jump into the unknown, and grow. And that is what makes founders really unique.
Yeah, totally echo that. Cool. So moving on to the next one. I think the first point really speaks to seeing the gap between where you are and where you need to go. The second speaks a lot to how you actually get there, that you need to be pushing that. But the question always comes up is, where are you going, right? And as a founder, I think you need to understand one key thing, is that everybody around you is basically looking to buy into something. Investors are looking to buy into something monetarily. Talent are looking to buy into things for purpose, for growth, for learning, for camaraderie. Whatever it is, people are looking to buy in, right? And in some cases, right, small just doesn't cut it. I'm not saying you can't build a small vision venture or a small venture, but the tough thing is that the top talent and the top investors are looking to be part of a team that is going to achieve something big. The challenge is more, how do you actually become the founder that can achieve that, right?
Yeah. I mean, when I think about it, like standing on stage or standing in front of investors or standing in front of your employees and talking about wanting to achieve something big puts you in a very vulnerable position. And that's why most people don't do it. Most people don't talk about their big dreams and what they want to achieve. Why? Because if they don't achieve it, they believe they're going to be judged by the people that have heard them. But I tell you one thing, if you set yourself high goals, and if you are able to eliminate the doubt, your own doubt, about your abilities to achieve these goals, and if you then go out and talk about it, people understand this is not just smoke, this has substance. In front of me, there is the guy that is already a unicorn founder and not the guy that is pre-revenue. They feel it. Don't be afraid to set yourself high targets. Don't be afraid to talk about it. And don't be afraid to deliver and achieve it. I guess it's the #1 thing that people feel really uncomfortable about. Talking about wanting to achieve big things and having the fear of being ridiculed by others. The others are ridiculous for not knowing that you can achieve big things. that everyone can achieve big things. That's ridiculous not to know it.
I think one more point on this one, which I think is super interesting. There's a quote in a book by Peter Thiel called 0 to 1, where he says that competition is most fierce for mediocre things. And in a way, he's basically saying that all of the easily achievable visions are actually already held by many other people. And that means you actually have to do so much more work to actually cut through that noise. So counterintuitively, it's actually harder to get people to buy in and help you build a smaller vision than it is to build something massive, right?
Okay, this one is a huge one. So I believe there's only one single reason for a venture to fail. And that is if the founder gives up. I mean, I have been in the most crazy situations as a founder myself. I've witnessed the most crazy situations of the founders I work with, where it seems absolutely no solution on the horizon to ever achieve what we set out to achieve. There is a huge level of frustration. Everything seems to go wrong. There's no funding. People are not interested in your product. You've chosen the wrong team members. But it's not the team members. It's not the timing. It's not the funding. It's your ability as a founder to never, ever stop believing. There's always a way, even if the money runs out tomorrow, to save the company and achieve the vision. And trust me, I've seen it many times. So the only reason for why founders ventures fail is because the founder, the CEO, says enough is enough. And I don't want to judge. There's good reasons for sometimes saying enough is enough. But if the founder decides, I want to make this a success, I will find a solution, I will succeed, I believe in my own abilities, and I believe in making this company a success, superpowers are activated, you will find a solution, and you will make your venture a success. So that's the piece I'm looking in founders. I throw them into the cold water, and I see, do they swim or do they give up? If I see they swim, I put weights on their shoulders. And this is how you realize that person I can trust. That person is going to achieve success.
100%. So the next one, which I think we both agree is a key one, right, is around the processing power of the founder, right? And the best example of this is when you meet a founder and they have all of their beliefs, their plans, all of the things that they know about their market and how they're going to get there, and you give them a piece of feedback or a piece of information that basically changes a lot of what they've based a lot of what they've done on, right? How quickly can that founder reprocess all of those signals, all of those complex constructs into an actual formatable plan and act on it? In my experience, it's one of the highest correlators to a successful venture that I've actually seen.
Yeah, this one comes from Reshma from Seed Camp, so shout out to her. And she, pre-revenue, invested in companies like Wise, like Revolut, like WeFox. And I was like, so what is it that made you invest? What is the one thing? And she said processing power. Like, I'm in a conversation, and I throw something in that comes left-handed, and does the founder ignore what I've just thrown in, or does the founder instantly work it into the pitch? So processing power is something that I always liken to, there is a map, and there's a lot of islands on this map. And most people are thrown on an island and have to start at zero to figure out what's the fauna, what's the flora, what is this island like. But if you figure out where on the map this island is, and that it's super close to an island you've just been, you already know 95% of the answers about this island. And most people start at 0 every time they come to a new island. Processing power means you start at 95% and fill up the 5%.
Spot on, spot on. All right, next one is about being hyper-competitive, right?
Yeah. I mean, that one is, like, you know, really honest to myself, probably one of the biggest motivator for me. So this is something where I generate tremendous energy from. And sometimes I feel guilty that I do, but I think it's about integration and being honest to yourself. And I tell you a little story. So I've been sued by one of my biggest competitors. It was really unfair. I felt like a victim. And it was a really tough time for me. And then I realized I'm going to be friendly, I'm going to be nice, and we're going to solve this. But I'm going to let the numbers speak for themselves. And I'm going to beat this so hardcore that they don't know where left and right is. And that is something, when I tap into that energy, it gets me to achieve unbelievable things. And when I see that in a founder, I know it's almost like a little theater play. It's almost like, you know, you can stage it a little bit. It's like a game, right? You know, Louis, there was this other guy that's building this venture studio, and they say, you know, you don't know anything, you don't know shit, and they're so much better than you. When this creates the energy to prove the other wrong, that's a huge driver. And that's a huge driver I'm looking for in founders.
Yeah, I think from my side, I think like what I really read from this point is what is actually driving that founder, right? Like you need that massive source of energy. I think there are other ones, and there's another point later on that we'll touch on, and I think you get a lot of energy out of that one. But I think there are others. So the other thing that I actually like this point for, right, is actually something else about being hyper-competitive. A lot of the earlier stage founders that I see, whenever they find a competitor, and I mean, like, you be honest with yourself if you've done this, but whenever you learn about a new competitor or someone else who's trying to achieve some of the things, a lot of founders I see immediately get disheartened. They almost feel like that my venture is now not as cool or not as special. And in small helpings, that's kind of a bit, it hinders you, right? And big helpings, it leads to just denying reality, both of which are bad for ventures, right? So the thing about competitive founders is that they coincidentally are learning from the best source of information on how to serve their customer, which are their competitors. And if you're comfortable looking at your competitors in the eye, understanding what they're doing better than you, because let's be real, if you come up with any idea right now, unless you are already an industry leader, like someone is doing this, and they've probably been doing it for longer. So use that to your advantage, right? That's kind of why I like this point.
I agree.
Cool. So People Magnet is one that we get varying views on this one, and I think it's because it immediately speaks to being super charismatic, and I don't think that's 100% necessary. But the one thing you have to accept on your venture journey is that you are going to need people, right? You're going to need people who want to help you. You're going to need people who want to talk about you. You're going to need people who want to invest in you. You're going to need people who want to introduce you. You're going to need people who want to work with you. You are just going to need people from beginning to end. And it's undeniable that if you have a good technique, whatever your style is, of attracting people to yourself in any of these areas, you are going to be more successful. So I really like this one, and you can immediately tell when someone has this.
I mean, there's a bit of a caveat here. So I have seen assholes become very successful, right?
Yeah.
But it is the exception.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know why you look at me when you say that.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's about inspiring people to want to be with you, join you, right? And I guess you know the video of how to start a festival and a movement, right, on YouTube. If you don't, then type it in. But it's this one weird guy dancing all by himself at a festival. And then there's the first few followers coming. And everyone's just looking at them and it's like, what the hell is wrong with them? Why are they dancing here? We're just chilling, let us chill. And the first few followers validate the first dancer. And then more and more people join. And all of a sudden, the people sitting are the ones that feel left out and feel like the losers if they don't stand up and join the movement.
Yeah.
So it needs your ability to convince the very first small little circle to believe in you. And if that happens, the movement has started.
Excellent, yes. All
yeah,
right.
Storytelling abilities. So if you go to like a networking event and you speak to like 15, 20 people, you know, what are the things you remember? What are the things, the people that you remember? It's the people that have created dopamine, that have created oxytocin, that have created endorphins. Dopamine. And that's just science, right? It's about telling you that something big is about to happen. And that awareness and looking forward to something big happening increases your focus and increases your memory. Oxytocin, endorphins, the ability to connect, the ability to laugh together, to relax. So storytelling is what makes other people remember you. You need other people to remember you because the world of investors is full of noise. And with storytelling, you stick out. You get above the noise. So learn that skill.
Yeah. And I mean, I think there was a dinner we went to about 2 weeks ago, which had like 12 A-grade founders, and we went around the dinner table during dinner. It was a great like format, right? And I literally, each one of these people had this kind of magnetic, personable ability to kind of put what they're doing in a way that I can probably recount right now. So it's totally undeniable, right? And the other thing about the storytelling thing is I weirdly like to think of this in like an evolutionary way, right? Like humans didn't become the dominant species because we were bigger or stronger or any of these things. It was actually because we managed to all believe in one abstract thing together. And by doing that, we became more powerful at achieving that one thing, right? And the way that we actually tap into that is by reprogramming or using your emotional kind of like thinking, right? Which is where the chemicals come in. So if you manage to tell the story well, you unlock a wealth of power. Basically what the entire civilization is built on, is all built on stories, right? So if you're not working on that as a founder, you need to get working on that pretty ASAP. Cool. So this one is actually kind of one of my favorites, right? Which is the rate of integrating feedback. And particularly this one refers actually to personal feedback. And it touches a lot on actually being able to master your ego, right? Because let's face it, when you're building a venture from beginning to end, you're gonna get a lot of feedback. It's basically all you get, right? And
very personal too.
A lot of personal feedback, right? And a lot of it you're not gonna wanna look at. Humans are great at not looking at anything that existentially threatens your sense of identity. The problem is that as a founder, the business is built on that feedback. So you have to get yourself out of the way. So I put it as simply like this, right? If it takes you 100 times, right, to realize that you avoid difficult conversations at the cost of the business, right, you will, and I tell you, will put that business in the ground. The only question is, what is your blocker, how many times, and will the business be around at the end of it, in my view.
And a great signal for that is you give someone feedback, how fast are they in defending themselves? How fast are they in shooting back at you? That's not what you want to see. What you want to see is real reflection. And there's a tip. And that tip is, if you completely feel like you should be rejecting that feedback, because you have 1,000 points that prove that you're right and they're wrong, don't react. And say, what is the 1% truth in what this person is saying to me? Open a little door to allow that feedback to come in, reflect on it, and let it work. Let it work. Let it work. Don't react.
Excellent.
Yeah, I mean, this one, you know, is a bit of a difficult one. You could also name it bad childhood. It's a bit of a controversial one. Because if you have a bad childhood, if you suffer a lot of trauma, it can go two ways. And most often, unfortunately, goes one way. It goes into the way of numbing your pain, wanting to somehow find a way on how to cope with the trauma without facing the trauma. And that's drugs, avoidance patterns, failure. And that's unfortunately what happens most of the time. But the others learn at a very early age to go through pain, to process pain, and to learn from pain. If that starts at an early age, and there's actually studies around how the success rate of Holocaust survivors or descendants of Holocaust survivors in Israel in building unicorn startups is significantly higher to non-Holocaust survivors, because trauma is also passed on through generations. It is few that make it, and that's why it's not an advice. I was always thinking about, okay, so how could I, like for my child, like I had this weird idea of creating a trauma manufacturing startup in safe conditions. So, because we all know that we grow from really difficult events. And I know that I've grown from really difficult events. I think that's a really shit idea, because having a great childhood, having love and a belonging is so important. But it is one of the indicators that if I see this in a person, how they have gone through difficult moments in their childhood, in their life, and have processed this, I know that they will achieve great things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think for me on this one, and you're right, I mean, this sentence here has been through many iterations, right? So I think we're being told that we're pretty much done. But the last thing I'd say is it's about what creates the drive in you. And you can meet someone, you know they're driven. And the funny thing is most entrepreneurs, they only realize what drove them through the first two ventures after the first two ventures, right? And like, just think about that. You only connect with what it is you're trying to fix in the world, or you're trying to fix in yourself afterwards, right? So at the end of the day, there's something that's driving. It doesn't always have to be a bad event as a kid, but it's in your formative years. There's something that is setting you up down a path, and it takes that relentless energy to go from the beginning to 10 years later, where a venture actually succeeds.
It is oftentimes the unlimited pool of energy that makes you achieve unbelievable things.
Yeah.
So this is a list that Louis and me and everyone at Delta uses when a founder comes. And founders don't need to tick all of the boxes. A few are enough. But we believe that these things increase the likelihood of success of ventures dramatically. And if you feel like this applies to you. Get in touch with us, because what we've done is we've created an ecosystem that gives you everything you need, and the founder always is the most important, but everything you need in order to build successful companies. And what we want to see is a lot of successful founders coming from the University of St. Gallen in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. You feeling good?
Yeah.
Lovely. I was a bit late. I'm happy that this stage is so long. So, right, how was that? Yeah? Good? Oh, amazing. What's your name, sir? Thomas. Lovely name. Are you from Switzerland? Austria. Anybody else from Austria? Jawohl. How do you say it? Do you say servus? No? Yeah? Also? Okay, good. Any Bavarians here? How do you feel about that? Good, okay. Amazing. Right, next up, because we're a little bit behind time, as we usually are in these conferences, we have a very exciting announcement to make. But of course, I'm not the one to make that announcement. The exciting announcement is going to come by Andreas Göldi from B2 Venture, and he's going to join on stage together with Max Keller to let you in on a little secret. Please put your hands together for Andreas Göldi and the president of Start Summit, Max Keller. Viel Spaß.
So, some of you may recall me mentioning the name B2 Venture in our opening ceremony just a few minutes ago. And I also assume that quite a few of you here might be wondering, who is B2 Venture? I haven't heard that name in the ecosystem before. Well, that in fact is because today is a very special day. But before we get into this, let's take a quick step back. About 27 years ago, in tiny St. Gallen, there was a group of entrepreneurial students who decided to found something called Start. And out of this group of entrepreneurial students came a group of more entrepreneurial students who decided to found something else. And that something else was Brains to Ventures. And over the years, this developed into the brand B2V, which has been a strategic partner of ours for many, many years. And as part of this special day today, we're extremely, extremely pleased and extremely honored to be part of the next journey, of the next chapter that starts today. And with that, I give it to Andreas to let you in on the secret of what that next chapter is.
Yes, thank you so much, Max. It's really an honor to be here today and be able to launch our new branding here on the stage. As Max mentioned, our partnership with Start is very, very old, literally since the first days of our firm back to 2000, when the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Europe was, of course, tiny, probably could fit in this room here in front of the stage. And since then, our firm that you know as B2V Partners and Start have grown together in many ways, and we have both a shared mission to really foster the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Europe. Our new logo and our new brand reflect our history and also our future. We are a multi-generational firm that tries to bring together investors and angels from all generations with entrepreneurs of all backgrounds. And this multi-generational aspect is nowhere better reflected in our partnership with Start, of course. So I want to introduce you today to our new branding with a quick video, and let's take a look. Thank you very much, and we're really looking forward to collaborating with all of you under this new brand. Now, let's switch gears and get to the next panel. I'm also part of it, and I want to welcome here on stage as well Dalit Steiger from Swiss Cognitive, Janet Wiget from Merantix, and Alex Ilic from the ETH AI Center. We're going to talk about the AI giants of 2050. Please join me on stage.
Hi, and good morning. Thanks a lot for being with us. Actually, I feel very privileged to be here in front of all of you, and especially have you guys and girls on stage. They definitely are one of the known experts, and I would like just to start with a small break ice. What is a fun factor about you? What would you like to share, especially with the younger generation here, about you?
Well, I was an entrepreneur because before I became a VC, and I was actually a CTO at 2 machine learning-oriented startups, starting in 2007, working with natural language processing technology, which was extremely primitive back then. And it's really amazing to see how far this technology has come now with this revolutionary stuff that we're currently experiencing with ChatGPT and similar technologies. So my advice is, even if the beginning is hard in technology, just keep going at it and keep your optimism, and you will be part of a very big development.
Janet, what is a fun factor you would like to share with them?
A fun fact, I think I'm not going to make the fun fact about AI, but maybe also to say something about myself. So I'm Janet, part of Merantix. We work in tech, but I'm one of the people here at Merantix that are a desperate fans of Taylor Swift, and I think always lots of my male colleagues laugh about me, but now I'm known for that in the company.
Thanks a lot. Alex?
Yeah, so I'm Alex. I'm leading the ETH AI Center. I started programming when I was 11, and the things that I wanted to do back then are now finally possible, so I'm very excited to see where AI has developed today, but I still feel we're at the very beginning, so it's an exciting time ahead.
This is cool. So AI, generative AI, is actually very present, ever present. I would like to start with, where do you see especially the impact and the development on the business side, but also considering the status of the society?
From our point of view as an investment firm, this technology will change pretty much everything that we touch, right? Not just AI firms, but also any software company, any robotics company, and so on. So it will really fundamentally change the startup ecosystem on a level like the original internet in the 90s and the smartphone in the 2000s. It's really on that order of magnitude. And I think by extension, it will also change society. I mean, it's very hard to predict where this might go and what the positive and negative consequences will be. But what we can definitely say that this is a technology that will fundamentally modify and boost how productive knowledge workers are. All of us are knowledge workers, of course, and this is really going to be a superpower, and it's going to be a very exciting next decade.
Where do you see, Janet, especially reflecting the society?
Yeah, I mean, Andreas said it. Current structures are shaking, and we as if we look at the past 10 years of AI, we've seen many great insights being created out of mostly pattern recognition. Now we have this huge opportunity window opening where AI can actually all of a sudden, or can now think, it can combine, and mostly it can create. And I'm a numbers person, so I always like to put things into numbers, and you could say that this will create an opportunity window of almost 20 trillion. And of course, it's very hard to say, but imagine that huge number, and that makes me very exciting, and I think that's a very good summary of all the impact that it can have.
Yeah, so I think it's a very exciting time. So I was building up a computer vision company, was right in a transition from classical math, classical geometry to learning-based systems. And after selling the company, I realized then how much the field is evolving. That was a few years back. And I decided to go back to ETH because I realized that a lot of fundamental research is still missing. But it's one of the fields where the fundamental research is so fast to go into applications, into startups. And now I think it got even further accelerated that now we have the economic situation where everything is put into question. The previously safe jobs with big companies are questioned. AI is allowing us to rethink, and I think it opens up so many entrepreneurial opportunities. And just from an individual point of view, I think it marks the beginning from a change where we build computers and we need to understand how to program them. And there was a sub-part of the population that could program. But now the computers learn to understand us, and we can use natural language, normal language, and many, many other ways to express ourselves. And that makes it so powerful that we have a tool that is suddenly usable by the broad population.
I think it's a very valid point. And where do you see how normal people suddenly have the access to develop their ideas because we have generative AI?
I mean, I think it starts with awareness. If you have never written a single line of code, it's very intangible. And all of a sudden, with ChatGPT, we have this user interface, and you become more aware of what this technology is actually capable for. So it also triggers a certain inspiration, and you look at the own problems that you have in your own company, in your daily life, and you see what technology can actually do or is in the process of developing, and then you can combine that, and I think that triggers an entrepreneurial spirit in all of us.
And I think, especially when it comes to creativity, it can really be transformational. And a good comparison is maybe how people nowadays make videos, right? I was actually, making videos was a hobby of mine, going way back to the original, analog tapes and so on. And making video back then was expensive and slow and annoying. Now everybody can make a video very quickly on TikTok or YouTube, and this has really led to an unbelievable explosion of creativity. And I think we're going to see something very similar here with generative AI. Now suddenly writing a poem is much easier, and generating interesting images, now even artificial videos, has become quite simple. And we are just at the very beginning of this. So I can't wait to see how people are going to express themselves now with these new powerful tools.
So how much do you see the window of opportunities changing in the VC world?
I wish I knew. It's a really crazy time currently, because the assumptions that we made about what an AI company is and how it can protect its business and build its moat have really been suddenly challenged now with this new generation of foundation models. Now suddenly you can get stuff just as an API that was basically impossible a year ago. And of course, this now means that everybody has to rethink how they are going to position their business. And accordingly, also investors have to rethink what our investment thesis is and in what kind of business we are going to invest. I think what you already alluded to, the role of the big tech companies, especially the US ones, is going to be a big question mark. I don't personally think that we are going to see a dominance in the AI field comparable to what we have seen in mobile, where it's basically Apple and Google and everybody else plays in their walled garden. It's much more open AI, hopefully, but it's going to be an interesting and complex time to figure that out.
For you, Alex, and I just want to bridge here David against Goliath. The window of opportunity for startups, for newcomers, and where do you see the tech giants need to position themselves?
Yeah, so I think what's interesting is that we're in a time where, the big tech giants are not invincible anymore. I would say like 5 or 10 years ago, it was different. You cannot compete with Google, Facebook, and so on. And I think what we have seen now is that relatively small teams, I think Midjourney, like 20 to 30 people, OpenAI, 350 people, is now bringing big companies with 150,000 people to sweat. And basically in a situation where they need to wonder if they don't adapt, they might die. So I think like from the big tech companies, the top 20, we see probably half of them disappear in one way or another. And I think that's a crazy time. So if you're not seeing the entrepreneurial opportunity that we have right now and rather jump on an old, crusted company which says, we do a little bit of AI too, I think this would be a mistake. So I think like now is a good time to rethink how can you build companies from scratch based on what you can do with AI, based on the processes that it will entail, based on how it changes the way that we work together.
So really breaking beliefs, and I think this is a chance also to bridge within the old economy people and the youngsters. I think we need to listen much more to the youngsters and their ideas. Janet, where do you see then the market is going to develop to? What are your experiences out of Merantix also?
Yeah, I think it's about, currently it's a lot about companies that do build technology, that build models. Of course, there's also the hardware companies. And then is the question, if you think about AI companies in the mid and long term, where is actually the value going to be? How can I build a company that is growing, meaning that I have a profitable company and also I have retention. And I think over time, the technology and most of the models will also commoditize. On the other side, if you also compare it back to the existing companies, you could basically say we go back to like being at zero because with this technology, we can do things just completely different than we did it before. And of course, a big company also needs to or can do things differently, and I can do the same. And the big company might have the money to develop models, but I, as a small company, can do the exact same and at some point also keep up with these big companies and actually make sure that maybe in 5 years' time I'm going to be standing there instead of the big company that failed to actually transform in a disruptive way.
Speaking of disruptive, the level of commoditization, disruption that we're already experiencing right now is really unprecedented. So as an example, one of my favorite websites currently is called photosai.io, and what it lets you do is you can upload about 50 pictures of yourself and it will build an AI model of your face. And then you can tell it exactly in a written prompt what kind of photos of yourself you want, right? What background, what clothes, and so on. It will actually do it. If you go to my social media profiles, you'll see my picture. It's completely fake, generated by this tool. So I thought, this must be a venture-backed startup, probably raised 200 million or something. It's actually a guy, a digital nomad currently living in Bali, who programmed this all by himself based on open source models. So what was yesterday a great venture-backed business potentially is now something that somebody can do in their spare time. And this just shows, I think, how fast this stuff is really going to get disrupted.
I think that's in the B2B space, this might be a bit more difficult. And there, I think it's not really about the technology. It's really about the data. It's about actually bringing the technology to life in a product, in a process. And I think there it's really the question, what kind of new business model and products are you coming up with? Because I think it's not about just copying what incumbents have been doing for the past couple of years, include AI, and then you have your perfect AI company that's going to be the next Google in 5-10 years or the next industry giant. It's really about transforming it all in a 360 or from a 360-degree angle, and I think that's also how we look at building companies at Merantix. It's not really about how do we develop novel AI, but what are then the best business models and products out there to actually solve problems that are out there.
Absolutely, and I think what is really important, what you just mentioned, actually all of you, is like it's not about rebuilding the same just with new technology, it's really rethinking the world, rethinking the chances. And talking about chances, obviously there is always people saying, okay, now I'm afraid that I'm going to lose my job, I'm going to be redundant. I see a lot of chances in there that actually it opens up people who didn't have access to the economy, didn't have access to certain jobs, that suddenly can be involved and actually onboarded into the ecosystem. Where do you see, if I'm thinking of the ETH, the students, do you see there already like a change, a shift of other students coming into this area? Disabled with any kind of problems that now have a chance?
So I think one of the things that is really new is that it's a topic for everyone. It's not like, this is a little tech area and, it's a closed community, but it's affecting all of the different businesses. And I truly believe that it's a tool that, we will evolve together with us, so we will be able to do more and more that previously we could not do. Like our writing power will change, our creativity will change. So I think several people said, you don't need to be afraid of being replaced by AI, but you could be replaced by a person that knows how to use AI. And I think there's a lot of truth in that statement because it helps to complement you to do more things. And therefore, I believe it's a much more inclusive and much more broadly accessible technology than what we have seen before.
So a consequence, sorry?
Yeah, maybe just something I wanted to add. I mean, we talk a lot about automation when we talk about AI, but what AI also can do, and I think that's something very unique, is due to the fact that we can just create outputs much faster, much more efficiently, individualizing things is all of a sudden possible at very, very little cost, and I think that makes it very inclusive.
Yep. So talking about this topic, obviously, we have also to talk about what does it mean in form of regulation and ethics. Where do you see this, Andreas? Especially, how can Switzerland position itself there, Europe?
Well, the topic of ethics and in general AI reliability, trustworthiness of AI is very complex, and I personally believe that we are very well positioned in Switzerland to benefit from that. There will be a whole class of companies that are built based on these problems, and a historical comparable would be Google, right? Before the internet was popular, nobody needed a web search engine, and then suddenly this was a huge problem, and one of the biggest companies of the world was created. And similarly, we are now starting to see issues in AI that can be solved in an entrepreneurial way. And just to quote two of our investments in this space, both ETH spin-offs, Latticeflow is a platform that helps with trustworthy AI. They make AI models more robust because they tend to make a lot of mistakes still, and in some cases that's very, very critical when you think about medical applications, for instance, right? That's an ethical component, but also just a simple reliability component, and there are ways to make these models much more reliable. Another example would be Kelvin Risk, which has a platform for AI risk management, because what we see in practice is that many companies roll out AI models into production, like risk models and what have you, and are not really certain about how to measure all the risks and accommodate these risks when they do that. And there's a lot of opportunity around these topics. And again, I think Switzerland as a European country, which is a little bit, less wild sometimes than our American friends, but not as, sometimes regulatory oriented as the EU maybe, I think we are really potentially in a sweet spot to benefit from this.
So just to add maybe something on it, I think what's also important to know is the difference also between having a demo and having a product. So there's a lot of way in between. Yeah. And I see that as an opportunity also that there's a lot of engineering skills that go into this, which, if you look back, Switzerland has a good track record at solid, trusted engineering. So if we can transform this to the digital space, that can be a huge USP globally. And I think the companies that you mentioned before, they build providing essential building blocks to go in that direction. So I'm very hopeful, that we can drive it there. I wanted to add one more thing, which sometimes is forgotten, which I think is very important. I think we need to introduce more playfulness for AI. So if you have been in San Francisco, there you see several autonomous taxis already driving around, picking up people. So guess what? If you see that every day, you're less skeptical and you feel more open to discuss it if it's something that you only see from videos or read about it. So we need to create the environment where you can experience and participate. Otherwise, regulation will do the opposite. It will kill innovation instead of enabling it.
Indeed, indeed. And I think one of the important things what you mentioned before also, with generative AI, we opened up to a lot of people to participate and to try. And I think also from an ethical perspective, the more people get into it and bring feedback, it's going to be also better and better from that diversity perspective, ethical perspective. So before we're coming to the last point, where do you see the next steps, or which takeaway would you give the students here, the entrepreneurs here, to go on with this fact of generative AI being present, not actually, like very present. And I'm not talking about the hype on purpose, because for me it's not a hype, it's here. And as you mentioned, we need to start to use it, to try it, and to develop further. So what will be your takeaway for the entrepreneurs and the students here?
I'm a big believer in not just learning about these technologies and tools theoretically, but actually using them. And especially to younger people, I would say, if you don't spend a couple of hours each week right now playing around with these tools and figuring out how to use them or what you can do with them, how they can help you in your daily life and how they can give you interesting ideas, if you don't do that, then you're doing it wrong. Sorry. Because this is now a unique opportunity in the history of technology, and I really don't want to overhype it, but it feels exactly like the original World Wide Web and the smartphone and the original PCs. This is really a game changer fundamentally, and you have to figure out how to use these tools and make them useful for yourself. And that's the best way to discover great ideas, when you just play around with it and see where it goes.
Yeah, I would also say use it so that you have more time to think about where you actually want to build your next company instead of like spending too many hours on doing something the AI could do as well. But I think mostly it's about, I would encourage you to broaden your sense in terms that you don't only look at the use cases that are in your daily life, but that you think about also in what kind of industry application that there is, that you read about it, but also that you talk to industry experts, so that we don't only have the generative or the ChatGPT discussion that we have currently, but that more and more industries actually understand and integrate these perspective into their products and companies.
Alex?
Yeah, so I mean, the panel was around AI giants 2050. So my dream would be that a few of them are sitting in the audience right now. So I think if you're interested to make an impact, if you're entrepreneurial, then I think you shouldn't make the mistake in joining a company that is currently also don't knowing how they should position them for AI. I think you should rather found the company yourself. If that's an insurance, a pharma company, build a big company from scratch. That's the time now.
I couldn't close it up better. So thanks a lot for the panel. Thanks a lot for being with us. And don't forget, they're experts. LinkedIn links, link up with them on LinkedIn. And have a great Stardust Summit.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much, guys. How was it? Did you drink all your water? Probably. Danke vielmals. Danke dir vielmals.
Danke dir.
All right, lovely people. It is the lunch break. And before you guys run off, I'm actually going to run off first. So I see you guys at 12:20 back here at main stage. Have a good one. Hear me all right? Oh, now you can. How are you guys doing? Oh, you're smiling so nice. Are you having a great time? You're having a great time. I'm so happy. Is anybody hungry and hasn't eaten yet? Okay, so there is Spätzle downstairs. Get a lot of the Zwiebel. You know the Zwiebel thing? So good, so good. Do I still have some Spätzle here? Is it fine? Okay. Okay, good. Thank you. Whew. I'm trying my best. Guys, it's so nice that you made it here today. So nice. Especially, Louise. How are you doing? It's so nice that also you, Louise, made it here today. It's incredible that you've made it during lunch break even. That's even the harder choice for you guys. I shouldn't say too much about the intro of this one, but I'm going to introduce you to one thing that my best friends and we do on a regular basis. And we call it dinner party knowledge. Does anybody know what dinner party knowledge means? So this is a really fun game. When you're at a really boring dinner party, and I think we've had all of them, you try to drop this kind of useless knowledge where people go, interesting. And then, you feel ranking up on that social ladder. So I'm going to give you one piece of dinner party knowledge where you can go, well, actually, kind of thing. Today, we're going to talk about to fund and to not fund. And when we don't fund, we bootstrap. Now, bootstrapping, and here it goes, is a term that was coined in the 16th century. I looked this up yesterday. I was very desperate for a good intro. In the 16th century, where they'd said, you pull yourself out of the mud from your own bootstraps. And back then, it was used as a term of impossibility, because in the end, physically, it doesn't really work, right? You nod, so you're a physicist yourself, I'm guessing. Yeah, you are. Now, here's the thing. The people on stage today actually very strongly disagree with the people in the 16th century, because they have very successfully bootstrapped their own companies. And before I keep talking and talking and talking, you guys are like, hey, come on, Laurent, we want to see these guys. Please put your hands together and welcome for me Matthias Büchi, Jenny von Pondlerwies, and Simon Schminke.
Welcome, welcome. Today we're going to talk about taking money from VCs or not taking money from VCs. I have an unfair advantage. I know Mattis for many years from the board, where he served from TaxFix, and Jenny has been with the Creandum portfolio now for a year. Fantastic. Quick words about the two of them. They're exceptional serial entrepreneurs. Jenny started Leapsum in 2016. And until last year, she built the company up to 100, 120 people.
No, 60 people.
60 people at the time. Profitable, serving companies like Mercedes-Benz, Spotify, and other large multinational companies. But ultimately, she's going to talk about this, decided to then take money. Matte's story is a little bit different. His first company was a travel agency bringing people into North Korea, very bootstrapped. Second company, it's a company many Swiss people probably know, it's called Small PDF. Today, very profitable company, the 100th most visited website in the world. But after that, Mattis decided to go the other way and start TaxFix, which raised 350 million euros, 550 people, massive company, massively VC funded. Interestingly enough, after that experience, he started the next company called Genova AI in the generative AI space without money. So either I fucked it up or there is something behind it. But maybe we start with you, Jenny. In an interview a couple of years back, I think before we actually funded you, you said that in Europe people are lacking ambition and drive and going big. We as VCs like to believe that that's only possible with VC funding. But you didn't. You successfully bootstrapped Leapsum. Can you give us the story and why you went that way?
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, the question we always had is we had this really clear sort of North Star of ultimately what's our purpose as a company. We want to make work fulfilling for everyone. And we always basically thought back from the future state of where we want to be and asked ourselves what's the most important next step in order to get there. And we pretty much had like a quarterly discussion on whether we should be fundraising or not.
Okay.
And ultimately, fundraising and lack of cash was never the biggest sort of concern. And ultimately, that maybe lack of fund also generated a lot of focus on ultimately always going the most important next step of what ultimately drives us nearer to that North Star.
Interesting.
Jenny, I remember like you called me actually before you made the decision, right? Like because I had both cases and we discussed it back then.
Yeah.
And you went for it.
Yeah, for sure. And I think this is maybe the sort of like the final decision where ultimately the quarterly review made us decide like no, right now is actually the right point to move from the bootstrapped to actually raising funds. And this was pretty much slightly more than a year ago. So early 2022. We basically sat back again, like at the beginning of the year, and discussed, so should we raise funds again? Or like, should we raise funds now? And at that point in time, we were pretty much at that 10 million ARR mark. We had about 1,000 customers. And now for us, the global expansion became much more of like an intentional focus, opening an office in New York. And this was the point of time when we called quite a few great entrepreneurs in our networks, weighed the pros and cons again, and ultimately made the decision that now was the right time to actually go into fundraising.
So it was predominantly driven by that idea, something works here in Europe, now let's go global. Was that the reason behind taking external money?
Well, that was part of the reason. So we already had 20% of our revenues coming from North America, but we had basically wanted to start. I mean, I think what gets you from 1 to 10 million doesn't necessarily get you from 10 to 100 million. So changing sort of course from how do we get to the 100 million, we decided we want to actually be able to, while still being fairly focused, be able to invest into a few more sort of like initiatives and bets in parallel. And that would basically, that was the reason why we needed more cash to have to increase sort of like the risk appetite there to invest into a few projects, one of them actually being the global expansion, double down on that. Another one was moving more upmarket, where like you have longer sales cycle times, you actually have sort of like you need to pre-fund your CAC before you actually see all the yields of that. So just a couple of sort of like strategic expansion axes where we needed the funds for.
Makes sense. I want to come back to that, if that was the right decision or not, but maybe, Mattis, we hear a little bit about your story. The people already learned, you went into North Korea, and then you started a tech company. I think you were still in Asia back then, right?
Yeah, right.
Correct. You decided to bootstrap it. Was that influenced by experiences in North Korea? Or what was the reason why you decided not to take external funding?
Well, I'm not sure if it's about North Korea, but certainly like because we were running a business for 1 or 2 years where no one would have funded anything for it.
Okay.
Building a travel agency, you'd be very, very clear at the end of the month, did you make money or not? And we didn't make much money, so it was a lot about like, can we pay our salaries? And it was a fantastic training, I feel like, to actually run a real business, you know? And then for us, when we were thinking about technology company, we're actually not even considering really like the investment path, because also I wasn't so exposed to that. I didn't know any investors. I was in South Korea, living there, like far away from a lot like what is happening here in Europe or the US. And yeah, we just started building, and you know, like it was really just from passion. Like we want to build great products, build technology, build it fast, and actually within 3-4 months, we were very lucky that it already started to pay our salaries.
Wow.
So as founders, we could just continue on, and actually, Small PDF, we always thought of it as a little bit of a side project. We didn't even think of it like we're going to build a big business out of this at the very beginning. We always thought, let's first build this, and then we build a real company right after that. We did that also.
You did that? Yeah.
But with Small PDF, like, yeah, it just became more profitable or quicker and bigger, and then we just saw so much more opportunity down the line to really build a big business out of it, and yeah, that worked out.
Today, Small PDF still has 0 external funding, right?
Yeah,
okay.
No investors.
so then Small PDF was already going well, and I remember when we met in 2017, 2016 roughly.
Yeah.
When we first met, you told me, now I want to go big. I want to do it the other way around, right?
Right.
Small PDF was doing well, but I don't think on the level that it is today.
Yeah, no, definitely not. No, I mean, it helped us to fund basically the first 6 to 8 months before we actually started talking.
Yeah.
And then, like, we started all of it. We just realized, like, we don't really have enough money to move fast, and we realized, like, the problem we are solving with TaxFix to build an app to help everyone with their tax return in Germany. It's just a really, really difficult problem. Like, there's other software, you can build stuff in a day, ship it, see it if it works, right? Tax software, not so much. Like, you build a long time until you can ship anything because you need to be sure that everything is correct and so on. So we realized, like, the effort it will take, the time it will take is quite substantial. And then, like, yeah, first time, I think a friend of mine suggested, like, why don't you take investor money? And I was like, I don't know, why would I? And then I was like, yeah, well, they have a lot of money. You should try to talk to them. And I think I had like 40, 50 conversations before we met. And everyone was like, this is the worst idea ever. No one will ever file a tax return on their mobile app. Like, forget about it. So we got a lot of no's. Until I, like, started to talk to better investors, and I realized what difference it can be, and how also people, like, or how some investors are a bit more short-term, like making money quicker, and then others that really want to go in big bets and think like more in 10 years or 20 years time frames instead of like a few years. And yeah, and then, like, you know, we found like great partners with you and actually with Red Alpine, a Swiss fund, to get started. And yeah, it felt like a great match. So in the end, for us, this was the right choice, but also it happened kind of a little bit organically. It wasn't like a big strategic decision actually from the very start.
Okay, then I got that wrong by then. It's super interesting. Jenny, you now have the experience of running a funded business and of running for a very long time a non-funded business, self-funded business. Is there anything in the DNA of a bootstrapped company that gives you today maybe an unfair advantage over those who always had the money, who could always rely on investors chiming in more? That's at least my assumption, but maybe you can talk about that.
I mean, I think what's the essence of our DNA, and I think a lot of that is actually linked to our bootstrapping times. The first one is we are very much focused on hiring for really strong talent density and hiring missionaries, not mercenaries. So we really needed to get the right people on board that are really bought into like the mission we had, and to achieve like more with a smaller team. So we were really, really optimizing for that incredibly strong team. That was the first one, which I believe is important for any company, but maybe you're being more disciplined as a bootstrapped company. The second one is we have really, really strong focus and alignment because we just couldn't afford to waste time on the wrong things. We also couldn't afford to waste time on too many like side projects. So we were just incredibly focused on like what is our company objectives or team objectives, like what initiatives do we really want to get done to get us moving on the right way? What are the key KPIs saying? So this really, really strong focus that instills. I think that's the second huge benefit. Mm-hmm. And the third one is we just had to learn faster than other companies. And actually having to earn the cash you spent for your growth is actually probably the best feedback loop and learning loop you can have, because you actually ultimately need to build things people want to buy, and you just need to make sure that you really listen well to your customers. So I think these three elements is like the essence of our success, and it's very much instilled by our like bootstrapping constraints. You can probably also build that as a VC-backed company, but it might actually be that discipline that actually comes from the bootstrapping time, and it's a huge advantage now, especially because now at this stage, and I mean this is more like also to some extent, I mean, the timing has been very lucky for us, but we combine like the bootstrapping DNA and also like the big war chest from the Series A round. So we pretty much have the best of both worlds, which frankly in this environment is really, really valuable. And while we have two top global competitors with whom we are competing for category leadership on a global level, they have to let people down, go. They have to slow down. So the motion and the speed we can actually maintain in this environment is actually, like, I think, really, really good. It's a competitive edge now.
I hadn't thought about it, but it makes complete sense. Super
I mean, even from the narrative, right? You see the news linked to them, like layoffs. we are hiring across pretty much all departments.
Jenny's hiring.
Which, again, like, I mean, I think momentum counts.
Yeah, interesting.
I think also it was a really good point of the focus, because when you do have money, and even if you're extremely profitable, like, or when you just have money, it's so easy to do many things because there's so many exciting things like international expansion and product expansion, this, right? And all of it you want to do it. You're all excited about it. And then you have money, you're basically going to do it. You're going to try. But it's impossible to do it all. You need to have focus. And that bootstrapping is just the only way. Like the one thing that makes money, that's where we're going. Everything else, forget about it. Right? You don't have that choice. And that's so powerful, I think, what it does to also the thinking, the culture, everyone being laser focused of the customer, the market, delivering revenue. And that's powerful. And I feel like maybe that is happening actually a bit more now.
I think it is. I think it is. We see that more and more, especially in younger teams. It's a good question here. Those teams who start a company now, let's say a year, 1.5 years in after VC funding got more complicated, more difficult, their DNA is much more what you describe. Let's not hire 50 people, let's hire 20, but hire the best, but let's not solve problems with people, with spending. Let's be smart about it. I think that's a good observation that I at least made over the last 18 months.
Yeah, I think that's really healthy. I mean, I think that development towards that. I think maybe the walls are actually coming a bit closer.
Yeah, it's maybe not
than we see.
And I think one of the risks is hiring more people doesn't necessarily make you faster.
No.
Especially like also in an engineering org. And I think building like a system that's optimized for speed and productivity and execution first before dumping too many people onto like the engine, I think is also something that I mean might have been a trap some companies have fallen into over the sort of like the easy funding years.
It just always seems so easy. You have a problem, you don't have capacity to solve the problem, so hire someone to solve the problem, right?
Just get worse.
Yeah, but it's just getting worse, like it's never getting better. So yeah, like you need to be extremely strategic and smart about it. And often resource constraints make us creative, right? Like it is really powerful. You're saying like you have all resources in the world, like you don't have to be creative. Like if you really have only that much, you'll have to think about it. You have to be smart about it. And that's really powerful. I think resource constraints are a beautiful thing.
Did you manage to bring your bootstrapping lessons into TaxFix?
I think partially. I mean, I don't have the comparison maybe as Simon on our board does, but I think we cared a little bit more on what exactly is happening on money, on making conscious decisions, especially on building the team and stuff. But yeah, I think there's always more lessons to learn. So.
I gotta intervene here. It sounds like taking money is the wrong thing to do, which might be true in some situations. But so I gotta ask you directly, Jenny. 12 months in, was it the wrong decision to take money, or did it also enable you maybe to do some things, take more risk, maybe make some more bold bets? Help me out here of not leaving the stage.
So one of our core values is always challenge the status quo, and I think what was important for us, we were always pragmatic and not dogmatic, with either bootstrapping or raising funds. And I think the answer is it depends, right? For us, definitely it's been raising funds at the right point in time to double down on global expansion, to double down on going up market, to build like an outbound engine to complement an inbound engine. So 100% right decision for us.
Okay, good.
We can deploy that money in like an effective way now. But it was probably also like the right decision, like the right point in time to take that decision. So I think it depends, right? And we were also in a lucky situation that we could bootstrap that long, right? It's 1-year contracts, upfront paid, so it's like the perfect cash flow model. And not every company will be able to do that. But I think it's challenging that decision and being very intentional rather than just raising for the sake of raising. And everybody told us we couldn't build this company without raising for like all of the 5 years of bootstrapping. And I think the most sort of like succinct anecdote I have on that is somebody told me I'm building a lifestyle business because we're not raising funds in the first like couple of years.
I heard that many times.
Yeah, so I think just challenge the decision.
Yeah. Exactly, and I think making it a conscious decision. I mean, also for us, TaxFix, the absolute right choice for us was to take their money, and like we would have never arrived where we are today without it, for many reasons in many areas. But and I think VC money is so powerful to bring so many things like to life, especially like when you really need to make that initial investment, right? That you can't go to market so quickly. However, I think too little founders are really asking themselves, wouldn't there be a way? You know, at least at first, because like I think you might be able to skip that seed round or skip that pre-seed round where you already dilute a little bit, right? And just maybe take a little bit more equity home as a founder. And very often there is a way. You just have to be really smart about it, and like you need to build your business very differently. You can't just sit in a room, build 2 years, and then release and see if it works. No, that you can't finance. But maybe you need to build the very smallest version of that thing, and then like build it in a month, and then go to customers and go sell it like, you know, with yourself. And maybe then in 1 year you'll be in a very different place to then maybe even take the money, but also just being in a different position also in terms of like what equity you need to give away, or and also the maturity, and maybe you have a much better, I really believe like the culture you're building, as you said, right? Like what you're doing in that first years like is so important, and if you have that ingrained, that's not going to go away in that same company. And I think that can be really powerful, and maybe also really interesting for VCs now, letting them maybe figure some stuff out and then helping them in the right moment when they are ready and disciplined and have already kind of a little bit of a functioning business, right? That is.
But double clicking on the help, we as VCs always like to believe that we help you beyond the money. Let's face it, it's a lot about the money, but it's also about signaling, right? It's about hiring. I like to believe that in a couple of situations, I challenged you in the board to maybe make a different decision that you didn't regret afterwards. So I like to believe there's more to getting VC investment than just the money. Am I drinking my own Kool-Aid here too much, or is there something to that as well?
I mean, there's definitely things. Certainly signaling for great hires, but I think also important what you said, missionary and mercenaries, because there's some people that are just excited because you got the most fancy investor to invest.
That got so much harder for us, because I think we've got a lot of people applying for the growth journey and not necessarily for the mission anymore. So we have to really double down on that in interviews.
And if things are not going so well, those are gone, right? So, they just want to be always on the hottest new thing, and they might be really smart and good and talented, but like that's not where you build like the long-term business. So, but still, I mean, we got some really amazing people. For me, I think like just that. I mean, the pressure in a really positive way, in a positive stress that it basically puts you in the expectations, and that's more like me as a founder, as a person. I just really care, like if people trust me with so much money, I better deliver. And that certainly put me out in like so much out of a comfort zone that it pushed me so hard that I probably wouldn't have like been pushing myself alone, like, you know, to that extent. And that learning curve, just for me, the learning curve, the crazy cool work that I did, and also, like what I did for the company, I think, was very, very powerful. So I think it's also like how that can also positively change that mindset, to just set the bar up here and always, right, as soon as you reach it, a next round, a next bar, another 10x, and you go for it, and you might actually succeed at it, and that's also very exciting.
I think that's interesting, because I think for us that's different. I would say being impact-driven and having the purpose in front of us that we want to like solve for, I think is actually for us probably the bigger ambition than reaching some milestone for VCs. And I mean, funding and IPO for us are like important steps on that journey of having impact. And frankly, I mean, that was also the other reason why we did decide to fundraise at the time. So one was getting the cash in. The other one was also like getting the help in for that path to 100 million. And I think we've actually chosen a really incredibly strong partner, or like partners. And part of that is like inside partners, US fund, so helpful for us as they're really close to the market. They have like 200 folks like of expert operators. our board member. She's been bringing companies to beyond 100 million like 4 times in an operator role. So I think this was for us a really, really strong pitch, and it's actually 100% true. We're working with their teams like in and out on a lot of operational topics. So we can just bring in like a RevOps expert, a marketing expert,
Fantastic.
which is amazing. That said, as an entrepreneur, you get like, I don't know, 100 VC emails over a year or like more, and they all sound exactly the same. So it's so hard to actually differentiate and understand, like, because everybody tells you they're delivering value. Yeah, I mean, getting the
Let's
message
talk about how I
of
can
what that
improve my
means.
emails, maybe.
Well, I mean, you're an investor for us, so something worked.
Hey, we only have 2 more minutes, but in the end, gotta ask, obviously, the two of you, especially for the people in the crowd that are going to start a company soon or are considering to start a company. I'm going to start with you. In what situation should you bootstrap? And I'm going to ask Mattis afterwards, in what situation should you raise VC money? Just to hear the pitch for each of the ways to go, understanding that there isn't a right or wrong, but maybe you can help the folks in the crowd understand if they're thinking, I want to bootstrap, and encourage them on the bootstrapping way, and hear it from Mattis in the other way around.
I mean, I think it first starts with know your objective, know your level of ambition, and calculate how you get there. And fundraising wastes also a lot of time that you should be spending on product and customers. So really push yourself hard if fundraising and external funds is really what you need. So just challenge that decision over and over. Think of 10 other ways before you go for the fundraising.
Good. Mattis, what's the case for VC? And I have to give you that card.
No, I mean, like, I think as a conscious decision, I totally agree with Jenny. First, evaluate other options, right? And then when you do need to make that deep investment, when you need to, like, when you need the money to get there and you're pretty sure you don't find an easy other way to get maybe to that other first milestone. And I think, like, if you're just hyper ambitious, you want to go on that crazy wild roller coaster of VC building a unicorn, all or nothing, right? Kind of scenario, then that's the way to go. And it's exciting, and it really might get you there with the highest chances. But I think just know what you sign up for. It's really cool, but a wild ride.
And you could build amazing unicorns like a MailChimp as a bootstrap company. So I think it's also not necessarily fundraising.
I agree with that.
I had to give Mattis the card, so appreciate for defending me. Hey, thank you so much for helping us understand the difference. I hope you all learned something, and give it up for Mattis and Jenny. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon.
Hey, thanks so much. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Great job. Loved it. Thank you so much. Ja, ne? Bis gleich. Right. Quick change of seats. Everybody's shifting around. Miss, I saw you just glance at me just for a second. Yes, exactly you. What's the most exciting session you've seen today? This one? Oh, because of this shitty moderator, right? Honestly, I love that today, or in this conference, this is one of the more personal conferences that we have, right? It's not the kind of yes and welcome, huh? Important people. Yes, they are important, but they're also fun. You should actually go meet them later. Good. And I can talk about fun and fun stuff and so on and so forth. But before that, we were talking about the burden of either bootstrapping your startup or maybe finding investors. And now, we'll talk about will 23 suck as much as 22 did? Now I can tell you, when that one was written by the team, I'm sure SVB hadn't happened. Or the recent thing here in Switzerland hadn't happened. So we get a couple of very interesting insights. But before we go into that, who here is or was an entrepreneur at one point in their life? Entrepreneur. Amazing. Entrepreneurs, hands up. I know you're proud. You should be proud. Amazing. Who here struggled with mental challenges while they were an entrepreneur? See, this is really important. And in conferences, we usually don't really talk about that so much because it's about the shiny thing and the good thing and, you know, the entrepreneurs that made it. But sometimes we should focus on ourselves as much as we focus on our businesses. And I was having a very lovely conversation with this gentleman here today about mental health. Can you stand up real quick and turn around? Can you quickly tell me what it is you do so I can give that back?
Yeah. So I help teenagers overcome their depression.
Amazing. This man here, he helps teenagers overcome their depression, and we were all teenagers once, so I'm sure the things he has to say will at least apply to me. If it doesn't apply to them, it's going to be me. Yeah? Have a chat with him. He's such a lovely lad. Also from the UK, right? Yeah, there you go. Put your hands together. Love it. Okay. Amazing. Shout-outs cost 500 Swiss francs. There is a little sum-up station over there. You just tap your cards, yeah? Okay, lovely. Will 2023 suck as much as 2022? We're going to have 4 speakers here on stage today. And they're all incredibly exciting, and you might know most of them. Let's talk about the first one. Katharina Wilhelm, Kathy. She has Swiss roots. Kathy, actually, she's the partner at Index. Index got founded in Geneva. Kathy, she was part of HSG at one point, so she's an alumni just like myself, and she's incredibly excited to be here. Then we have Simon Schminke. Simon Schminke, who you just saw before, the general partner at Creandum, who actually at one point was the CEO of HelloFresh. And when he was the CEO of HelloFresh, he got his hands dirty. He was the one to pack the first 5,000 boxes of chicken. Then we have Seth Pierrepont. Seth Pierrepont is the general partner of Iconic. He recently joined Iconic after a career at Accel. Hey, Dominic. This is old Starties, and Jerome is here as well. Oh, the whole family is here. And then finally, we have Sahar. Sahar is going to be the moderator of this stage. Sahar, she's a seasoned tech operator and entrepreneur, and she's part of the Alma Angel Investment Network. And for all of you, especially female founders who don't know about Alma Angels, check it out. They're fantastic people. And if you want to invest in female founders, join Alma Angels, please. Before I plug too much, please put your hands together and welcome with me Katharina Wilhelm, Simon Schminke, Seth Pierrepont, and of course, Sahar Meghani.
All right. Simon, you're back.
Sorry to be taking too much airtime today.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us. After a pretty quiet end to 2022, I think we've started 23 with quite a bang in the VC and the startup space. As you've all followed, we've had the fallout of Silicon Valley Bank. Of course, we're in Switzerland. Credit Suisse has just been taken over by UBS. We have funds that are now, large funds that are cutting themselves into 2 because they're maybe too big to deploy capital. We've got growth funds that are discontinuing with the YC Continuity Fund on the one side. We were just discussing backstage, on the early stage, we're actually seeing quite a lot of activity pick up this year as well, which was maybe a little bit unexpected, but also exciting. And so there's quite a confluence of different activity coming up. And so I'm really excited to be discussing this with my fellow panelists today. So I'm Sahar, I'm partner at Visionaries Club, and I'm delighted to have this opportunity to share the stage with investors that I deeply admire. And so we've had the introduction, but we have Seth from Iconic Growth, Kati from Index, and Simon from Creandum. So we have a lot to talk about. We span the stage from the first check-in at seed all the way to growth and IPO investing. And so we've got quite an interesting panel coming up. So I think I'd like to get started first by discussing the current kind of fundraising and company building activity at the moment, and especially versus a year ago. So in your respective stages, what are you seeing today when it comes to fundraising activity, company formations, fund extensions, or dare I say down rounds, and valuations as well? So Seth, maybe we'll start with you with the growth stage and then work our way down, if that makes sense.
Sure. So maybe unsurprisingly to most, the growth stage has been quiet over the last 12 months. I'd say if you asked me in December what I was going to expect in January, I'd said more of the same. But actually, to our surprise, our pleasant surprise, it's actually been quite busy. So we've looked at more interesting opportunities in January and February than we did in all of the 6 months since I joined Iconic last year. And I would sort of say there are kind of two flavors of opportunities that we're looking at. One is the rising Series B, so companies that have not yet raised a growth round that are now continuing to do well and sort of need a fresh injection of capital to continue to grow. And the other is we're seeing a lot of secondary opportunities, which is other investors that are looking to sell positions in their portfolio companies for lots of different reasons. And so I'd say that's kind of what's keeping us busy, both in the US and in Europe.
Amazing. Kati? Yeah. So we're really investing across kind of several stages, right? And kind of what we've been seeing is, or like our paramount principle always, and Index has been around for 25 years, has been that we should not stop investing and that we have to continue and that there will be opportunity. And so what we saw in the second half of last year was there was a bit of an adjustment period, and I think we're still in that to some extent, but so we definitely saw a decreasing amount of deal flow. I think people were kind of seeing a little bit, okay, what's the sentiment of the market? And at the beginning of this year, I think there was a lot of positive sentiment where people had adjusted to a slightly new reality. People felt comfortable to go out. And so to echo Seth's point, I think we've seen more activity again. And I think, interestingly, then there was a lot more clarity where actually kind of the companies that were going out usually were doing well. And like when they were doing well, that was idiosyncratic to the business rather than to like the broader market environment where previously maybe the rising tide had made all boats rise. And so that was really exciting. So I feel like overall we've spent probably time with a fewer amount of companies, but in more depth. And so that's been quite promising. That's awesome.
I'm very happy to hear that both of you see more activity, because I can tell you that the second half of last year was dead. We have the same mantra as Index at Creandum. We said we're going to continue investing. We're building companies for the long term, right? 10, 15 years in the making. And none of us here on stage, but also none of us in the crowd here knows what's happening in 10, 15 years. So we were looking second half of last year, but I can tell you we hardly found anything. So our activity went down. But just like you, we've now done more deals in the last 2 months than we've done in the second half of last year. So I'm especially happy to hear that Seth with his multi-gazillion growth fund is active again.
Exactly.
I mentioned this earlier on stage. What we see right now, and I'm eager to hear from you, is that the mindset of the entrepreneurs has shifted already, right? It is less about raising the largest round possible. It's less about hiring the most people. It is a much more focused approach on building a sustainable company, which we in the early stages truly appreciate. I don't know if you've picked that up as well.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think people are more about who they partner with. They're open, they're flexible, and I think that's helpful. And I think probably when people like in 2021 were starting on the higher end, we're now starting on the lower end. And then if there is demand, I think you see kind of that the round increases.
Yeah. I guess as you're seeing the activity pick up, would you say that it's companies that are close to running out of funds that are coming to market? Is it more extension rounds? Are you guys doubling down on your portfolio? What is kind of behind some of this activity, and what impact is it having on the ecosystem, but also others that are thinking of coming to market in the next 6 months or so?
It's a good question. I would say a lot of the activity last year, so we invested maybe close to $1 billion last year, but it's all in our portfolio.
Yeah.
And I would say those were companies that, from a position of strength, were saying, hey, it looks like there's a lot of, the market's going to be difficult for the next 24 months. Let's make sure that we continue to build our balance sheets, strengthen our balance sheets so we don't have to kind of, cut the headcount as much as we maybe otherwise would have if we weren't able to raise an extension. So companies were willing to raise extension rounds, to your point, at a flat round to the 2021 round. So we saw a lot of that activity. I think the things that we're seeing now are companies, again, in positions of strength that are growing well and just want to continue to put their heads down and execute, as opposed to kind of move a bit more slowly because they aren't able to access the markets at sort of a price that they think they could get 12 months from now. My hypothesis was that the founders kind of did whatever they could to not fundraise in 2022, kind of got to 2023 and said, actually, there's a lot more overhang in the market. This is going to be, take a lot longer for valuations to come back. So we might as well get out ahead of it and go raise now.
Got it.
That's what we're seeing a bit more of that activity.
Got it. For Simon and Kati, I had a slightly different question for you, kind of on the earlier stage. So from what we're seeing on our end, there's starting to be quite a bloodbath early on, when it comes to seed and even pre-seed. Obviously, we have experienced entrepreneurs and operators starting businesses. There's a lot of competition, and there's a lot of dry powder and a lot of funds that are ready to be deployed. So I guess with that, with the multi-stage funds coming in earlier, with funds like SETS setting up in Europe, what are you seeing in the very early stages? Simon, I might start with you. And how is that affecting you, and what does that mean for the ecosystem?
Yeah. Very good question. What we would describe a bloodbath is obviously great news for you, because bloodbath means we're fighting for the best deals. And I think you're spot on, especially in the pre-seed stage. There is clearly a reduced number of deals out. And in the seed stage, those companies who can already show some data, some traction, some product, fewer companies are hitting their targets. Fewer companies look great simply because of macro and what's happening out there. So those companies that do look good to the four of us just get a lot of attention from us. So while if I compare it to 2021, every company looked good, and we were distributing our attention, the four of us, over more companies, my feeling is that there were fewer good-looking companies, and it's becoming increasingly difficult, and I'm eager to hear also from you, Katharina, to differentiate what is good, what is not good. Because many companies struggle right now. Many companies don't hit their sales targets. And it's difficult for us as early stage investors to then look beyond the macro. Are they not hitting their targets because they don't have product market fit? Is it because they don't have the right strategy? Or is it because, for other reasons? Is it because for macro and we should invest in the company? I don't know what you think about that.
Yeah, many questions. I think there's 2 points I would say. One is I think there's clearly, this bifurcation in the market, right? Like where I think the best companies will always be able to raise and so that's kind of where a lot of the competition is. I think kind of to your second point, and I think that's something that we've learned over the last few weeks, I think is also a lot kind of more qualitative how people actually kind of handle different situations. I feel like actually when kind of SVB was about to collapse, kind of actually observing how some of our founders handled that situation where there was a lot of stress for people. Seeing how they communicate in crisis, how they rally together, right? Like I think that were actually moments where we saw a lot of people in our portfolio shine. And so that's also something that I see kind of when we look at plans and whether people are missing the targets and how quickly are they then able to react and willing to react and sometimes take kind of drastic pivotal changes. And so I think for me there it's often much more about kind of quality than kind of exactly like what are the metrics that you missed or that you hit, etc. But see kind of, okay, if I think about this long term, do I believe that this entrepreneur can take in kind of whatever is thrown at them and react positively to that? Because that's where we feel like the most kind of generational companies will be built off.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I guess, Seth, as everyone, as the VCs seem to be going earlier and earlier, which is where the opportunities are, what is the role of growth funds? How are you thinking about this? You have a lot to deploy, but there are interesting opportunities in that set that it's probably hard to ignore.
Yeah, it's a really good question. We've seen a lot of our growth peers or traditional growth peers move earlier into seed and Series A and kind of compete with, with earlier stage funds. I would say from Iconic's perspective, it's not our intention to do that. Our strategy is to, even in a $4 or $5 billion fund, we only have 40 portfolio companies, so it's highly concentrated. And the whole strategy is to add as much value that is to earn the right to invest more in these companies. And if you sort of all of a sudden have a portfolio of 200 companies, you just sort of dilute the value that you're able to add. And so it really depends on your strategy as a fund. But for us specifically, our whole strategy, or the core of our strategy, is to company build at scale. And you just can't do that if you have hundreds of portfolio companies. So for us, we're keeping it very focused. But to Kathy's earlier comment, a lot of investors want to keep investing in more of the activities at the early stage. And so I think that's what's pulling some of our traditional growth peers earlier and earlier.
Great. I'd like to turn to something that we already kind of started talking about, which is, the question that we're getting from founders every day is like, what do you want? What do I need to hit? What are the metrics? What are the benchmarks at Series A, B, and C? How do I know if I'm there? And so I thought maybe this was a great opportunity to very concretely have a conversation about that at the various stages. So maybe we can start from the very early stages of seed, and then how does the next stage at Series A and in growth think about those companies?
Yeah, good question. So if I got it correctly, what is it that we want to see from pre-seed to seed, or maybe from seed to A, for us to be happy about it?
Exactly, because I think part of what the comment you made is like, some companies are hitting their numbers and some are not, and how do we decide whether this is the one to back in a market such as the one that we have? And so what are these benchmarks and metrics, or what is it that we're looking for these companies to achieve before we invest in them?
For us, it's predominantly two things. The first thing is, can the founders hire well? Can they convince people at the earliest stages, when there is much more belief than substance, to quit their high-paying jobs at larger tech companies and join that mission? And if we have a feeling that founders can tell that story, not only to us investors, but also to employees, that's to us a very important sign. And the second is customer love. Customer love can be expressed by money, by revenue, but more importantly for us at Creandum is, are there a couple of users which are clearly identified that love the product that you're building? Can be on a small scale, but if on that small scale those users show incredible retention, usage, spending time with the product, and we can understand how do these users differentiate from other users, so we can continue adding more of those users, be it consumers or enterprises. These are what we're looking for in these earliest stages.
Got it.
Yeah, I mean, we do 75% of our deals at seed or Series A stage. And I think if I think about the deals, there's really only one element that is kind of unifying across all stages, which is team. So I would say when I look at the index portfolio, what is most important is team, and kind of why are people building a company, and what's their passion and their drive behind it. And because I think that has to be important to carry you through that whole journey. I think then when you look at the Series A stage, honestly, it depends, right? Which is not a very satisfying answer, but it depends on whether basically you're building an extremely complicated technical product where then maybe kind of the innovation behind the product is much more important, or whether you're a marketplace and you need to clearly show that there's something working from a transactions perspective. And so I would say it's more kind of it's probably kind of always more the clarity for the team, what they have to do in the next 12 months, and kind of how they can get there, and how can actually some of the things planted at seed, like that now have shown, like what's the path to scale there, and kind of what are some promising elements there that this can work at a broader scale.
I mean, I think the hardest part about investing now, at the kind of growth stage, is there's very little visibility into kind of what the market looks like, and kind of very little predictability into what the market kind of will yield, which makes underwriting kind of budgets and sort of forward-looking plans incredibly hard. So for us, what we're spending a lot of time is much more around the context of I mean, all these metrics matter in terms of growth, efficiency, et cetera, but it's much more about the context and less about the absolute, and just trying to really understand, is kind of the change or sort of a miss on plan, is that something that is due to customers no longer loving your product, or is it due to some market change of the market that is out of your control and should revert when budgets kind of harden again, a few quarters from now. I mean, I would say that in the early innings of company building, I think that in 2021 or 2020, when capital was freely flowing, some metrics just got sort of wildly out of whack, like burn ratios, how much it costs you to generate $1 of revenue. That is much more under kind of scrutiny from investors right now, and so you want to make sure that you're not. Your efficiency is where it should be. Where I think that was a bit more unhealthy a year or two ago.
No, I think that's great, and I think as VCs too, we're spending a little bit more time not just looking at the headline numbers, but kind of really going behind them and really trying to understand, which I think is quite a healthy exercise for us as well. I guess, so I think it's clear that if you're hitting numbers and you're growing super fast, there's a lot of competition and you're getting funding, right? No matter what stage you're at. Yeah. What about some of those companies that are a bit stuck in the middle? They might need a bit more time. Some might just need to get closed down or be bought, or there's one set of companies that basically just have infinite runway and are growing kind of slowly. We're not sure. What advice, when you come across those companies, what advice are you giving those founders, and how do you see the outlook of some of that kind of set of companies in the market?
I mean, I think one of the big themes of this year is going to be consolidation. I think there's going to be a ton of M&A. I think there was sort of an over-categorization that VCs did to sort of, continue to invest at just dramatic scale in 2020, 2021. And so there are a lot of companies that are sort of just starting to kind of reach their limit in terms of potential. And so I think they'll inevitably see consolidation. And by the way, that's happening in the banking sector, that's happening in the venture industry, and will certainly happen in the startup ecosystem.
Yeah, I think, again, I would say it probably depends on kind of the runway and the situation of the company. I think M&A is like something that we're seeing more. There's also companies where if we have enough runway, maybe you take another big punch. So if you see kind of that the business, how you've been thinking about it, is actually not working, we've seen people take drastic measures and then say, okay, then kind of we have either we continue to grow slowly or we actually take a drastic change and really pivot the product and see whether that works. And so I think it depends on every company, and it's a discussion you have at the board level to see kind of what's best for the company. But I guess there is either kind of you pursue an exit round or you take some drastic changes, and then obviously paramount probably at the beginning is that you have runway to have options and that you're not against the wall. Fine.
I think if I can add, there's a good amount of companies, I don't know if you share that raised so large rounds in 21 with so little proven at the time, that I think we will also see companies this year where the founders have to make tough decisions. They thought they had product market fit, but really they just blew a lot of money through their channels to grow. And as money is becoming more difficult to raise, as also debt is becoming more expensive, I think there will be a couple of companies who will have to decide to continue or to realize that product market fit isn't there, although they had raised a lot of money. That's at least something that I fear will happen this year. Coming back to the topic of our panel here, will 23 suck as much as 22? That I think is something we haven't seen too much last year, but my fear is that we will see these either very drastic pivots of late stage companies as they realize it's not working out, or unfortunately I think also more companies will shut down this year.
Well, you've brought me right to the next theme, which is let's get back to the title of, it's wonderful, thank you, we're very much in sync. So, what do you guys think we have in store for the balance of 2023? Can you share one kind of quite an ugly truth that we should be ready for, both for startups and perhaps for VCs as well? And I promise to end on a positive note.
I mean, I think kind of in line with what my last comment was, I think a lot of the kind of companies that are sort of in limbo between kind of being early and sort of growing nicely or sort of having reached escape velocity are going to have very difficult conversations probably in the second half of this year, because they're going to run out of money and will either need to be sold or will need to shut down. And so I think a lot of that is coming in probably the second half, maybe even into 2024, given how much money companies raised. I think in the venture ecosystem, I think you'll also are going to see consolidation. Right now, LPs are, so the folks that invest in our funds are also pencils down. They're not, especially if you're a younger fund manager, it's really hard to raise your next fund. And so I think that will also, you'll start to see consolidation by stage, early stage, and growth and public markets. So I think a lot of that is coming in probably the second half this year.
On the M&A side, what are you advising some of your portfolio companies? Because some of the way we've been thinking about it is that if companies almost wait too long, there's really only one acquirer for every 10 or 20 companies that's out there. Sure. And if you don't kind of get your spot, the others are going to miss that opportunity. I just wondered, what's the role of investors this year to bring that to the forefront for founders? I don't know if Kati or Simon, you guys are talking about that.
We found it incredibly difficult to sell companies because in our experience, companies get bought. Manufacturing that sale is usually not a great sale for anyone involved. And to get bought, you need to have built that relationship earlier on with the corp dev, the biz dev people at the large tech companies. So it's difficult to advise people on how to sell a company in our eyes. There are great bankers out there. It is rare that I think VCs are good at selling companies. I think we're better at finding good companies, and those naturally find an exit channel.
Seth, are your kind of growth stage in larger companies trying to be acquisitive? Like, are they thinking about it as part of their strategy?
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the ones that are at scale and sort of have big balance sheets and where it makes sense to add additional features, I think there are incredible teams that have built amazing products, but those products just don't have the potential to, or they're kind of number 3 or 4 in their category, and we're just going to continue to face difficult competition. Where partnering with a much bigger company actually could be a better path forward.
Got it. Have we hit bottom, do you think?
Depends in what category. But maybe on a positive night, because I think we're running shortly out of time.
Exactly.
I'm extremely positive about 23. It's great to hear that you seem to be seeing more positive signs as well. But we in Venture speak about vintages and about generations of entrepreneurs coming out of a certain year. And the discussions that we have are so much more substantial and fundamental right now. The entrepreneurs think differently. So if we look back 10 years onto 2023, I'm convinced that it's going to be a good generation of entrepreneurs. And I don't say that because it's my job to say that, but it's fundamentally what I believe in.
Yeah, I'll end on just this, we have an audience of founders and university students that are kind of looking to figure out what to do next. Like, would you advise them to start companies, and what are you excited about when it comes to Europe? Yeah, I mean, I'm in your camp. I guess I'm always the glass is half full. I mean, I'm a paid professional optimist, I guess. but yes, absolutely. I think what's amazing is 10 years ago when I studied here, everybody went for consulting or investment banking, and it's amazing to see how that changed. And I think what's actually interesting from a talent perspective right now is I think not everyone has to become a founder right away. I think there's a lot of kind of amazing companies that you can join, that you can learn from, that you can kind of see hyper growth with before you, and like that might actually even help you to find your own calling then on when you're ready to kind of dive into your own entrepreneurial adventures. So absolutely, I think we have on the Index website right now 4,400 job postings, so check them out. There's a lot of opportunity, and absolutely, I mean, I'm long on tech and like the exciting opportunities, especially with some of the interesting technological shifts that we're seeing right now. Of course.
Yeah, I mean, also very optimistic. I think venture cycles are driven by supply, not demand, and so despite sort of the slowdown in venture investment activity, we're still seeing a strong supply of founders spinning out of really big companies to start the next generation. We've almost gone to full panel without mentioning ChatGPT or GPT-4, but I think that sort of has incredible potential to drive sort of this next wave of innovation. And so, obviously we're very bullish on the long-term potential of the industry.
Amazing. Well, thank you all for joining, and thank you for being such an amazing audience. It's been great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This way?
Huh? Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Oh, that's all right. Thank you. Thank you. Amazing job. Thank you so much. Oh. Such a nice stage, huh? Yeah. It's pretty cool. You're going to see my LinkedIn profile with like a picture like that, with the stage in the background. Yeah. Ugh. No, it's fine. It's fine. Good. See, I always see people that I know. Also, my mum is here. Mama, wo bist? There's my mum. Say hi to my mum. Hallo, Mama. Hi. Okay, good. I was told to not waste too much time, so I did. Our next speaker, we can't see it on the background quite yet, which means I can waste a little bit more time. Oh, there you go. Our next speaker is going to talk about the new normal, navigating the post-pandemic institutional fundraising. So lots of you guys here, I'm guessing, are fundraising just like ourselves. And just in a minute, I'm actually going to join you in these ranks, and I'm going to listen to myself because we're fundraising. Not an easy climate at the moment, is it? At least that's what they say. Without further ado, before they call me and tell me that I've really stretched it, please welcome on stage with me the amazing founder and general partner of Target Global, Yaron Valla.
Wonderful. What an introduction. So I was asked to talk to you about raising money for VCs, about the side of the economy that many of you don't normally interact with, but you are all feeding from when you come to build companies. I want to start with a show of hands. Who in this crowd would give me 100 euros? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First of all, amazing. Anyone that raised their hands, please come and see me afterwards. I have good uses for that money. But ask yourselves why so few people would be okay giving a stranger money. The reason is trust, right? You don't know me. You might have heard a few things about me and you think that I'm a decent investor. But at the end of the day, most of you have never met me. And giving $100 to someone that you've never met is difficult. Why? Because money is emotional. First of all, we have to earn trust. I have to earn your trust. You have to want to give me money. We have to form an emotional connection. And at the end, when it comes to money, emotions usually trump logic. So, Josh, thank you. I want to explain how venture capital works, so that we set the stage for this discussion of ours. So what is venture capital? At the end of the beginning of this story, we've got people, right? Firemen and teachers and policemen, and they all want pensions. They want to retire when they're 60 or 65 or 67. I don't want to put my foot into any hot European water here. I know that the retirement age is a big deal, but at one point everyone wants to retire. And when they retire, they want to get pensions, right? Pensions are basically a saving scheme where the new generation is paying for the old generation. So if there was no outsized return created by pension funds, it would be sort of a Ponzi scheme, right? But it isn't a Ponzi scheme. It isn't a Ponzi scheme because pension funds are really good investors and they can create the return that is then being able to feed back into the economy and pay pensions for these people. One of the things that pension funds do in order to create outsized returns that they need in order to pay these pensions, because the population is shrinking, as we know, so they have to create more and more returns. One of the things that they're doing is to allocate them to high-yield funds. High-yield funds, which are, by definition, also a little bit risky. are funds that, like us, that produce outsized returns. We then invest it into companies, and then when we distribute the companies, there's actually going back to the pension funds, but through the pension funds back to the people. So for the economy to work well, this cycle has to exist. And that also, is a good preamble to the rest of our conversation, because when we raise money from these guys. So I'll talk a little bit about these guys and what they need and what they want. Okay, so what are they looking for? Basically, why would a pension fund not invest directly into startups itself? The reason is simple. The reason is that this is a job, this is a business, this is a skill that you develop over decades sometime, of being able not only to pick the best investments, but to also help them. So you need to ask yourself, when you come to raise money, what you bring to the table. What's your track record, for example? Why is track record important? Because it shows that you are capable of achieving yields, of achieving returns, right? Over a long period of time. So we're not talking about a return over one fund or one investment, but rather over a return that is being created, in some cases over decades and over a very large number of companies. The second question is, what do you bring to the table? Do you bring a massive network? Are you a very capable product person that can help startups make their product better? Do you have such a beautiful network that you can allow these startups to hire better managers? So you need to ask yourselves, when you come to LPs, when you come to raise money from LPs, you have to ask yourself, what is your unfair advantage? That question of unfair advantage will come again and again and again, either in meetings that companies have with venture capitals or in LP meetings. Now, a little bit of shameless self-promotion. And I'm not, this is the Target colors, but I'm not specifically talking about Target here. I just want to show you what kind of funds you might be dealing with and what kind of funds LPs deal with when we come to raise money. So generally, we see most of the funds that you will be dealing with are two types. You'll see early stage funds that do seed and early stage, and these funds underwrite a return of 10 to 20x, which means that when they see your company, they have to believe that there is a good chance that you can give them a 10 to 20x return. Why? Because they write off a lot of the portfolio as well, right? It's very risky investments. So they focus on pre-seed and Series A. They usually put between 3 and 5 million, and they look for pre-money valuations of generally, and I'm generalizing here on purpose, of under 50 million. And it can be pre-revenue, right? So very, very early things, very early initiatives. Growth stage, much lower return. So we underwrite a 5 to 10x, which means that we expect a failure rate, which is a lot lower. We invest late Series A, early Series B. Checks are slightly larger. The level of revenues is much higher. And the valuation, of course, can be much higher. Okay, and then afterwards you will see opportunity funds and very late stage funds, but most of the venture capital game is circling around these two types of funds. Now, the issue is that the world is changing. For the past 10 or slightly longer years, it was not easy to raise capital, but it was achievable. It was doable. There was a lot of money in the economy. And one of the main reasons there was so much money in the economy is because interest rates were so low. You remember what I said about pension funds? What is the alternative for a pension fund when they come to invest in me? I'm a very risky asset class. So when they come to invest in me, they have to ask themselves, can we create decent return without taking such a big risk? And as interest rates rise, and you can buy stuff like government T-bills in the US, at decent rates or invest in the bank at decent rates, the attractiveness of venture capital that is producing 30% return with a very, very high risk goes down. And as the amount of venture capital money or money that's available to us goes down, so does the amount of venture capital that is available to startups. Second thing is, we cannot ignore these two factors. These two factors are incredibly important. They're not happening on another planet. Liberal democracies are under siege all over the world at the moment. This has a huge impact on our ability to create startups. Geopolitical balance is shifting, also a huge problem. again, I don't want to go into specific countries, but the fact that there is instability and multinationals are not as safe as they were, and I have to ask myself, if I build a factory, do I build it in this country or in that country? And I have to think what the neighbors of that country are also thinking and how they will behave. This is a consideration that for the past few decades, none of us had, or was not as prevalent, at least in our thinking. So these three factors are really causing a lot of damage, and are changing the way that the venture capital industry is behaving. This is all translating into a shift between money and talent. If we look the last 10, 15 years, talent was at a premium. Money was a commodity, right? Today, because of what we spoke about before, money is becoming a scarce commodity, and the balance is shifting. This is constant. You know, I've been a venture capitalist for over 20 years. In many countries, I see this balance shifting all the time. One time it's this side, one time it's that side. It means that as entrepreneurs, you have to adjust yourselves. You have to adjust your thinking to the time that you are living in. You have to adjust your valuation expectations. You have to adjust the amounts of money that you're raising. You have to adjust your burn rate. So it has a massive, massive impact on how companies carry themselves. It also has an impact on the type of companies that get funded. I'm not going to go into that now, but I'd love to talk to any of you who'd like to talk to me afterwards about it, and what type of companies I think are more likely to get funded over the next decade. So, you know, we spoke about a lot about loose monetary policies, and I want to show you this slightly scary graph. I'm going to show a few scary graphs, and then there are going to be some hope. So if you do want to be hopeful, then stick around. What we see is that these loose monetary policies increase the amount of venture capital that was deployed over the last few years, and it's now going down, unfortunately. And we can see where there is less money and where there's more money. So evidently, growth, which attracted massive amounts of money, is now shrinking, but it's still maintaining a relatively very, very high part. So we're back about 2 years in the progression now. So we are in a new fundraising reality, right? 2022 was the first year that the amount of money raised dropped quarter by quarter. This is not something that can be avoided. We have to understand it. We have to work it into our plans, both as venture capitalists and as entrepreneurs. Also, funds are spending a lot longer in the market. Funds were used to raising funds within 6 months, 9 months. This was sort of the average time for a first closing that we were all used to in the last decade. This is now changing. We're seeing funds, especially first-time funds, that are spending 2 years in the market to get to first closing. So we will see less people who are not experienced launching new funds. And this is something that, again, will have an impact on seed funding. Q2 fundraising was down 50% versus Q2 of 2021. This is gigantic numbers. 2023, God knows. I mean, we are now already almost in April. We can see the strengthening and continuation of the trends that we saw in 2022. I think that for a while it will keep getting worse before it gets better. We'll see now, there's a lot of talk about interest rates, hikes being slowed down or stopping, so we'll see how that develops. This is, to me, the scariest slide of this presentation. I love and hate this slide at the same time. It shows you what happened last time around. So, you know, people are talking a lot about the global financial crisis of 2008, but what you can see is that the impact of the global financial crisis was very limited. It was not a tech crisis. The scary thing is this. This is when I started my first company. The first company I founded was in 2000. Best time to raise money. You know, if you knew how to write 2 lines of code, or you knew how to connect 2 circuits without them burning one another, in 2000, you'd raise money. It was a very, very good time. 119 billion were deployed worldwide. 2001, boof, 52 billion. And then going down to 16 billion, and we only started recovering here. Look, we started recovering 11 years later, and we reached full recovery 18 years later. So I don't think this crisis is going to be as prolonged and as impactful as this one. I can tell you as a personal story that I had to sell my company in 2003, the company that I told you that I founded in 2000. Despite the fact that it was going great, I had to sell it because the venture capital market was blocked. I had amazing revenues in a software company. I had great investors, but they were all out of money, and the market was just dead for about 2 or 3 years. I don't think that this is where we're going, but God knows. But, and this is the hopeful part, there are a couple of more hopeful things afterwards. The greatest companies are created in crisis. You know, I love this Churchill quote, never let a good crisis go to waste. In the last decade, we were all too jubilant. We were burning too much money, we were raising too much money, we were investing sometimes in business models that shouldn't have gotten funded, and now there's a back to normality. We need to be careful that we don't overcompensate, but again, if you look at pre-crisis IRR versus post-crisis IRR, and we're showing here both the dot-com crash and the global financial crisis, we see that VC returns were okay, 21%. But if we look at the 3 years post, it's crazy. We're 36, 37%. So this is really, you know, you're going to produce really, really good returns. People that raise money now, especially people that raise money now and invest in growth, where the growth is going to get repriced, are going to make amazing returns. And we can see the types of companies that were created. You know, we're going here all the way to Microsoft, which was evidently, you know, was obviously created one financial crisis before the dot-com. But great companies were created in financial crisis. You know, the lack of water sometimes gives rise to the most beautiful flowers in the desert. Then, one more thing. Financial crises are cyclical. We're looking here at data since 1927. A financial crisis is an inevitable truth. We will always have them, they will always happen, and the market will always correct, and the general trend is always up. We're developing as an economy, we're developing as a global economy, I mean, and recovery is a certainty. So there's no need for doom and gloom. Then, one more hopeful slide. This is really great. This is the slide I love the most from this. You know, look at the rest of the world versus North America. It's really interesting, but the most interesting thing that you can see here is how Europe is performing. So Europe keeps growing. Europe had a disproportionate, underproportionate part of the global venture capital. And while we see that Asia is shrinking massively, and there are many reasons why this is happening that, you know, unfortunately we don't have time to go into, but Asia is shrinking massively. The US is remaining stable, and Europe is growing. So we are in the best place to capitalize on the positive outcomes of this financial crisis. So again, a little bit of good news. We see that the number of European unicorns is rising and will keep rising. VCs have a lot of dry powder. And the last bit can't be seen as really good news, but it is something interesting. The last decade brought with it a lot of investors that were not professional venture capitalists. They didn't look at the time horizon that venture capital is looking at, and mostly they didn't look at their role as activist investors. And it's worth to spend just 10 seconds on that word and what is an activist investor. VCs are minority activist investors. They try to create a positive impact on the companies that they invest in. They're not passive investors. When a VC comes to you and says, we will give you money and talk to us again when you need more money, and in the meantime, we'll raise our hand in the board, and that's it, they are not a VC that you should work with. A good VC brings their knowledge, brings their network, and brings their ability to the table in order to help you. So this, you know, this precipitous drop in what we call tourist VCs, or people who are professional asset allocators rather than professional investors, professional venture investors, is positive news, I think, for the whole industry. We have to be okay, or we have to consign ourselves to the fact that this also means that valuations are dropping a little bit. So, the question to you guys, what can an emerging manager do with this economic backdrop? And the answer is get ready to hear a lot of no. No is the magic word. You're going to meet 1,000 investors, 100 investors, doesn't matter. You're going to get no's. Hearing no is a muscle that you have to exercise. It's like dating, you know. Not every person that you meet will want to go on a date with you. And the more you're fine with hearing no, the more you're fine with being rejected, the better you'll be at it. So same thing with LPs. I think this is the most important lesson. You know, there are a lot of lessons to learn from Disney. One of them is about the princess and the frog. You have to kiss a lot of frogs before you find your prince or princess. Eventually, you will find someone that wants to back you. So, last words of farewell. Always know your vision and hold on to it. A VC with no vision shouldn't be in the market. They shouldn't try to raise money if they don't have a vision. You have to be genuinely passionate and curious about what you do. I love technology. Technology is my life. You know, I've been dealing with technology since I was 11. Computers started being prevalent when I was about 13. Ages, you know, it shows me a little bit, shows my age a little bit, and it's always been my passion. I love this. So if you want to join the club and be investors, you also have to be very, very passionate about what you do. And then you cannot be all things to all people. Do fewer things and do them very, very well. Thank you very much, and I wish all of you luck.
Thank you so much. Amazing job. Thank you. Thank you. One thing to add to what he just said. Have you guys heard of rejection therapy? Yeah? What is it? Should I say, or do you want to say? Yeah? I say? Okay, good. Rejection therapy is when you go out and you ask strangers things that they're absolutely going to say no to. I mean, stay respectful, of course. And if they say yes, it's quite awkward, but make sure that you ask them things that they're absolutely going to say no to, so you get used to that feeling of being rejected. And the more you get rejected, the worse it is for your mental health. No, of course. The more you get rejected, the more you get used to it. And then you talk to LPs, and they say no. Well, it's just another no, right? Investors? Bummer. Good. By the show of hands, who has heard of the term smart money? Smart money. Who knows what smart money is? Smart money? Smart money? Interesting. Who here believes in smart money? You believe in smart money? Ah, you don't. Interesting. So I was kind of hoping for your reaction there, because what I'm going to say is, we're going to have a lot of smart money on this stage now. I think if one person, or if people have proven that they can add value to what they do, it is these people here on stage. And because we're running out of time, and I'm running out of things to say, I'm just going to introduce them, and you're going to clap, and we're going to make them feel welcomed. Stefan Jeschonek, he has angel invested in 50 companies, amongst which 8 were unicorns. Verena Pauster, she's invested in some of the investors, and I see a fan down there. I've already seen that she's amazing. I just met her down there. She's cool. She's the investor in a couple of very good investors. Plus, she's an investor in Tomorrow University, in Wise, in Cleverly, and in No Unity. And No Unity, by the way, she shares that investment together with Stefan. And then, of course, we have Daniel Gutenberg. Sum up Airbnb, don't come for me. Meta, DeepL, Ledgy, Equipo, and Mobiline. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage with me, with the beautiful moderator Miriam Parlington from Sifted, Stefan Jeschonek, Verena Pauster, and Daniel Gutenberg.
Cool. Chad. Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. This is actually my first time in St. Gallen, so thanks very much for inviting me. And actually, I've got 2 out of 3 panelists today that are alumni here. How does it feel to be back?
Fantastic.
Memories?
Absolutely fantastic. It just makes you feel old, because I was here 1998 till 2002.
And you actually organized Start Summit 2000,
organized the
right?
Start Summit 2000, which was a good timing, I think. We had Olli Samba and Lars Hinrichs and all those first wave founders up on stage, so it was good.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, I'm going to jump in.
I forgot
hello.
Dani. Dani was also on stage. Yeah. You already sold your company 2000, huh? Yeah.
So I think we want to kick off today by kind of debating this question of what are all the different types of angels there actually are, and why does this matter to founders to know that?
So from my perspective, there's a very different type of angels. Also, over the last 20 years where I've been an angel, I've seen many new types arriving. And certainly we talked about operator types that used to have their own company. But especially in Switzerland, I see also a lot of retired types that try to or looking for some work to do in their retirement. Lifestyle investors that are trying to get into certain topics. Learning investors that want to get into new topics to learn about it and put some money in there. And actually, not very often full professional. I'm going to live off angel investing types. That's, I think, not that many of them. I don't know. I might be also different in other countries.
No, absolutely. I think you see a lot of operating business angels these days that have founded their own companies, now do angel tickets, but also are still entrepreneurial, involved in their own projects. And I would say that the advantage of these angels is they know exactly the different stages of the startup and know how to help the founders and at each stage, and when to back off and let the VCs run the show, because that is something sometimes lifestyle business angels don't get, that it's time to back off, because it's not, the founders are not there for your pleasure, you're there to help them, and at some stage you're not the one helping anymore, because it's a VC game when they become big.
Stefan, do you have anything to add here?
Yeah, I would just fully agree with that. And I think especially over the last years, also with companies becoming more valuable and becoming larger in Europe, we've seen a lot of those founders going into angel investing, usually like while they're operating, while they're building their companies. And then some people eventually go through an exit or an IPO, and then they might turn to angel investing full-time, which is, for example, what I'm doing.
But all of you here, you've been investing for quite a long time as angels. How would you say that the role of angels has changed over the last couple of years, particularly in the last 18 months?
I think 18 months is a difficult time frame, because during the Corona years, so 2020, 2021, angels weren't that important because the rounds were flooded with money. VCs went in very early, and there was no need for capital, and you didn't really have time for the angels to help because it was just one rally to the top. Now, over the last 12 months, I think angels are hugely important, and for those that have them on their cap table, actually see they are now the ones picking up the phone, helping, organizing bridge rounds. I mean, the VCs too, but as an angel, you invested because you wanted to also be there in the bad times. Your business model is not the same as a VC, where you just say, as soon as I see it doesn't work, I have to spend my time somewhere else. As a business angel, you're always more involved emotionally also. So I would say at the moment, it's very good to have a business angel that is still interested.
Yeah, and especially, I guess, as companies now, we're going through a time where being capital efficient is more important than ever. And that comes oftentimes with making hard decisions, in fact, very hard decisions. And especially angels who've operated before, who've built companies before, who've probably gone through a lot of those very difficult decisions and conversations, they can help founders really on an eye-to-eye level, right? And it's still something that, unfortunately, we're missing in Europe amongst VCs. We still don't have enough VCs with operating experience. And it's one thing to say, oh, you have to cut costs and let a few people go. And the other thing is to actually do that and have those conversations with people. angel. So as an angel, I can relate to that. I've had to go through that myself, and I can talk with a founder about how to actually do that in practice, right? And that makes a very big difference.
But on a purely financial sense, are angels more important now, given the kind of VC slowdown that we're seeing? Perhaps are angels there to kind of plug the gap? We mentioned a bit earlier that some companies are literally relying on those tickets from angels, right, to sometimes keep going. So what do you think about that?
So to the first question, what do angels do in bad times? I really think that's where you build your reputation. And I've had both hats. I've been a venture capitalist for 20 years as well. I've been doing angel investing in parallel. And I think it's very important that in bad times you really build your reputation. That's when you have the chance to show that you can help not only in good times, that you can spend time also on the difficult companies, that you can, even if it goes to the wrong way, but you can understand and help and try to get the best outcome for everybody involved, which in turn helps you then in the next round or in the next upcycle to get your spaces in. I mean, even in the good times when there was too much money, like you said, and everybody was floating in money, even then, the good companies, I still had to ask and beg for my little share so I could invest. And those times are coming back. And also in downturns, in down rounds, they don't want to let externals in unless they know they're good guys. And that's also the possibility to make money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What areas of support would you say founders are really in need of right now? And how could you compare that to perhaps 2 years ago, 3 years ago?
I think the term guardian angel is pretty well chosen right now, because it's kind of like this guardian angel flying up there, and the founder just needs to know as soon as I call or as soon as I have a problem, he or she is there. So I think what they need at the moment is speed. Then what Stefan said, really making your hands dirty, going deep into, okay, cost cutting, how? Because cost cutting can also be the direct way to out of business if you overdo it or if you have a panic mode. And so I think really sitting down with the founders that are struggling, but also seeing that many founders are now striving. I mean, climate tech, education tech, they are not that much, others too, food tech or something, they are not as much at the moment at risk or under pressure. And there also to see that they are really still very positive and need your support for a growth mindset. So you don't have to walk into every room right now and say, are you all right? Some are very all right, and they still want this power punch they got from you also in the good times.
But as an angel, is it really about being, constantly 24/7 available? How do you actually manage that as an angel?
So differently than, and I just wanted to kind of make that distinction between venture capital and angel, kind of as we now started talking about it. So for example, I never take board seats because I have too large of a portfolio to handle that. It's literally impossible. I could not possibly do that, right? But my one kind of internal KPI is if one of our founders calls me and says, I need to sit down with you and do a workshop or really have a deep conversation, I will make time for it, right? I always will. So I'm not as I'd say proactive as a VC would have to be, because I also don't own 20% of a company. So I don't have fiduciary duty to stay really close, to be on top of all of the KPIs, to be at the board meetings, to do all of these things, right? So what I do is I try to be the angel investor that I wanted to have as an operator. And to be very honest, I had a few angels throughout my career as a founder that were very proactive, and it wasn't always helpful. There were people who called me and just gave me good advice, and when I sometimes didn't need advice, I needed maybe somebody to talk to, or I needed somebody to kind of challenge me, but I really didn't need advice. And so I try to be that angel, right? I try to be there for my founders when they need someone, right? But I don't call them every week and I say, how is this number evolving, right? And I leave that to other people.
Yeah.
Well, same here, exactly same here. My involvement includes sending a bottle of wine every year when the numbers are good.
That's good.
And
it's very nice.
And besides that, I don't call them unless I have some business I can bring. I wouldn't call my portfolio companies. But I'm really, tipping my hat to those who call me when they need me and when they can use an intro, or but it's always them that have to call me and not the other way around.
I would just add, sorry, just out of respect, right? Because I think there's a bit of a bad reputation for some angels, and maybe rightly so, that they just kind of put their money, attach their name to a company, and then they're never to be seen again. That actually does also happen, right? But at the same time, you have to be respectful of the founder's time. Ultimately, I like investing in founders that know what they're doing. And I can help them, I can challenge them, but I'm not going to teach them how to run their business. If I need to do that, I should better not invest in the first place, right? So it's really, this is coming out of respect. I think that's important to understand.
And I think the very important part is to be fast and then to really be solution driven. So there are founders here, Benedict from NoUnity or Irene from Edurino, when they send me a WhatsApp and say, we're closing our Series A, we need from you a LinkedIn post, this, that, then just do it. Yeah, don't come back and say, for the LinkedIn post, which graphic would you like me to use or something? That's nothing that is important to them right now. They just want you to do that post. So kind of be pragmatic, quick, and come up with a solution and not with more questions. Because then you will be, as you say, the go-to person, because you feel like when I need her, she's fast, but then she stops asking questions again, which I don't really need answered right now.
But how do you build those boundaries, or perhaps how can you, as a founder, build like that good relationship with an angel so that you know that you're not calling them up at 3 a.m. worrying about a LinkedIn post, but you also know that your angel is there for you if there's something serious or something's burning?
I think founders can't call too often, right? I haven't had the topic of, oh, this founder, he keeps calling me, because you invest into people who know what they're doing. So I would rather say the problem is if angels call too much.
Yes.
So I invest time with them, and I try to invest time with them that is not linked to the business. So let's go for a walk or ski or something like this that has nothing to do with business, just so we have kind of no barriers between us, so it's easy for them to call me. That's my little trick. Unfortunately, that means very often to go to lunch and dinner, and that's not always good for me, but that's how I try to get the barriers down and make sure that they call me when they need me.
Yeah. And I think as angel investing professionalizes in Europe, I think in the States we're much further ahead with this, like over a longer period of time. But in Europe, as more and more operators become angel investors, it's not just founders, by the way. It's also people who run marketing for like fast-growing company X, right? So those people start doing angel investments, sometimes small angel investments, sometimes just 5K or something invested into a company, like 5,000 euros invested into a company. But this is starting to happen, and actually some of the best founders I see are putting together a group of angels that can challenge them on the different domains of their business, right? So they have a very good person for online marketing, an angel they can call if they want to be challenged on that dimension, right? They're not calling them to say, help me do this, like operationally, or they're not calling them to say, teach me how to do this, but they're saying, this is what I'm doing, now poke holes into it. That's the right mindset. And if you build a group of angels across the different domains of your business, you can actually progress a lot faster than if you didn't have those angels in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of like selecting investors or putting a cap table together, right, as a founder with a mixture of angels and VCs, how would you suggest to approach that as a founder, particularly an early stage founder?
Go first.
Yeah, I think what I just said is really the starting point. You need to understand at this point in time, what are the core drivers of my business's success? Where do I need to test the biggest assumptions? Fundamentally, early stage is about having hypotheses and testing those. And most of the time, you're actually wrong, right? So it's all about learning and iterating as fast as possible from those things. And what you want is people who can challenge you on your experiments and who can challenge you on the results of those experiments to help you get to something that actually works faster. And when you do that across the different domains, like marketing, product, and culture is a very important one, I think, especially early, and then later also. But if you have a group of angels across these different domains, that's a great foundation for a cap table. And you can always add VCs later.
Plus the signaling effect for the VCs. So if you're an education tech, and then okay, the angels actually also have other education investments, or they have a good track record in scaling fast, then the VCs will look at that startup differently, as if it's kind of like Mr. and Mr. where you have never come across them in that ecosystem or in that industry. So also don't choose too randomly. Like if you're onto something good, many people will say, oh, I'd like to be part of it. But then also curate the angels you take in. I mean, Stefan brought me into Know Unity, and if I know he looks at it, he can scale companies very well, I know a lot about education, then you kind of also on the angel level have a good feeling of this is something I should spend time with. And you need those filters because otherwise it's too much. You can't filter everything that comes into your direction.
We're seeing that it's a lot more common now to raise only from angels. What do you think of that from a founder perspective, and are there pros and cons to this?
I don't think that's ideal. I think it's better to have a mix. But if you do raise only from angels, then I think also for the angels, it's important to have the good relationships with the VC so you can bring in VCs later. But then on the other hand, the VC is going to say, why didn't you tell me earlier? I mean, why didn't you bring me in when you went in? So it's a little bit, it really depends what kind of business that it is. If the business can actually reach break even with only angels, why not? But if you know that you need lots of money down the road, then you better start with some big pockets around the table, even if they do small tickets, or if you know that the angel is connected to some big tickets in the back.
I think that's super important. Can the angels do the follow-on rounds if I only have angels? Because otherwise I run out of money, and will one angel take the lead? Because with angels, we all are this back-off strategy, like when the founder wants us, we're there, but if he doesn't want us, we're not there. VCs are much more proactive, so you then need somebody among the business angels who kind of takes that lead and is very much involved in everyday life, and that doesn't always happen.
And I would just add, if you run a business that fundamentally should be venture capital financed due to its capital needs over its lifetime, right? Then you want to get that feedback as fast as possible. So I always encourage founders to have conversations, like non-committal conversations, but to build the relationships and to meet the people in VC funds really early, and to get also some feedback on the business that they're working on. It doesn't mean that they're investing at that point, but actually knowing where you stand and what kind of KPIs, for example, an investor will look for in your Series A round. Actually knowing this is extremely helpful, because to some extent, once you know that, it's a threshold, it's like a hurdle that you're eventually going to have to jump over. It's not the goal for your company to just do that, right? You're building companies hopefully for the long run and not for the next financing round, but you will have to jump over that hurdle if you will need that money, and the earlier you get that feedback, the better, right? And sometimes out of this then comes a VC saying, I actually want to invest in the current round, and then you can make a decision whether or not that's a good idea.
I want to do a bit of a gear change and talk about diversity. We know that female angels, in particular, are really, really critical in getting female-founded businesses off the ground. And we know as well that female-founded businesses get 1% of VC funding in Europe. That was from the State of European Tech report from Atomico for last year. But female angels are still rare. So how can we actually get more women into angel investing?
Well, on the one hand, it's a vicious circle, because you have less founders, you have less exits of female founders, you have less money that goes back into the ecosystem. So you have to kind of get more female founders in, then you will eventually also have more female business angels. But as we just said, it's not only that business angels come from founding companies themselves, they can also have been marketing director for 20 years somewhere. And there are actually a lot of female angels now that have successfully done their careers in big corporates and are now investing their money. I think that's a very interesting group, because they also come with structural and process knowledge towards the founder for later stage phases of the startup. But in general, one has to say women are still less or more risk averse, and business angel is high risk. It hasn't been 2020-21, but that was completely out of proportion. Now it's back to 1 out of 10 will probably make it really well, 2 others might survive, and the rest won't. And so you have to accept that this asset class also will have a lot of things going belly up.
Yeah. And I think, as always, part of the answer is infrastructure, and part of it is culture, right? So I think culture is really something, and just availability of capital amongst female founders that eventually become angel investors. But part of it is infrastructure. So for example, I'm an investor in a company called Bunch that make it much more easy for people to invest into this kind of asset class, and also makes it easier for founders to manage a larger cap table. Now, if you kind of take the point that I made earlier, and you said you actually want to have this group of angels who can challenge you on the different domains, you end up with a longer cap table. And now you need to manage this, right? But once you do this, and it becomes easy enough to do it, you can also allow smaller checks. And if you allow smaller checks, you open up the top of the funnel to a lot more people. And this is true in terms of any group you're looking for. And obviously, female angel investors are one of those. But then also the domain specialists, like the marketing specialists, the product specialists that I spoke about, is the same thing. So if you make it easy to invest, like 5,000 euros or 2,000 euros into a business as an angel, you're going to have a lot more people.
Or even 10 to 15K. We just raised from 87 investors for a football club, and 70% are female, because the threshold of 10 to 15K is different than 50 to 100.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But is there also something in the way that deals get done, right? So we know that often deal flow comes from kind of direct networks, friends kind of bringing friends in on deals. Is this not something that we could change, like opening up the networks a bit?
So what I'm seeing is actually very, very, very good female angel investors. They have a whole different way of looking at things, and in many times much better connected and much easier to connect. Especially in the crypto world, I see a lot of female investors, much more than in what has been since 2000 to now. And those actually come to me now and tell me, hey, I've been doing very well in the crypto world with investing. Now I want to go to the kind of regular startups. Can you help me to get in? And also culturally, I've worked with female angel investors in Brazil, in the US, more like in Israel, more like a little bit outside of Europe. But I think it's coming. It's coming big time. Especially all those that made a lot of money in the crypto world will now also start to invest in other stuff.
But in terms as well of kind of diversifying deal flow, how can angels also be better at making sure that they're spreading out this opportunity and not investing in the same founders?
It's a tough one. I mean, I think we wish we would all say, yes, that would be great if we were doing that more. But I think you have to see the pitch that comes into your direction versus somebody you know. Then you have to spend the time looking at it. Then if it's interesting, you have to meet the founders. And if you then start, okay, how can I not bring in those I know that would fit perfectly because I've already got experience on other cap tables, but look outside. It's a very complex process, and if, like myself, I'm not doing this full time, I still have entrepreneurial projects myself. The good thing is, because I'm a woman, I bring in a lot of female business angels because I know them very well, but probably the same always again, and not so much someone that has said, I would like to do my first investment.
And I think one part is really just being aware of biases that we have, and correcting for them. And once you kind of are very clear, then you just kind of look at whatever's coming in, whatever deal flow you have, slightly differently. You just kind of have to have these conversations in the team. We're investing as a team, for example, and we have these conversations. And when we see, to be honest, like when we see a good deck coming from like an all-female team, for example, or at least a mixed team, then we might look at it slightly more closely. So and that's a good thing, I think, because that's correcting for a bias in the system.
Yeah. So from the startup point of view, how can founders find appropriate angels for them, and what should they be looking for? Of course, this is very personal to the founders and what kind of experience they need, but is there a kind of general rule of thumb, like any red flags, anything to watch out for?
We just got a timeout.
Yeah.
Got a timeout. Okay, so 2 minutes, quick.
I think it's very important that the founders also do their due diligence. They should at least go onto the webpage, look at the portfolio, call up a few CEOs of the portfolio and ask them about the relationship with this or that angel. And that is so easy. It takes 3 minutes calls, go through the portfolio, take a few, and then you hear it, and then you know it.
And if they know a founder from the portfolio, the intro could come via him or her. Because if I'm invested in a founder and he says, here's a startup which I find interesting, it's more likely to look at it than if it's just a pitch deck hitting your inbox without any reference.
Yeah, and you have to just remember you're in it for the very long run, right? And once you bring somebody on board, you can almost never get rid of them. So you better make sure that you have some sort of trust connection, because otherwise you're in for some pretty bad experiences potentially. So, and that's why you want to do the reference checks, but you also just kind of have to intuitively feel it. If somebody feels like not a person you want to do business with or talk with or just spend time with, then probably better not to take that person on board.
But how do you like to be approached? Like, does the cold email work if it's like a really good email?
Mm-hmm.
Does LinkedIn work? What works?
Well, email definitely works better than LinkedIn. And email also works better than stopping you on the aisle. Can I just quickly pitch you my company? That also doesn't work. I think probably it's email. But the email has to spark your interest in the first 2 sentences. It's otherwise too difficult to digest.
Quite similar to a media pitch, actually, as well, by the way.
Yeah, and an intro is still the best way. So if you can somehow find a way to get introduced, then investing that time to get the introduction is so much more valuable, and I think a great use of time, actually.
For me, it doesn't really matter which channel it comes through. At the end of the day, it's a good pitch deck, or at least a teaser, because I will always look at the teaser. It doesn't matter where it comes from. It has to be maximum 1 page, I guess, or explainable in a short email.
Great, I think we'll wrap up then. Hopefully we weren't too late, sorry. But thanks very much. It was a very interesting chat. Cheers.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
This one I didn't mind running over at all. Thank you so much. It was lovely. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, guys. Quick coffee break until past. Go loosen up a little bit. It's the first day. For the ones of you who are here for the first time, I'm not sure you know what's going to happen tonight, but you're probably not going to. You're probably not going to expect it. We'll see you guys again at past. Until then, see you somewhere out there. Hi, everyone. I can see some people still settling in. That was my knees, yeah. I'm probably going to regret this, so I can't turn around anymore today. What are you going to see? Black turned white. How you guys doing? All good? You excited for this session? Nice. I actually want to meet some of you people. Let's see. What's your name? Laurent? No way. Up top, let's go. Awesome. Hola. ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Hablas español? Hola, ¿cómo te llamas? Hi, Alfred. Quiero una cerveza. ¿Sí? ¿Tienes una cerveza? Sí. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
No clue.
No clue?
No clue.
Okay, do you watch Community? Do you watch Community? Does anybody watch Community? ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? See, guys, this is my really bad Spanish, and I'm just in the first few moments of learning Spanish, actually. But this, pun, is what I learned from Duolingo. The question is, what can you guys learn from Duolingo? And while you see me struggle to get up to this stage, hopefully in the most graceful way that you could imagine, I'm very excited for this one because usually when you use the Duolingo app, you're on the app, but here at the Start Summit, you get to meet, of course, the founder. Because that's what we're here for. Severin Hacker and Alex Stöckel. I hope that you guys can learn a little bit more from Duolingo than I did today. It was actually yesterday night I downloaded it. And without further ado, without speaking a little bit more, I think you guys should hear from them. So please, everybody, put your hands together and welcome for me Severin Hacker and Alex Stöckel.
Hello, everyone. Glad that you woke up from food coma, that everyone is back after the lunch break. And I'm really privileged to be here with Severin. It's not often that we have a household brand and its founder coming to Switzerland. And it's even less often to have such founder come from Switzerland and from our very own ecosystem, which we're celebrating here today. So, Severin, when did you arrive in Switzerland and where did you come from?
Just now?
Yeah.
I arrived this morning from New York.
Okay, so you flew in from New York and you come straight to Start Summit in St. Gallen. I think that deserves a round of applause for the organizers of Start Summit, because look at this. We have you coming all the way from New York. And you studied at ETH. You grew up in Zug. Yet you went on to found a company in the US. I think Duolingo is globally known as a US success story. Very few know that there's a Swiss component in it. Why? What happened?
Yes, so long story, but I grew up in Zug, a small town here in Switzerland. I went to school there and went up to ETH, studied computer science at ETH. I was always fascinated by computers and engineering. I was also considered physics and some other stuff, but computer science was like the main thing I was interested in. I was always interested in starting a company at some point in my life, but I didn't know how to do it. So I took some courses there at ETH, entrepreneurship and all that, but it didn't have an idea or a plan to start a company. But I've always wanted to study in the US. So when the opportunity arose to study at Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh, I took it. and I took part of an exchange program that was with Carnegie Mellon University. So I went there with the hope, or with the goal of just doing this one exchange year, and then coming back to Switzerland and finish my studies and all that. But during my exchange year, I ended up meeting my eventual co-founder, Luis, and he was actually, at the time, he was a MacArthur Award winner and kind of the youngest person on the computer science faculty at Carnegie Mellon University. So he's a genius, et cetera, et cetera. So I was like, I went there, and I was like, I just want to meet this guy while I'm here, why not? So I knocked at his door, and I introduced myself. I knocked at the door and introduced myself as, hi, I'm Severin Hacker. In English, nobody understands my first name, so I was like Severin, like severing without a G, and hacker, like computer hacker. And that he remembered that, and he said, like, you should come and study here at Carnegie Mellon University for a doctorate degree, which was also never my intention. But he was very convincing, and I applied to study at Carnegie Mellon for a doctorate. So after the exchange year, I went back to the US and started my PhD. And about 2 years in, we started working on that research project, which eventually turned into Duolingo.
And what was that research project?
That research project was related to some other research project that my co-founder had before. He actually had 2 previous exits before starting Duolingo with me. It was I don't want to talk too much about it because it's no longer relevant for Duolingo, but it was like the reason why we never raised seed funding. So we never had a seed round because our seed round was basically this NSF grant. So this NSF is like a National Science Foundation, and they basically sponsored our research. And we had a small team inside the university that was working on our research idea.
And the research was connected to language or to learning,
yes,
or?
It was connected to language and translation. It was kind of like combining education and translation. It ended up, not being what we pursued with Duolingo, but it was kind of like the trigger that started everything. And what's funny is, like, why did we end up starting a company? That was also not really my plan with that research project. And the story goes that we had this research project inside the company, inside the university, which is a non-profit. So a university cannot pursue for-profit endeavors, otherwise they would lose their non-profit status. So at some point, the university said, "Hey, you're running a company inside this university. You can't do that. You have to leave." And then we left university, took the team with us, and went to raise our Series A. So we went straight from nothing to Series A.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you for that backdrop. Now, the title of the session today is What We Can Learn from Duolingo. Obviously, pun intended. And what I would like for all of you to take away from that is 3 things. It's a little bit of the journey of Severin and how they built Duolingo, what learnings you made, what things were maybe different than you had expected or changed over time. The second thing would be to hear about Duolingo today. What's next? Where is the company heading? And then lastly, you're from that Swiss startup ecosystem. You're back here. You're paying back into the Swiss startup ecosystem. How has your view changed of this location? And I would like to then hear a bit so that we learn about how you compare the ecosystems. And starting with the journey of building Duolingo. Now, we heard the starting point, but I still didn't hear, and I want to have very crisp and honest answers now. I didn't hear, who had the idea to start Duolingo as the name, as the app, as the project to make language learning easy?
So the idea of the business really was the 2 co-founders, so Luis and I came up with the idea. And then the name, I actually don't, the first name was actually Monolingo. And Monolingo was, somebody said,
I'm glad
Monolingo
you changed
doesn't sound good. It's like mono and stereo. You never want mono. So it was like, that was not a good name. And then someone came up with Duolingo. I actually don't know who it was. It was not me. And the name stuck, and that was good. There's also a story to the owl. I don't know if you want to hear that, or why the owl is green, because there are no green owls. Do you know the story?
I didn't notice. I didn't even notice that there's an owl, I must say.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The Duolingo owl?
I'm sorry.
What?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we hired a design agency. At first, we didn't have any designers, so we hired a design agency, and they subcontracted. They said, "You guys need a mascot." I said, "But we don't do mascots, so you need someone else to do the mascot." And they came up with 2 suggestions. One was like a little robot, and the other one was a little owl. It was not green, but a little owl.
Strange that 2 engineers chose the owl, huh?
So, inside the company, we all agreed the robot is way better. We all want to go with the robot. But then we asked all of our partners, and they're like, no, you don't go with the robot. Go with the little cute owl. So we ended up going with the owl. There's still some people upset about this decision. But
yeah, but so with a funny anecdote, you bring me to a good topic. You were 2 technical co-founders. Was that a concern? Were you worried that you're too monotone in your skill set, in your views of the world in order to build this? Or was it clear that because this is going to be product-led growth, that this was exactly what you needed for this type of business?
For us, it was, so my co-founder and I, we're very complementary. So he's much more into the product and the design part. Even though he was a professor of computer science, he was actually much more a product genius, I would say. And I'm much more on the technical side, the actual engineering side. So we were very complementary, not just in terms of like these skills, also in terms of other skills.
We see lots of professors being co-founders here in Switzerland, but they typically take the bit easier way. They co-found the company, they own a share of it, they're advisors, but they would never jump to take that full-time role, to become entrepreneurs. How did you convince him that he should stop being a professor, he should go all in with Duolingo?
So, good question. So he actually had 2 previous companies that were very successful. Well, one of them was pretty successful, and the other one was very successful, which he sold, both of them actually to Google. So he knew, the risk of the pros and cons of starting a company. But Duolingo was different because it was clear pretty early on that this was going to be either very big or nothing at all. And if it's going to be really big, you need to go all in. You cannot be, a teacher at the university at the same time. You cannot, have grad students, etc. And I think it was over time we realized that we had to go all in. And I think we were both convinced that this is the right opportunity. And yeah.
So when was that in terms of year that you spun out of the university, it became a company, and then you raised the Series A? Maybe you can talk us through, when was that? How did you raise that Series A? What did you pitch then, and how is that different to what you are today? And what was the journey in terms of growth of users, of employees, of offices? Walk us a bit through the first years of Duolingo, please.
Yeah, so this 2011, when we raised our Series A. And it was a different time. So it feels a bit similar to the time now. It was like, at that time, even in the US, like startups were not a big thing. It was a thing, it existed, and people were doing startups, but it was not like, everybody wants to be, like a unicorn founder or something like that, maybe the last 2 years or so. So it was definitely different. It was relatively hard to raise money, even with a track record. So my co-founder had this track record. It was easier for him, but even then it was pretty hard. We actually went on a Sand Hill Road tour in Silicon Valley, and we talked to all of his investors, the big names, and they all wanted to talk to us. They were actually interested, at least, and I think 2 of them said yes, we want to invest, but you have to move to Silicon Valley. And that was at the time it was not an option. We couldn't move, and so we basically we didn't get any term sheets from them. We ended up going with a New York investor who didn't care about the location or that we're in Pittsburgh. So the company is still headquartered in Pittsburgh, and that's where we started.
Which investor was that?
That's Union Square Ventures.
Union Square Ventures. Yeah. Nice. And how much of a Series A did you raise?
Roughly. The typical was I think the amount raised or the valuation?
Yeah.
I think 3 million or so.
3 million, yeah. So that's today a pre-seed round in Switzerland. Yeah? So times are changing.
Yeah.
And then did you keep raising venture funding, or did you at some point take a different course?
No, we did keep raising venture money, and it was like we were basically following our investors' advice, which in hindsight is maybe not always the best thing to do. But they said, like, don't worry about revenue, don't worry about just keep growing, double down on user growth. That was like the thing at the time. User growth at all costs. It was kind of like do what Facebook did. Every era has like its model, and I think Facebook model also grow. And Twitter was like grow. Unisphere invested in Twitter, so there was like just grow, don't worry about revenue. And that's what we did. So for the first 5 years or so, we had basically $0 revenue, and we basically lived off the venture capital that we raised. And the joke inside the company is like, don't worry, we don't need to make money because we can always raise more. Yeah. We're so good at raising. But at some point, we realized, no, we have to actually build a business, not just like get acquired or something like that.
Yeah. And that's when you switched to a freemium model. You started generating revenue from ads and subscriptions.
Yep. Yeah, the main revenue driver is subscriptions for us. So we're one of the largest consumer subscription apps. But obviously, our mission, which is very important to me, and the reason why I'm still at Duolingo, is to provide the best education and make it universally accessible, which means that most of our content, actually all of the content, is completely available for free. Yeah. The way we charge is through certain features that basically allow you to go a little bit faster. But all the content is available, even if you have no money, basically, as long as you have a phone.
Interesting, and you bring me to a good point. Like what we see quite often over the course of a company growing to the extent that you have grown is that the founders not necessarily stay the top management of the firm. The two of you are CEO and CTO. I think both of you are in the board of directors. You stuck around. Is that because of that mission driving you? Is that what made you ready to grow, completely change your priorities? I assume you're not hacking anymore. You're now managing teams that are doing that for you. So is that part of the reason that you're still with the company and you both kept those roles?
For sure. For me, yes, absolutely. That's what keeps me motivated. That's why I'm still there. And we haven't achieved the mission. We're on it, we're like 1% into it. And I still believe I can contribute a lot to this work. Cool. My role obviously has changed every year, and now it's completely different from what it was at the beginning.
Nice.
But actually, I think that's something that you see more often in the US, where founders stay on even after exit or something. Versus in Europe, I think it's more common that founders leave.
Founders leave, and exit is a beautiful keyword. You did what most founders dream of when they start out, is you bring the company public. You guys had an IPO in 2021. I believe not only a very successful IPO, but to my understanding also a sustainable success, in the sense that when the whole tech world crashed in market cap over those past 12 months, you guys actually did a great job of keeping trust of your investors. So there's a multi-billion-dollar corporation that you're today in the board. I have so many questions. I don't know how many I can squeeze into this. From how does this feel? Did you ever dream that this was going to be the case? Are you now like losing touch with reality because you're on the board of directors of a global tech company that everyone knows, that everyone has in their pockets? So many things. But the main thing is, why are you still around? Because you certainly must have earned enough money to not have to be around anymore. You don't have to work anymore. I'm sure it's also very stressful to have that role, that responsibility. Yet you're still there. And you said, we are far away from reaching our mission, maybe 1%. That's more or less where I stand in learning Swedish at Duolingo, at 1%. But what's that mission? And is there 100%? Is that even possible? Like, what do you want to achieve?
Yeah, I mean, the mission, again, is like to provide the best education and make it universally accessible. And we started with languages, right? And that was kind of like an easy way to start. But our ambition is to go beyond languages. So basically anything you want to or need to learn in life.
May I interrupt you there? Because I had a briefing call with Severin. I said, what's off limits? What can I not ask you? And he said, ooh, we're a publicly listed company. You cannot ask me for any forward-looking statements. So I'm not allowed to sit here on stage and tell you about how we keep growing or what's next. And I said, but then you have to do me a big one. You have to announce something that is new and that we can speak about. And I just saw on TechCrunch that you guys are going into music learning. Is that correct? And did you do that for us, or?
That I cannot talk about that. No comment. But we want to expand beyond languages.
Oh well, so that's not an announcement. Yeah. That's a rumor.
So we have a math app that is launched, and we want to continue investing in that. I think math is one of the core skills, obviously, like languages. And also first language. So we also have an app for kids, that is ABC app, that teaches the first language. Right now, just English. But that is also something that we're very interested in and invest in a lot of money.
Give us some facts and figures. How many people in the world are using Duolingo?
Facts and figures? I need to go back to the...
you need to speak to your IR.
Earnings release.
Okay. But roughly, like how many users do you guys have?
Yeah, so we look at we publish MAUs and DAUs. So MAUs is monthly active users.
Yeah.
That's around 40 million.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And we actually on a daily basis we look at DAUs. Yeah. That's the number we're more familiar with.
Amazing. Congratulations. We've worked with plenty of mobile startups and founders, and getting something to become habit with people to really fulfill the product's purpose and having that shown in the numbers it must be beautiful, must feel really good. Now, language learning is in large part driven by someone else teaching you. Someone else teaching you is not scalable because you need a human that is trained in that language. You want to replace that human. And the last 6 months, all of us had to rescue ourselves from a wave of ChatGPT posts by any founder, VC fund, and technologists on LinkedIn. What does that mean for you guys? Is that something that you're using already? Conversational AI as a path towards learning language? What's your view on that? Not only specifically for Duolingo, but just generally speaking.
Yes. So for Duolingo, right now we're a launch partner with OpenAI. So we're one of the first companies that had access to the newest model, GPT-4. And we're already using it inside Duolingo. So we're gonna launch a bigger subscription that was also announced, I think last week or 2 weeks ago. That basically allows you to do two things. We use GPT-4 to explain your answer. So if you get something wrong or correct, it actually tells you like, hey, what actually happened?
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly good at this. I mean, it's like shockingly good at explaining like what explaining your answer. That's one feature in that bundle, and the other feature is we call it Duolingo Max. The other feature in there is kind of a role play mode where you can interact with a.
Nice, and that's already released, or that's to be released? Or?
That's in this Duolingo Max that's being rolled out.
Yeah, so we have to get the Max subscription of Duolingo, guys, in order to.
But to answer your other question about how to view the space in general, I think for us, AI is going to be a total game changer. Like this new wave of AI. All right. And we want to be AI first and really like double down on AI, because really that's the only way you can scale education to a global billion user
So
audience.
instead of scared about this eating part of your turf, you're excited about what you can do with it.
Absolutely, I think it's a huge opportunity.
Cool. So we're all thrilled to see what's coming next. Talking about what's coming next, Switzerland, I think, is coming next. And to give a bit of context, I have to say that. I'm one of the co-founders of Wingman Ventures, together with two also very successful entrepreneurs that are here in the audience today, founders of Get Your Guide and Eat.ch, alma mater of University of St. Gallen. And we started a fund called Wingman Ventures that invests only in Swiss tech startups. And so we think Switzerland and its startup ecosystem can be one of the next things globally. What's your view on that? You left, you felt Maybe also you had to leave to pursue that entrepreneurial mission. The US was always the holy grail in terms of startup ecosystem. Coming back now, spending some more time in the Swiss ecosystem, how do you regard the state of the Swiss ecosystem and its potential?
Yeah, so when I left, I thought it was very, very hard to start a company. In the end, in order to succeed at starting a company, you need three things. One is like an idea, people, talent, and money, right? At the time, I think in Switzerland, you had probably like the talent, but it was not necessarily willing to work at a startup or founding a company. And then the funding situation was not developed, I would say. I think both have improved a lot since then. I don't think it's Silicon Valley. And by the way, we started our company in Pittsburgh, which is also not Silicon Valley, but it was probably still easier than in Switzerland at the time. I think by now it's probably a lot better. And I'm really excited. So today I would probably start in Switzerland.
So you would start today here in Zurich, St. Gallen, but
Somewhere
you would have done it in Zurich at ETH. I mean, that's wonderful. I think that gives all of us a lot of hope and confidence for what we can build here. When you look back, when you have a room largely filled with students that are considering joining a startup, starting an own startup, what are a few pieces of advice you would give from your own entrepreneurial journey?
Piece of advice. Okay, so it's not for everyone.
Yeah.
But if you really want to do it, your ambition should be to, at the very least, turn into a unicorn, or have a massive impact. Reach 1 billion users, or you need to have that ambition. If you don't have that, don't start a company. Just go work for someone else. I think if you join a company, a startup, actually very similar. You need to be able to do that risk trade-off. You basically trade a lower salary, lower compensation in the short term for maybe a big return at some point. And it's definitely not for everyone.
Yeah, it's interesting. Just this morning I had a conversation with someone who's also in the startup space on the university meets entrepreneurship side, and we spoke about precisely that a lot of the Swiss investors have actually held founders back from thinking that big. Rather, have a niche, follow that niche, and then if it works well, you can still expand. And we realize that's not the truth, because when you build something for a niche, you hire people that have a mindset for a niche. You build a product that is built for that niche, and expanding from that is almost impossible. But if you have that crazy vision and you hire people for that buy into that, and investors with that, and you realize it doesn't work, you can still become that niche player. And so it resonates so well, and I'm so happy that you say that. But how can we as an ecosystem, and I can reveal here now in full transparency that Severin is one of our early supporters, and is actually then putting his money where his mouth is and supporting the Swiss ecosystem by being an investor with us and helping some of our startups grow. But what can we together do to change that, to give the chance that people think big enough? Is it the investors? Is it the universities? Is it more talks like this, more events like this? What do you think when you look at the US ecosystem?
I don't have the answer to that. Yeah, probably like more. I think what would really, really help is like one massive exit, like one massive success that kind of like feeds the feedback loop. Yeah. And then you just like people like me need to reinvest, right? If I just put my money in the bank,
yeah,
it doesn't do anything. Yeah. It will just it won't do anything. So I think that's key. Like you need to have that feedback loop, and that's how Silicon Valley started. The problem is like we're 50 years behind Silicon Valley, and we're probably like 10 years behind some other cities in the US.
Yeah. But we're moving fast, and exactly that is happening. And we have founders of companies like Get Your Guide, On, Scandit, Duolingo, Delivery Hero that are backing this ecosystem, that are betting on all of you, that are betting on everything you're looking out to do. And so I would like to say thank you very much, Severin, for taking the time, for being here today. Thank you to all of you for showing up. And yeah, let's hope that in a year's time we have even more success stories, and we're going to hear about Duolingo music. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Oh, great fun. Right, the microphone of doom goes back to its place. Here we go. Oh, there are many people for this session here. Nice. We'll let everybody walk through a little bit. Everybody loosen up. Who was here at 10 o'clock in the morning? Nice, we love it. You too, amazing. Let's see if you make it tomorrow. For sure. Dedication. Nice. Who just got here? High five. Fuck yeah. Ooh. Nice, you got here as well just now. Who was it? You got just here. Okay, amazing. Great. Oh yeah, because I've seen you. Have you scored an internship? Not yet. Really? Ah, amazing, amazing. I wish I had your brain when I was looking for an internship, to be honest. It's quite nice, Mark. It's quite nice. Okay, great. You guys ready for this session? Should we get started? Amazing. Good. Now imagine this. For 9 years, you've been building a company. You go through the ditches, you go through the dirty times, the hard times. 9 whole years, you build a company. And then, 2020, COVID. Your business is a chauffeur service all around the world, globally. And people stay at home. I wouldn't know what to do, to be honest. But our next speaker nailed that period. And I think he's just going to tell you guys about that in just a minute. So without further ado, I'm very, very happy to welcome on stage Mr. Jan Wolthoff, co-founder and CEO of Blacklane, and Jochen Gutbrod, partner of B2 Venture.
Hi, everybody. You know Blacklane, but you have no idea what the numbers look like. This is one of the most secretive companies, and the first question, Jens, would be, give us some flesh on the bone. What are the numbers?
Well, Jochen, you know, first of all, thanks for the intro, that our numbers are not public, but I can give you a bit of a ballpark. Like we are, in last year we have delivered a couple of hundreds of millions of euros in revenue. Also some more numbers. We are pretty much around the world active. We are covering 50 countries, 250 cities. The company itself is 500 people strong.
Bit more?
Well, yeah, we grow quite heavily. We might come to this at a later point. And one of the most important things, I guess, also from an investor perspective, is that we are profitable.
That is the good thing.
Since a year.
Profitable company, excellent, especially in these times. But let's talk, our theme is the crisis. Let's talk about crisis. And it's not only COVID. You had many crises, and you survived them, and you look great. But tell us about the 2015 one. That was an extraordinary one.
Yeah, thanks for the compliment. I'm not sure if my wife would agree. So 2015, yeah, that was one of the first, actually this was the second big crisis. Let's skip the first one. 2015 was a year which before, actually the few years before 2013 we started, we expanded super aggressively into the world. You remember that we were launching, after being just present in a handful of cities, we launched 100 new cities around the world in 100 days. which was extremely aggressive and quite risky, but somehow the team managed, and then we were present worldwide. That actually put us onto the radar screen of large travel players, large travel tech players, because all of a sudden there was a player around that could fill the first and last mile and pretty much on a global scale. So one of those big, actually the biggest travel player in the world approached us and was interested to invest into us, which was for a young startup like us, like, wow, yeah, what a player, what a name. Just imagine if we would be integrated in such a platform, it would go through the roof. So we actually agreed on getting into a due diligence, and we made one big mistake, and that was we agreed on having an exclusive due diligence. This is when your investor actually asks you to not speak with anybody else for a certain period of time. So they ask us for this exclusivity period without an end date, smartly enough, and then we went into the DD. They looked into all our numbers. They saw also our runway for how long we are going to survive, when we are going to need cash. And they extended and extended, and here an excuse and there an excuse. And then we actually had finally a notary's office appointment next week, and Christmas party at that same day, Blacklane's Christmas party 2015. And just like probably 10 minutes or so before I went up to the stage to talk to our staff, to talk to the Blacklaners, they called me and they pulled out. I wanted actually to announce this great investment to the staff. So I had 10 minutes, I drank a few drinks just to get through it. Yeah, and ultimately they pulled out. I had to cancel the notary's office appointment, and the very next day they started a copycat of Blacklane. So they just invested all of this to really understand how we are doing all those things. Now, like 8 years later, I can look back and be happy about it because they failed. Yeah, you have been part of that time. They extended this due diligence so long until we hadn't got any money left. And we basically had maybe 48, maybe 72 or so hours before we would have to file bankruptcy. And that was brutal, right? Like I was for 2 days and nights straight on the phone, and thanks to all our great shareholders, actually, we were able to find some bridges, collect a couple of millions, and got through it. First crisis.
That was a major one. That was an existential crisis, and definitely one of the learnings also for me, having worked in a corporate environment also for some years, is corporates are not nice. They are also not bad, they just behave the way they do. And if you are a startup investor, be very, very careful if you negotiate with corporates.
Yeah, and never agree on an exclusive due diligence. Never.
Let's come to the next crisis. Then you recovered well, you're worldwide, the people love you, they love your services, you get fantastic ratings, and here comes COVID. What happened?
Yeah, that was the beginning of 2020. Actually, we were growing super successfully, and you remember 2020, we were on track to profitability. Actually, it was planned that by late summer, we would have turned we would have achieved break even. We were, actually 2018, 2019, for the first time, we finished that year with a 3-digit million euro revenue. So we jumped over this 100 million of revenue.
More numbers. Give me a number.
That number is like just a couple of years old. And we were great on track to profitability. And then COVID hit. And within 3 weeks, just honestly 3 weeks, we lost 99% of revenue. 99% of revenue was just gone. So there was pretty much nothing left. And that was like kind of the destiny when you have invested so much into becoming the most perfect airport transfer provider in the world, right? Everything was so much focused on airport transfers, but if travel comes to a halt, there's also no airport transfer needed. And that was our huge mistake, actually, also at the end of the day, that we never diversified good enough. Yeah, and then we went into this crisis.
You mentioned 500 employees. How many had to leave the company?
Not a single one. That was,
have you heard that? 500 employees, COVID, and not a single one left.
Yeah.
Tell that to our big corporates.
Right, but that was also like, and you remember, I remember those discussions also in our board with the shareholders, especially with those more from the also American side of the world. Like we have to lay off rounds, we have to get 25, 30%, 50% out of the company. But we thought Blacklane was never like throwing money out of the window. We never had much like fat or so in the organization. We were a quite well efficient oiled machine, never burned too much. And then we figured, how long can this thing happen, right? Maybe 3 months, 6 months, maybe a year or so. We'll get through this. And also like kudos actually to, we are a German startup, we are based in Germany. Kudos also to the government programs. Without that, it would also have been quite difficult. So we made the bet and we talked to our people and said, hey, look, either we all make it together or nobody's going to make it. Let's move together, fight all for one, one for all. If everybody is carrying a little part of the load on their shoulders, we can make it. And Blacklane has always had a very, very strong culture, very close and very much caring for each other. So everybody was saying, yeah, okay, let's do it. Yeah, we can win this. We can come out of this crisis stronger than ever. Yeah, but then the hard work started. So first, actually, of course, first safety, right? We had to send everybody home and back in the home office. Guests had to be safe, chauffeurs had to be safe, and so on. We looked under every stone in terms of cost efficiency, like except for staff, where can we save? Of course, no marketing was needed, which was the next to personnel cost, the other big chunk of budget. And then we started to try to reinvent ourselves and become much more efficient. And of course, we learned that focusing on airport transfers alone is not a good idea. We wouldn't have survived another pandemic, I guess. So we started to diversify aggressively, and then actually finally COVID ended, and it turned out as we wished for. Like most of our competition didn't make it. And they were hectically laying off staff. Then the demand kicked back in, and nobody had anything left to cope with the demand. But we had, right? We are still an efficient oiled machine. All the knowledge, all the experience was still on board, so we could switch around and capture all those additional market shares in the world. Now today we are like 2.5x bigger than pre-COVID. We are profitable since a year now. We are growing 20-30% month over month. It's a great time now, but I don't want to repeat the other one.
What did it do to your corporate culture, this staying together, not laying off anybody? How is it now? I mean, is that still working? Is it still everybody tied together?
Well, at the end of the day, like you can draw values on your wall, right? And you can speak about values and so on, but only in times of crisis you can really see behind the surface, right? You can see the personalities and the true characters of an organization. And I think the organization has shown a phenomenal face, right? The culture has shown how strong it is and how undestroyable this culture is. Nothing can kill this company, honestly. Like after this now, I'm 100% sure nothing can kill this culture. And today, like you have loyalty for life. Yeah, this is something that no other company, not a single other travel company I know, was not laying off staff. And this, of course, created so much more trust in a company that already had a strong culture.
Yeah, it's an amazing story, not laying off anybody. But you had to bear the pressure. You and your C-level team. How did you personally cope with it? How did the few people who have been doing this? How are you together, and how did you support this pressure? Because I remember well, nobody knew when it would end.
Yeah.
And it was also clear that you can for a while not laying off people, but you don't know how long it can go on.
Yeah, well, it was tough for everybody, right? Like because before COVID, I had full hair, you remember, and then look at me now. Now it was very tough, but not only for me, for the whole company, right? And we gave each other strengths, and I had good people around me. I had good mentors around me. Like we were having a standing line almost, right? Constantly talking as well to make sure that we are on the right track. I needed reassurance, right? And I received it from my professional surrounding, from my family, even from kids, right? Like I do have 3 kids, and if you are asking a little human being, or if you are asking for advice, it's incredible actually what you get back. Very helpful advice from very small people, very young people.
Tough times for everybody. Tell us a bit about your strategy and your culture, how that fits together, and what you're planning to do next.
Well, strategy is nice, right? You always have to have a strategy, but nothing beats culture, right? And with a strong culture, everything else falls into its place. I think we had a good proof of concept there on that front. And also the right culture is coming out of a strong organization, right? I don't need to invent it myself. The organization is inventing it. Like we, for instance, we are carbon neutral since 2017 as an organization. That's like 5 years, 6 years ago when nobody was talking about this and when it wasn't a hip topic to jump on. No, it came out of the organization again because Black Laners care. They care for each other, they care for people, they care for the planet. So it was an initiative, a strategy out of the organization. And this is how it all happens all the time. So I could only advise, this is the thing to concentrate on. What's next? I think we've learned our lesson with regards to diversification. And now we are going a little bit away from the airport transfer. It's still our bread and butter business, so whenever you travel, please keep us in mind. But now we want to take part in city mobility mix. Blackline has not yet been part of local mobility. So we also used the crisis technologically as a pit stop, right, and changed all sorts of parts of the system, like the wheels and the engine and whatnot. And so we are now on demand. We are not just pre-booked. We have a better pricing also for shorter distances, and we go long distance, very long distance, city to city as an alternative to short-haul flights or other means of transportation. All carbon neutral and great traction on both fronts. Yeah.
I have to confess, I'm a HSG alumni from like scary 33 years ago, and we always talked about strategy here. And when you work for a corporate, you do hundreds and hundreds of pages of PowerPoint on strategy. You have a different approach. You try, and you fail sometimes, but you try, and you never come up with hundreds of pages. And your background is BCG, so it should be the opposite. So how did you invent this trial and error culture within Blackline?
Well, but this was the reason why I left also, right? Strategy consulting, yeah. Because at the end of the day, you also want to implement something and you want to see something in real life. And I had enough of experiences of those 100-page stacks of great strategic ideas that ended up in the trash. No, like we just continue on that path and let the organization finding the way. Trial and error is a huge part of our culture. Like nobody gets any sort of problem if they try and fail. The only thing that we don't like is that you don't try, right? Like if you don't move, you are not making mistakes, but you have to move, and then you, of course, like, of course, you have to make mistakes and learn and repeat and experiment. We have experimentation beds in the world. We have Dubai, for instance, is our biggest experimental ground where we always try out new things, and whenever we have the right ingredients and the right meal in place, the playbook, we can then export this into the world, into especially the US, which is our biggest market.
There are lots of young entrepreneurs here in this room. What are your 3 takeaways from your last 10 years? What would you tell a young startup to focus on?
Well, the first The first one is, and that's one that I was a little bit late with, is it took me too long to start. Yeah, I always had this genes in my body that I wanted to start something and becoming an entrepreneur. I was unsure for too long. So if you have an idea, and if you're passionate about it, then don't waste your time with thinking back and forth and just give it a try. What do we have to lose, right? It's just a hell of a great ride, yeah. Second thing is after you've heard those stories, it's not always great, right? So I think we all need to understand it sounds glamorous and always like fun and conferences and parties and networking and so on, but in reality that's like the tiniest little part of it. It's just often very hard and very long days, and but very rewarding. Yeah, and last thing is certainly don't give up, right? Like when something strikes you, even if you lose 99% of your revenue, there's a good chance to come out of this like phoenix from the ashes, and it's so much fun then to see this little plant grow.
Let's maybe talk a bit more about international markets. I mean, you have grown out of Germany, very strong international. You had for a long time your staff really on the ground in Germany. The next big thing will be Asia. How are you planning to go about it?
Yeah, well, Asia.
And by the way, the largest market for Blacklane today is the US.
Yeah, 50% of Blacklane is US. UK, second place. Germany is tiny. Middle East is very strong. Well, we always tried, right? We are in Asia since 2013 or so, right? Different markets. Learning is there is no Asia, right? Like every single country of Asia is so different. And China is actually the most complex and difficult, I think, to capture. I believe that especially China is so special, and it's so difficult also for us to understand the customer base, to understand our chauffeur base, and to do the right things, that you must partner with somebody locally in order to bridge this knowledge gap. And this is what we are continuing to work on. I haven't found the right partner yet. Not giving up on this. And if you are playing in travel, it's actually a global thing, right? So I'm very interested to play a part in China, but I'm even more interested to be the transportation player of choice when they are traveling outbound into the world.
I mean, each of us uses Uber, Lyft, Blacklanes. For the stingy ones, not yet, but hopefully soon. You have the electro rollers, you have everything. How do you see 10 years out? How would you describe your industry? How do you see the end game?
Well, it will be a mix of all sorts of different mobility schemes, right? Like, and I'm also the founder and CEO of Blacklane, but I commute to the office in the S-Bahn, right, in Berlin, and I'm using a scooter here when needed for short distances, or a bus there, and when I go to the airport, I use Blacklane. Yeah, so they are like it's so much about use cases, and you need to have a big mix of options. Some make more sense and will survive. Some others might not make a lot of sense and might not survive. The future will definitely be electric. The future will definitely also be profitable, right? So you need to also find a profitable setup in order to function. We need to look at also self-driving cars in the future. That's interesting for us. That actually some people think that this is a problem for a chauffeur service that is putting so much effort on the chauffeur, but actually it helps our chauffeurs to do so many better and smarter things for our customer than just holding a steering wheel.
Interesting. Are you already testing self-driving? Looked at them in the US, because some cities are already rolling it out?
Yeah, but it's like it's in the, how you say, child shoes. Yeah. It's so small that it's not meaningful for us yet. Of course, we have with Mercedes a big player on board as well that helps us on that front. But for us now, it's very much pushing for electrification. Like in Dubai, we have 100% electric EQS fleet on the ground, which is just mind-blowing.
And is well accepted by...
Super well accepted. Yeah, it's going to be one of those exporting hits for us that you will see in the rest of the world very soon.
But we are still all waiting for the super app, where you can do everything. That's not yet.
But no, we are too focused on the experience. Like if you are focusing so much on every detail of the service delivery, we build chauffeur academies, right? We educate chauffeurs to their perfection. We are this 5-star hotel, if you want to have an analogy, and this is just not enough to have a big bed in the room, right? Every single detail counts. That's not the identity and DNA that you would need for a super app, right? I need to focus so much on the service delivery, but super apps would love to add us to their portfolio.
Waiting for that. Tell us a bit about your relationship with the really big guys like the Ubers. When you went into financing rounds, were there the advantage that somebody opens up a big market, or was that a difficult relationship?
Always terrible. Always a disadvantage. Like when we started, like the idea of Blacklane was created in 2009, 2010. We did a bit of research. We then founded 2011. So pretty much in parallel. We didn't know that Uber was around when we started. And when we wanted to internationalize, of course, you also want to take on international investors, ideally US investors, right? That can really help you to fuel your growth. But as soon as we started, and for years we always heard, it's a winner-takes-it-all market, there is no room for two players, Uber will take the whole world in every aspect, and they have so much money, blah, blah, blah. So we never were successful in closing a US-based round. And then at some point, when we actually, a couple of years later, when you realize that yes, there is enough space for many players, and that our product is also so special, it's so much operational depth in it that an Uber wouldn't actually bother to concentrate on, and they would never get so deeply vertically integrated. Then actually, at that point in time, Uber struggled, yeah, and the valuation went down, and then they went IPO and had really problems for years as well. So again, the investor said, "Oh no, come on! I don't want to get my fingers into mobility anymore. It's a tough space, not attractive." And so same reason, there was a player that was just so omnipresent and so dominant that no matter how well or bad they do, it always reflects on yourself, and therefore it never happened.
But it's probably also a very important lesson that you should never be scared of the big ones.
Yeah.
Big ones will not take the whole market, and interestingly enough, Uber defines itself very much as a technology company, where you are a mixture between technology and service.
So much.
And that's where the big guys are not good at.
Exactly, yeah. You basically have the legacy limousine service, chauffeur service industry, they have no idea about tech. And then you have the ride-hailers that are so strong in tech but have no idea about service quality. And we want to be actually the bridge between both, right? The best of breed. And ride-hailers do want to integrate Blacklane, yeah. But we are currently good to go on our own.
I think that's a very important learning also for the European ecosystem, that even if the big global companies are tremendous on technology, if you add a service layer, you have a good chance to succeed in a very interesting and profitable niche.
Yeah, niche, right? That's the key word, right?
But global niche.
Those players are running after mass markets, and this is something else, yeah, where other ingredients count. It's a global niche, right? A global niche is still like a $40 billion market. Yeah.
What do you think is your market share right now?
Oh, then I would release my revenue numbers, which I don't. But it's tiny compared to the available market share.
So lots of space to grow.
Very much so.
Fantastic.
Good.
Do you want to ask me a question? I'm surprised. I thought we had to leave. I have more questions, but should you? Oh, there's somebody waiting.
Oh, I think we are done.
1 minute.
Maybe some questions from the audience.
Oh.
There's one. Okay, the question was, how does consulting help me with building Blackline? It helps you a lot, actually, to structure, to get your thoughts together. Actually, strategically, it also it makes you thinking a little longer term and helps you thinking outside the box. And funny enough, actually, I never thought this is valuable, but I'm very good in drawing slides, yeah, because I learned this so much. For years. Today it doesn't help me anymore, but when you start, you do need to prepare decks all the time and pitch to investors. So presentation skills, slide design skills are indeed not that useless. No, I've never regretted this period to go there. I stayed too long, I must say. Yeah. So the learning curve flattens pretty quickly, I found, and I should have jumped earlier into that challenge. Yeah. So the question is just mathematical, I guess. How can you lose 99% of revenue but still maintain the same cost base? We didn't maintain the same cost base. We kicked out every cost item that we could find, and the large share of this was marketing spend. That's pretty much half of the spend of Blackline. The other half is personnel cost. On the personnel cost, we wouldn't have survived without the support of those JobKeeper programs in the world, right? You know this short-time work in Germany, for instance, but you had equivalent programs also in Australia and US and wherever we had staff around. So this helped us to just kind of hibernate in some parts of the organization, right? If you don't sell a single ride, you don't need a customer care agent on the phone, especially not 200. Yeah, so this was made for just hibernating those parts, while the engineering department was always on fire, right? Because they had this pit stop. They always wanted to have a pit stop where they can exchange engine and tires and so on, but they never had a chance because we were always running 24/7. So now it was time to really make this big leap. Welcome.
Good. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, everybody, for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jens.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, amazing. Good. We're a little bit behind schedule, so I'm going to press on. But before I do that, by the show of hands, who's a venture capitalist in this room? Who's a VC? VCs? Ah, nice. For most of us who are in VC, the playbook has been rewritten. And for most of us, it's actually for the first time. As we all know, public markets are fluctuating. LPs, limited partners, are exactly a little bit less prone to take risk. And here we are with a large amount of dry powder in a lot of funds out there. But yet, there are amazing founders building amazing companies. And that's exactly what we're going to talk about here today. And I'm so glad that we have two excellent speakers to guide you through the guide to investments in today's climate. So please put your hands together for me for Erik Potsuvait, the founder and co-CEO of Scalable Capital, a hyper-growing digital investment platform that's been a unicorn for 2 years, and Jan Micajka, partner at HV Capital.
Ja.
Ja. Wo geht man hin?
Kuscheln wir zusammen?
Kuscheln wir?
Nee. But I think we're switching to English now.
Hi.
Thank you very much for being here today. I think we'll start. I think there was a short video about us. I'm not quite sure. Couldn't see it from behind the stage. But I thought let's go ahead with some intros.
Yes, yeah. Hi, I'm Erik. I'm one of the co-founders of Scalable Capital.
and we are a neo-broker and a digital wealth manager active in Germany, Austria, France, Spain, Italy, and the Netherlands.
Cool. My name's Jan. I'm with HV Capital. We're a very happy investor in Scalable Capital, among others. Currently have a portfolio of slightly over 200 companies, very active, both early stage, so 1 to 5 million, growth investments 5 to 50 million. Open for business, looking for new opportunities. I see Frederick over there from my team, for example. So if you have a business plan, talk to me, talk to him. Very happy to be here. So Eric, maybe getting started. There's this book, which talks about black swan events, where there's like every 10 years there's a black swan event. Right now, I get the feeling we're in a time where there is a black swan event more or less every week. I was coming out of the Silicon Valley Bank weekend when I got a push notification on my phone that the drone, over the Black Sea, the drone and the Russian jet had collided. And I was like, oh no, that's the next black swan event. Yeah. But is that real? Do you see that as well from an investment perspective? Or is it just kind of media hype, social, overpowering it all?
Yeah, so my feeling is that even though I would characterize it as a black swan, because especially the Silicon Valley Bank incident was very peculiar, so to speak, to that particular institution. And without, you've all read the news, without boring you about too many of the details, but one thing that was really new is not that banks, they lend out money and they get money short term and they lend it out long term, and that sometimes can cause problems. It was rather the magnitude and the speed. The last big bank run of a retail bank, Washington Mutual in the US, because Lehman, that was a different thing. It was 20 billion in 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. And this is how also the deposit insurance and everyone behind it, this is how they typically operate, that it builds up, people queue up in front of bank branches. And here it was 40 billion within 4 hours, because they had a group of clients who were all on their smartphones immediately pulling back out money.
On Twitter and so on.
Exactly. So bank run, that happens, but the magnitude and the speed, I think that was the black swanish event. Long story short, I think that, and we'll talk about capital markets in a second, while the market is shaky and I expect it to be shaky, I think that we won't see a banking crisis. And I know how ironic this sounds being in Switzerland to say this. I think it's limited now, and the Feds or the national banks have, at least from a end client and a depositor perspective, have the situation under control, but markets will still be more shaky.
You focus now a lot on SVB, but if we take a step back, I think last year we had the crypto crashes. I think there were 3 big frauds: FTX, the Arrow thing, 3 Arrows Capital, and another one. We had public, especially SaaS multiples, software as a service multiples, which went down by 75%. Real estate, at least in Germany, seems to be plateauing. Equities went down. On the other hand, things are bouncing up again. Now, as a retail investor, what do I do?
Yeah. So what do I do? I mean, you described it correctly. So, I mean, the big driver, obviously, behind this is money costs money again. It's not for free anymore. And so you have bubbles are basically bursting or deflating. First was China tech, then public markets. And now the private market and the real estate market are probably next in finding new price levels. And how do I behave as a retail investor, especially speaking probably to a lot of young people here or students? So my biggest mistake was that I always tried in investing, that I always tried to be super smart. Super smart meant, I was looking for investments that were special, and then you were trading pair trades and the options on Japanese yen, long and short. Forget all that. I mean, if you're interested in that kind of stuff, then do it also. But the big thing is, it sounds super boring, set aside a certain amount of money, whatever you have, 25 euros, 50 euros, 500 euros, whatever. And every month you put this into a basket of ETFs as your core portfolio. And that you keep on doing for the rest of your lives, or till you need the money. And on top of that, you can do all kinds of other things. A bit of crypto here, some single stocks there, because it creates skin in the game. You're looking more at capital markets if you're invested. But my biggest mistake was really I tried to be over smart, and you should just, markets go up and down, just keep your head down invested. One other thing, if I still have maybe 30 seconds to talk about this, there is a very old asset class which is new for private investors again. The asset class of fixed income, bonds, bond ETF, bond funds. People have completely forgotten about this. Yeah? For the last 10 or 15 years, for private investors, that was just something, negative interest rates, you wouldn't touch it. You have to relearn that. So take out your, I don't know, your new or your old investment books, yeah? Watch some YouTube videos, educate yourselves about bonds and how they work, because I think we are ahead of a really nice investment period of where fixed income and bonds will work again, and where you can achieve meaningful results with that part of the investment world, and that didn't exist for the last 10 years. Yeah.
And if you want to really get gray hair quickly, do it like I do and do derivatives on fixed income. And it's a sure way to lose your money very, very quickly. And I should have followed Eric earlier. But maybe getting away from kind of investment advice to the world of startups, which we're talking about here today. I believe you raised a Series E from Tencent, was it June 2021? So almost 1.5 years ago now. Obviously, different market, but how do you see the world of growth investing, of growth capital today as you speak to funds in the market?
Yeah. So, I mean, my feeling, and then I'll also give the question back to you, because you probably will know even better, is that the conversations are in the growth stage investment. So 50 million and above, I would say, are much better than they were last year. But certainly not back to the years before. But growth investments last year just didn't happen. All the rounds that you saw were basically negotiated before that. There was just nothing. And now I think companies are lining up. Just today we heard a German fintech, Raisin, Weltsparen, raised a significant round again. So deals are starting again. Not for every company, but for a company with good trajectory, a clear path to break even, that happens again. So I'm actually quite hopeful, not overly bullish, but the big questions are valuations and multiples and structure and all of that stuff. But in a nutshell, not back to the good old times, but certainly better than a year ago. How do you see it?
No, I agree. And I mean, I spent some time in San Francisco a couple of months ago. And I think what's interesting, seed and Series A always keeps on going. And also it's what we do at HV. We're actively doing deals. Maybe valuations are different than they were a year ago, but deals are still happening. We're open for business very much. The growth investors, I mean, a number of them have taken pretty hard hits in their portfolio. So, there is the discussion of how much capital do you reserve for follow-on fundings? Plus, how much capital, to be also honest, how much capital do you reserve for recaps, lower valuations, to get a different blended entry price, these kind of discussions. But then on the other hand, there is a lot of dry powder in the market. And I mean, I think on a macro level, we've seen an end to quantitative easing, but still there is a lot of liquidity in the market. And as an investor, I don't get paid to not do deals. That's not what I get paid to do. I get paid to find opportunities. And then you can always say, let's go out and hunt for these opportunities, which could be straight up growth rounds, which could be recaps, which could be in between financing and so on. The world is getting a bit more complicated though. On the other hand, I didn't say it before, I've been a VC for 5 years now. Before that, I spent 15 years as an entrepreneur. And in the last 2 years as a VC, to me, the speed of deal making felt off. Because, I mean, how long have we been HV been an investor now?
Since 2015.
Okay. Yeah. So we're 8 years in, and maybe have a couple of years left to go. And then to say, hey, we have a 24-hour turnaround, let's do a term sheet, let's sign it as quickly as possible, to then be stuck in an 8-year relationship and have to deal with me and us for so long, maybe is also the wrong KPI to optimize for.
Yeah, I think it's the normalization is, on some levels, a good thing. And I mean, and you said it, you hinted that maybe I've been talking to a lot of students here today. So we're talking about investing, and investing is how you invest your money, but more importantly, actually, how you invest your time. And the question is it now a good time, or is it a bad or worse time to start a company or to join other friends who start a company? So really in the early stages, and I would just say the ecosystem is just developed so much more than in the last 10 years, yeah? So, I mean, speaking mainly about the German market, which I know best, the amount of VCs, the money that is there, the ecosystem, the first levels of founder levels who now are angels themselves with money and with advice and angel networks, that is just completely different from where it used to be 10 years ago, yeah? And so, yeah, markets go up or down, but I still think that founding, especially early stage, you can't time the market anyhow. So it's one of the best times. It still has never been better before.
You think so, compared to when you got started 2015?
Yeah, I think the ecosystem is better. When we were started in 2015, there was still, I mean, there's one big elephant in the room was still Rocket Internet. Yeah, so not just as an investor, also when you had an idea, everyone asked you, oh, it's all nice what you're telling, but what happens if Rocket copies you? Then you're killed. Yeah, not trying to bash on them now, but just no one asks these questions. Yeah, so it's much more open. So I think also now you read all the news on the last years, these international investors. Yeah, so we had BlackRock as an investor. It was the first time they invested in a European startup company. Yeah, Sequoias, all these funds also coming over. That wasn't the case back then. Yeah, so I think that's a good breeding ground.
Okay, and if you'd today be looking, maybe for the students in the room, if you'd be looking at spaces, sectors to invest in, what would kind of catch your interest? Is it still pockets within fintech? And please don't say generative AI now.
No, the buzzwords. The buzzwords, I would always be careful. If it became a buzzword, you're probably too late. Or the momentum has to carry you for a longer time. So let me speak more about fintech, because that's where I really know my home turf. I think fintech was very hyped, especially when we started in the years 15 and 16. The term was really branded. Lots of money went into that. And then you had one hypothesis of the banking services are debundling. Yeah, so a bank, usually your house bank, they offer everything. Current account and card and investments on top, and maybe even insurances and mortgages and FX and all of that. And then you had certain fintechs coming in and they debundled the services. So a bank basically wasn't a bank anymore, but 5 or 10 different apps that people used. And then you had another topic coming on top of that, now the neobanks or the new financial homes. So it's rebundling, but on a new technology stack. So you have these waves of going forth and back. But I still think fintech is one of the most attractive industries. Yes, it's hard because it's regulated. Yes, it's hard because also to start, you typically need more capital because it's regulated and regulatory capital and all of that. But still, the entire business is just so big. And if you think about it, finance has not seen the technology disruption, not in the same way that media or travel has seen, not to a degree. I would say we're really just 5% in, yeah? And so I still think fintech is one of the most attractive industries you can be in.
So in a way, you're bringing your competitors of tomorrow here. No.
Yes, but let me invest, or at least Jan.
Maybe then taking a step back, what are more kind of, besides fintech, generalizable learnings which you've had in your kind of career as a very successful entrepreneur, which you can maybe share with people who are just starting out?
Yeah, a couple. They sound a bit broad, but so maybe I'll start with the specific. Maybe I'll start with the broad one first. So one is, when you start, don't be naive. And we thought we were not naive. We thought, okay, obviously it's hard work and it's you're not getting paid. In the beginning, we went from our big paychecks, we worked at a bank before, to zero, and I quit my apartment. I moved in with my brother. So that was obvious. What I didn't know is, I think, the emotional toll, yeah? Because from the outside, you see the success factors, yeah? And even the success factors, you see them painted in a certain way. The emotional roller coaster, both on the upside as on the downside, for you, but also for your close surroundings, for your friends, for your family, this I underestimated, yeah? So I always say that it sounds great from the outside, and 7 out of 10 days, I'm usually annoyed about something, yeah? And this I underestimated, but when it does work out, it's really, I think, the greatest thing.
The highs are high and the lows
highs
are low.
are just amazingly high.
Yeah.
Also, the degree of freedom is higher. One other more precise advice that I would have: do a negotiation course. Yeah. And what I mean, it can either be online or buy a couple of good books or book a trainer, because everyone thinks they can negotiate well, but it's a skill that you can learn. And you need to negotiate all the time with people that you work with, that you work for, with VCs, with business partners, with competitors, every time. And there are certain techniques that you can learn. And to some people it comes easier than to others. But I grew up also in a culture where you don't negotiate. Yeah, you walk into a store and you just buy it. Yeah, you don't haggle. Yeah, so it sounds very specific, but do that. It will serve you very, very well. And there's some cool tricks that you can learn. You want to hear one?
Of course, go ahead.
Silence.
Yeah, that's classic.
You're on the phone, you're negotiating. You do whatever. You throw in a price or a term, the other person responds. And then you always have to urge to say something. And it's super awkward. It's almost cringe-worthy, painful, awkward. But just be silent. Complete silence. Until the other person says something. Because it sounds weird, but really try it out. Because it's so awkward. People just can't bear silence, yeah, in life situations or on the phone, that they usually will come and improve on their own offer. Yeah? So really, and I always talk, yeah? And it was really something I had to learn, but silence is in negotiations is a real killer weapon.
I think it's one of the things we also learned. We negotiate quite a lot, and is people negotiating themselves up, kind of. Yeah. And related to that is negotiating in teams.
In teams, okay, yeah.
I have no authority to give you a better deal.
And then you refer to your boss, and yeah.
These kinds of things. But maybe let's get back. Actually, it's this kind of founder psychology is a topic which I'm very, very interested in, because I think as a previous entrepreneur and also now VC, I work a lot with founders. What kept you motivated? How do you power through 8 years of ups and downs?
Yeah, one is I think you have to. Maybe you can develop it, or maybe you just feel it in your guts before you found. I think you have to have a natural inclination to it. Yeah, so I think it helps if you have a little bit of a competitive gene, so to speak. So that always helped me. I mean, you have the obvious things. Yeah, I don't know, economic and all of that. But for me, it's really when I left my old job. And now I from time to time I visit friends at the banks, and now they're partners and MDs and all of that. I kind of still want to prove these motherfuckers wrong, that I left and they stayed. And so I don't know, it maybe sounds a bit vain, but I think that this is a driver. And at a certain degree also you start little, and then you have a company, and then also responsibility kicks in. We now have 500 people. Mm-hmm. So not just about you, you're responsible for them, because every one of those, they either left a good job or they could have had other opportunities. That increases pressure, but maybe it's a bit old school, but I think pressure is good. Pressure creates diamonds.
Cool. So I just got a sign. We're wrapping up. If you, I think we'll both be around if you want to talk about how it is to build a successful startup, or if you want to talk about business plans, investments, etc. Feel free to reach out. Otherwise, thanks for listening.
Take care.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Oh, lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Oh, amazing. Good. I've been instructed to make it as quick as possible, but what I do need to do for the flex, and I hope that you guys are okay with that, is I need to take a BeReal real quick. I saved mine from last night. Anybody on BeReal? BeReal? Oh yeah, Gen Z is in the room, eh? Nice. Okay, let me take that BeReal real quick. Are you guys going to look like you're excited at least? Yes. Okay, great. All right, let's see. How should I do this? Right, you guys ready? Do you want to put your hands up? Yeah, I think you should put your hands up. Come on, everybody, please put your hands up. Ah, we love it. Okay, good. My grandma's going to love this one. There we go. Good. It's not just time to be real for me, but it's time to be real for everyone. And this is a very special session because it's the first online session that we have. Today we will be joined by Jerry Murdoch, who's the Managing Director of Insight Venture Partners. And please put your hands together for our moderator, Max Keller, the President of Start Global.
Hello, hello. Welcome back. Third time seeing me today. It's probably going to be the last time, but I hope this will be an interesting session nonetheless. So many of you, as Laurent just asked, seem to be very into the social media realm, especially with BeReal. And it is my extreme privilege and honor to have with us today one of the most esteemed software investors of Insight Partners that the world knows today. For those of you who may not have heard of Insight Partners, they're a US-based fund, but also investing in Europe and across the world with close to $100 billion in assets under management. They have invested in close to 1,000 companies and led over 600 of these rounds. And notable investments include big-ass companies like Snapchat, Twitter, and of course, BeReal. And so, if the tech will work, then I hope we have Jerry with us here in just a moment on the screen. If not, there we go. Hi, Jerry.
How are you, Max?
I'm brilliant. How are you?
I'm just as good as it could be right now. Very excited.
Looks pretty serene where you're at.
Well, we've got a half a meter of new snow in the last 24 hours here, and so time to go hike the bowl and get some snow.
Amazing. Well, I can definitely say that we're all feeling a little bit jealous because it's sort of cloudy and moody here. But nonetheless, let's get this session kicked off. So,
great.
You founded Insight Capital back in 1995. You sort of rode the dot-com bubble and then survived the following bust and, well, have since gone on to become one of the most esteemed investors in the industry. And so I was wondering, with your wealth of knowledge and expertise, what's your take on the world, the situation we're living in today, and sort of what would be your general advice on how to handle this situation for the next gen that's here today?
Yeah. Well, what's interesting is that when Jeff Horn and I started Insight, we didn't do dot-com deals. The dot-com deals we thought were going to be safe in our infrastructure and software application investing. Well, the dot-com bubble took everybody down, and I think our third fund was a 99 fund and only returned 1%, which was a top decile performing fund, but the whole market came down. And so what happens is, and I think that's the situation today, is that the issue, you can't just isolate your business or some part of the technology sector and say, this is safe, this isn't. It's usually an all or nothing thing where everyone goes down at the same time. I think right now we're in a precarious situation. For the moment, it feels pretty safe that deposits are covered here in the United States. But the reality is we've had a year of depressed stocks and depressed software investing. It's been a really difficult year, but a necessary one. This is how we sort of clean out the less efficient and less good companies, and good companies are born during this time. Some of the best companies will be born right now, and they'll have the right values because they're going to grow up with scarcity of capital, scarcity of people, and that's the right way to build your business if you can, is to have a high degree of value on efficiency and growing your business. The problem that exists that we don't know is the next 6 months. Is the bigger problem going to be the banking sector? Do people stop trusting each other in the banks, as what happened in 2008 in the United States? People stopped trusting Lehman Brothers and stopped trusting Bear Stearns, and so the whole market the banks were going to dry up, and liquidity was going to be challenged because no one trusted each other. And so we have to get trust back in the system. What happened in Switzerland with UBS buying Credit Suisse was an attempt to sort of, I think, shore up trust, that the big banks could be trusted and everyone is someone you want to do business with. But if there's an event that happens and people and other banks stop trusting other banks, we're in for a real serious crisis. And that's going to affect everybody in every business. I don't know what the odds are. I hope it's less than 20% that something like that would happen. And then we've got inflation at the same time. So it's very complex. I would just urge everyone who's out there to preserve the capital that they have and try and just weather the storm as best they can.
As you rightly pointed out, there's some severe things that have happened the last few weeks. There's been some serious shocks to both the social and the economic fabric of the world we find ourselves in. And this comes after, COVID having hit the world pretty seriously for a span of 3 years. But all the while, there's a lot of talk about COVID accelerating digitalization, COVID making things more sort of fast-paced, getting people to adopt software and stuff faster, more efficiently. And it seems to be a lot of buzzword talk, but are there any sort of paramount emerging trends that you think are going to play a crucial role in this sort of difficult world that we find ourselves in?
Okay, well, a lot depends on what happens in the financial situation. If counterparty risk between banks becomes a very big problem, then innovation or capital for innovation is really going to slow down. I think today, seed capital and Series A capital is pretty much reasonably available for the best companies, but later stage companies are challenged. As far as technology goes, everyone knows, everyone's been talking about artificial intelligence. I do believe that most software going to be written today is you're going to have someone coding in Python to get you analytics, and machine learning is definitely being embedded in almost every SaaS service company I see today. So I think that at least as an enabling technology, artificial intelligence is going to play a major role. What's happening with ChatGPT is fantastic. A lot of developers I know are having ChatGPT write their code. For example, if you're a front-end developer, you're using maybe ChatGPT to help you with the back-end software. It's not perfect, but it really does save a lot of time. A lot of companies are using AI now to write code, and I think that we'll see that trend accelerate dramatically. So that's number one, artificial intelligence, both as sort of an enabling technology in the SaaS services, and also as a consumer-facing technology to help people write code and to do other things that could be used by search engines, for example. So I think that's the number one trend I see. The second trend is further automation of things that we don't normally suspect. I think good businesses and good companies want to automate problems that are manual today or complex today. We see companies in Europe like Dice doing that with ticketing and putting on sort of a real challenge to Live Nation in terms of how you go and experience live entertainment. Companies like them, companies like Truecaller in Sweden, which is doing really interesting work in communications, particularly in emerging markets in Africa and India and Latin America. So I see more automation of manual processes across the board as being a a #1 driver of new and innovative technology.
So you just pointed out to a couple of sort of category leaders or emerging category leaders in Europe. And originally, being a US fund, sort of the intuition might be that you would want to stick to the US as a whole, but you evidently with Insight have gone far beyond that. And so I was wondering, well, tech and sort of these industry leaders are usually associated with the US market more so than the European market at the moment still. But more and more things are emerging in Europe. And so I was wondering what your take to this sort of transatlantic relationship is that exists here today, and maybe how this compares to what it was like back in '95 when you founded.
Right. Well, back in '95, we did about, I think, 12 to 14 investments in Fund 1, which included a company called Metaquatro in Spain. It was the first software company to go public that I recalled in that country. We had a big problem with Metaquatro in hiring engineers because in Spain at the time, in the 90s, when you told someone you were going to give them stock options and then they went to their mother-in-law's house for dinner, the mother-in-law said, "Oh, that can't be true." And so we had a real challenge getting people to believe in stock options back then. We also invested in SLP.com, a data analytics company in Paris. So look, early on, Insight was focused globally on, and if you look at the portfolio today, we're, I don't know, in probably 30 or 40 companies, you know, from Estonia to India to Singapore. I mean, we're all over the world, and we started that way. So yeah, we're different than most American funds that focus on the U.S. and particularly Silicon Valley. We started our early runs and said, hey, we just want to find the coolest companies, and so we focused a lot wherever we could find them, and Europe happened to be a great place early on, and it is today as well.
And so you mentioned your portfolio includes many companies, and if you take a look at this portfolio, I think one thing really jumps at you, and that is that you've invested in several of the category leaders over the past decades in the social media space, including Snapchat, Twitter, and in particular BeReal. And so I was wondering, you know, these category leaders you seem to have identified in the social media space quite frequently. Is there like a secret recipe, in your opinion, what it takes to make it in this sort of space of social media?
Social media is by far the most difficult space. If you look at the number of winners in it, there aren't that many. The problem with social media, as opposed to just another company, is you have to get ubiquity. Social media is meaningless unless you get hundreds of millions of users. I mean, that's the ones that are the winners, right? And so it's really, really challenging to provide that kind of utility and excitement that hundreds of millions of people want your product. That's the challenge. And so, you know, we went after it because we thought they had impact. What mattered to me was, you know, when I met Evan Spiegel at Snapchat, it was like 12 people. He was on the beach in Santa Monica. You could see that inside the app that there was enough something special. It gave users a sort of intimacy and privacy and creativity in how they communicated with each other. And you could see that that would have impact and that would be desirable. Because the one thing that teenagers don't really have in their life, especially younger teenagers, is privacy. Privacy is something that you earn after you get out of your parents' house and you get on your own. And so I thought that impact is something that I get motivated by. In the case of Twitter, something very similar, where the idea has been better than the management team, without question. Look at the various people that have run it, and the thing is indestructible so far. We don't know if it'll keep going. But in terms of BeReal is something that's still early on. They're early in the journey. They're making impact, and I think their utility and excitement is about a new way of doing a status update and sort of saying, "Hey, here we are." And the serendipity of having a moment, descend upon your phone and say, "Hey, now's the moment for BeReal," is kind of exciting. Whether they continue to do what they've done and grab a lot of users and grow has a lot to do with how the management team continues to evolve and how they continue to focus on that utility that they started with. And this is going to be interesting to see how it rolls out. But without question, if any of you in the audience are thinking about social media, there's nothing harder you can do, in my opinion.
But so how did you stumble upon BeReal? Was it sort of an accident? Was it someone introducing it?
Well, look, I retired from Insight 11 years ago, almost 12 years ago, and I did a bunch of things on my own and with my partners because, you know, I'm a founder. As a founder, you're always part of it. You never really get out of it unless something went wrong. But if you're a founder, you're still involved in what you've done and do. And so what I've done is sort of slow down my own investing and have invested through some small, very interesting funds. Like, for example, New Wave in Europe. Those were the guys that did the seed, and then I came in after that. And so I knew about BeReal from them. Jean and Pia at New Wave, they did a fantastic job of working with Alexis. And then when I got to meet Alexis, I said, hey, you need to meet Pavel Durov. You need to meet someone else who's doing something fantastic with Telegram. And Pavel's chosen his own course where he's not taking any money from anyone. And I think Telegram's success is due to how Pavel Durov thinks about things, and I wanted him to meet Alexis. And so that created the opportunity for me to also invest a little more directly in BeReal.
And was there anything in particular that sort of pushed you over the edge? Because from your elaborations previously, it seemed that you see positives and also negatives with BeReal.
Yeah, it comes down to the entrepreneur. I mean, in my 28-year career or whatever it's been, I don't know, but it's the entrepreneur. At the end of the day, it's the person. I started a company with my co-founder before we even started Insight, a company called OpenVision. We wrote the business plan. It merged with a company called Veritas, which still has most of the backup software in the world out there, back in the early 90s, before 95. And then when we started Insight, we still had that feeling of that uncomfortableness that entrepreneurs have. Entrepreneurial life is you have to be driven to solve a problem for someone else. If your motivation is to think of others and think how you can solve that problem, that's the kind of person I want to meet. A person that wants to do it for their own reasons is a different type of entrepreneur. I like the ones that want to solve problems for other people, because that kind of creates a magnetism around the company early on. And I saw that in the founder of BeReal, Alexis. He just definitely has that attitude. And so that's got me excited about it.
So, as you know, our topic this year is reaching for resilience, and we're trying to spotlight companies that really are maybe not going through the most traditional, hypergrowth pathway, but also may be facing some interesting and difficult challenges ahead. And so we've seen a little bit of a slowdown in the growth of BeReal. And I was wondering, is this something that makes you nervous? Is this something you see as just part of the journey? Is this maybe sort of a critical moment for the company where they either make it or don't?
Well, I saw the same thing in Twitter and Snapchat. There was always a pause as we moved to technology or shifted. In the case of BeReal, they've maintained the DAUs that they've had, that's for sure. But the growth has slowed down, and it's because they have to release the next feature set that's going to drive more functionality. I think we'll see some things happening at BeReal in the next 60 days, and we'll see if that reaccelerates the growth in the company. But in all the journeys, there's always a sort of a plateau effect, and then you come a reacceleration. As a public company, you saw Snapchat really flatten out for over a year because their Android growth stopped. The app became too complex for Android, and they had to redo the whole thing. And then they reaccelerated after they fixed the Android app. And so, it's interesting in social media. And at Twitter, one of the problems we had was that none of the people that I knew in Twitter, the early users, they all were on Apple phones. They were never on Android phones. And so consequently, Twitter has never had a great Android experience. And I think that's stunted their growth in a lot of ways. And I think that Snapchat, we just talked about their problem with Android, which they seem to have fixed. But the challenge, if you're going to do new social media, you need to have both platforms working. It's not so easy because they're completely different. And so there's additional cost and additional functionality you need to think about because of the way Android works and the way iPhones work. And so, I'm cautiously optimistic about BeReal's shot. They've proven that they have something the world wants, over 25 million or whatever it is DAUs. And I think we'll see. We'll see with this next feature set if they launch or not. Like I said, I'm cautiously optimistic.
So is there any particular reason you're saying 60 days? Is there something we need to be prepared for?
I just think that when you go to these sort of plateau levels, there's only so much the management team can take. And I think Alexis just has a fire built under him, and I suspect he's not going to tolerate flat growth for a while. He's going to demand that he does something spectacular, and the great ones do. You know, the great entrepreneurs don't take not accomplishing their goals seriously. I mean, they have to have that intent, and my suspicion is, knowing Alexis, that his intent is going to be to go make this thing start growing again quickly. So I'd say next 2-3 months, 60 days at the earliest, I would suspect something would be happening there.
Understood, understood. And you mentioned hiring and firing as the sort of key component of getting over this plateau. You know, in market times like this, hiring and firing has become a different deal than it was perhaps 3 years ago. Does that change anything about the way you see a company, the way you look at a founder?
Well, first of all, founders, in today's world, you need to be technical. You need to have a good technical understanding. Steve Jobs didn't write code, but he had an excellent understanding of technology and what they needed to build. And I think that's what we need today, is more founders that have more of a deeper technical understanding and appreciation of product, because product is number one. Ideas are great, but the product is the thing that allows your company to scale. And scaling is the big question that venture capitalists ask when they meet an entrepreneur is, hey, is this the kind of entrepreneur that isn't going to be satisfied with small wins? Is it the problem that they're solving? Does it take ubiquity to be successful? Does it take massive growth? And who's going to do that? And hiring and firing the right people is everything in terms of getting growth and getting the product built. So I do think that while we've been in a sort of scarcity, it was very expensive for startups to hire talent. Now I think with the current situation, startups, they need to go further with the core team. So they would raise money easily in the past few years and immediately start hiring people outside the core team, and you could actually slow yourself down. When I met Pavel Durov at Telegram, which is mostly an Android app, it has a substantial iPhone base, but they really have cut their teeth on Android. Last I talked to him, and I don't know how many users, he's approaching 1 billion. He has one developer for Android, one guy that takes demand, and I think that says a hell of a lot about the kind of organization and efficiency a great entrepreneur has, like Pavel Durov, is that you get the most amazing talent on your co-founding team. So that's the first thing, is for the entrepreneur to have a very high bar and not have mediocre talent. You're not going to go very far with mediocrity. You have to go with the best, and you have to find the best from the get-go. Because then you have a high bar on who you're going to hire next to the team. If you start with mediocrity, you're going to hire mediocre. But if you start with a very high bar and hire the best as a core team, then you're going to be able to have that bar maintained, and everyone's going to know what productivity looks like. And everyone's going to deliver, and that's what you have to do.
So the typical follow-up question at this point would be, what are the things you look for in a good founding team? But I'm actually going to flip that question upside down and ask you, what are sort of the biggest no-goes, maybe the red flags that you identify in founders that make you say, no, I'm not going to invest in this kind of person?
Well, in the past 20 years, every investment that failed, without question, the founder was delusional. I mean, delusional thinking pervades from venture capitalists, from founders, and people involved in consulting and advising companies. What is most important that I look for in an entrepreneur is that they are the person that is stating what reality is. They have to say, this is reality for us in a humble way, but this is what the reality is. And as we move forward, it's the same thing. I'm a big fan of mountaineers and ski mountaineers. I had Reinhold Messner in Aspen speaking at the Aspen Institute this past November. I had him in my house for 5 days. And the reason the guy's alive is that he made great decisions. And he was completely clear-headed. He was never delusional about what he was trying to do. Otherwise, he'd be dead. And I think it's the same thing. We can look to mountain climbing as a great metaphor for entrepreneurship, because you have to be aware of the challenge ahead. And you have to be afraid of the consequences of failing. And if you're not, well, you're probably not going to build a great company. Great companies come from people that have a clear sense of reality and make great decisions. I would argue that anybody in the audience, or the vast majority of who you are, is the total sum of the decisions you've made, good and bad. And that's the same thing with an entrepreneur. How is their decision making going to play out over time? And so when I get to know someone, it's all about understanding what they're doing. And if they're not using intuition with logic, then there's a problem there, number one, because they'll lack the creativity. You need to have intuition and logic in every decision you make that's meaningful. You just have to do it. And by the way, you don't really know what's meaningful going forward, so you have to assume everything is meaningful. Steve Jobs said in his 2005 Stanford commencement address that you have to trust that the dots will connect. But what he didn't say is that we as human beings have to learn how to trust that those dots will connect going forward. But the dots going forward connect because you make good decisions, not bad ones.
So maybe to slowly wrap up the session, because keeping an eye on the clock, we are running short on time. If we zoom out sort of from this close perspective of the next 60 days, the next few months, to maybe a longer term perspective of the next 10 years, the next 20 years, what's your perspective? And sort of what do you see as this world developing into for this next generation of entrepreneurs that we have with us today?
Listen, I'm very optimistic about this generation of entrepreneurs, because they're growing up in a world that's full of challenges, lots of conflicts. If you're in Europe and you look what's going on in the Ukraine, you cannot not be worried and concerned that we're still, even now, late in the 21st century, we're still, fighting as if we did 100 years ago. I mean, it's astounding to me, what kinds of problems the entrepreneurs of this generation are going to face. I just hope that this generation, really focuses on the truth about what is real, and really understanding the truth about the problem and the nature of the problem they're going to solve. And they're working with people that have that same level of focus on reality. If you do that, you're going to be able to sort of make better decisions. And so the next decade, the world will transform. If we go back, now it's been a little longer. It's been, call it almost 14, 15 years. The mobile phone had just begun. I mean, Steve Jobs announced it in 2007. He got 10 million subscribers with AT&T in 2008. And that was the beginning of this long, amazing trend where we're all, dependent now on these mobile phones that are like, part of our life. I think of the next decade, the phone and sort of its descendant devices that fits in your clothing or whatever will be profound to us. They'll be profoundly important for us to navigate the world. We'll be able to accomplish more. We'll be able to do more. But at the same time, having our own sense of well-being is going to be challenged. You're living in an urban environment. I really recommend you get out and get in nature and get a sense of inspiration from being sort of in nature, because you need to have a sense of, if not meditation, a certain quietness so that creativity can enter your life. The problem I see with a lot of entrepreneurs that are living in a big city, their world is horizontal, and they think in horizontal terms. When you get out into the mountains, you live in a vertical world. There's a famous Italian ski mountaineer named Stefano de Benedetti. And Stefano said, when you live in the mountains, your view of everything changes. You can see what was once impossible become possible. Now, We don't all have to move to the mountains, but we need to think in a vertical world. We need to think about vertically higher conscious states to solve problems. Einstein himself said, you need to achieve a higher state of consciousness to solve the problem that you just had in a lower state of consciousness. I mean, there's no question that we're going to need to have people that are younger, more energetic, wiser, more grounded in reality, and have vertical aspirations. And I recommend that if it doesn't resonate with you, that you think about that metaphor and think about what is it like to live in a vertical world versus a horizontal world. And if you do, you can make impact and you can change the world. And I'm optimistic that the next 10 years, we'll see a lot of change, and it'll be done by those entrepreneurs that have those values.
Amazing. Jerry, thank you so much for being here with us today, and I hope you enjoy the powder snow a little bit for everyone here as well, and all the best. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Danke dir vielmals. Guys. Right. Wow, we have quite the turn up for this one. Amazing. And you're leaving, sir. What's up? I'm kidding. Do whatever you like. Bear market hyperscaling. Who wants to hyperscale? Yeah, a couple of people. I'll let you guys, shuffle around a little bit for a minute. Make sure that you sit down, you're comfortable, you're happy. Anybody not had some coffee today? Anybody not on coffee? Oh, you're very healthy, miss. Absolutely. How's your Red Bull intake? Water? About 1,000 people envy you. Amazing. Good. I think we're ready. Bear market hyperscaling. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome Andy Yen, Steve Salem, and the moderator Isabelle Sigrist. Now, Andy Yen's the founder and CEO of Proton, which he founded in 2014. Today, Proton enables 70 million people to take their online privacy into their own hands. Prior to that, and I think that's pretty cool, he worked at CERN here in Switzerland. Now, Steve Salem, he is the partner at the Geneva, London, and New York City-based ACE. And they're just now, Swiss entrepreneurs, listen up, launching a Swiss tech fund. Before, he was the guy who launched Uber here in Switzerland, in Austria, and in France. And without further ado, please put your hands together and welcome with me Andy Yen, Steve Salem, and the moderator Isabelle Sigrist.
Let's sit together.
Yeah.
Well, hello, St. Gallen. I hope you're having a nice afternoon. We brought the Geneva boys. So I would like to just get started and ask Andy. Andy, what is Proton?
Sure. Well, thanks for the introduction. Very happy to be here, and good to see everybody again. My name is Andy Yen. I'm the founder and CEO of Proton. And what we do is we're a consumer company, so we provide services to people just like you, just like everyday people. But our products, like our email service, our VPN, and our file storage service, is basically very similar to what Google provides, but with a very different business model. Our business model is not selling you advertising, but instead it's about building products and services that put privacy first. So together with our privacy-first model, we've actually acquired today over 70 million people that have gotten accounts within our system, and we continue to grow. So today, Proton has around 400 employees, with probably half of those based here in Switzerland.
Thank you, Andy. As you can see, we're talking big business, and the question today is how do we get there? Steve is joining us as a former Uber executive and has been to some interesting growth stuff as well before he became a VC. So tell us, what are you doing today at ACE, and what did you do at Uber?
Sure.
So today at ACE, so I'm an operator turned VC investor, which is like the transition has been quite recent. So I joined ACE very recently as a partner to co-run the venture capital arm of the company. So we manage $1.5 billion in total assets in private equity and venture capital. And we're very excited to be launching this new fund that will be focused on Switzerland as a theme. But before that, I was an operator. So I'm Swiss. I studied a very long time ago at EPFL. And I spent the first half of my career in finance, but then transitioned into startups. And so more concretely, I joined a company called AppDirect, which was a Series A company back then in 2012, B2B SaaS, and I helped them expand in Europe for a couple of years, after which I joined Uber back when it was just a few hundred employees in its blitzscaling phase. And I launched a business in Geneva and scaled it across Switzerland, after which I joined the team in Paris, which back then was growing very fast, but still quite small, and turned it into something that became quite large, and did that for about 6 years. So building and running Switzerland, France, and Austria for Uber. In the last couple of years, I advised startups, scale-ups, investors, and very recently became a VC investor.
Thank you so much. So with Steve and Andy today, we want to highlight their growth paths, because I think we haven't had a lot of entrepreneurs on stage that have built stuff at this scale, and also you have had an IPO with Uber that you could actually witness. So Steve, my first question is to you. You entered Uber, it was back in 2014 when you called it, you were blitzscaling. Maybe explain us, what was this kind of dynamic that Uber wanted? What was the strategy that Uber was going for at the time, and the underlying business model that you were going for? Because this is something, maybe a word not all of us know, and what were the implications from it?
Okay, so there's a lot here. So I joined Uber at a very, very different time than the one we're in. It was in 2014. Access to capital was much easier, much cheaper, and it allowed companies and business models like Uber to actually exist. And so in 2014, we were in what I call the blitzscaling, and there's been a number of things written about blitzscaling, but it's basically optimizing for speed and focus. And the way you actually build something like that and the way you do things is that you optimize for these things, but you do that and you make the conscious trade-off of not being efficient at all. So the way it actually, panned out at Uber was that we were building an organization that was very, very decentralized, because we wanted to optimize again for speed and focus, and to empower local team to make a lot of decisions as fast as possible. So very concretely, we had a single team in every single city in which we operated. So I was hired to be like GM Geneva, which means that there was another team in Zurich where they had like the exact same setup, which again is extremely inefficient, but it allowed us to go extremely fast. And so that was the very early days of the company, where you actually want to go and expand because there is a cost of being too slow. That's true for any business, but for Uber, it's really a market that it's a winner take most, if not all, markets. So you really need to get there as quickly as you can, because the cost of not doing that is going to be way bigger than the cost of creating the market, which was extremely large for Uber. So again, this type of business model were allowed to exist in a world where the access to capital was extremely different than the world we live in today. So but that's another different type of answer.
Well, I think it's very interesting that you're highlighting this, because the way Uber rolled out, you were in charge of Geneva at the very beginning, and then also it caught up into the Swiss market within 2 years, which was very, very fast that you were in Switzerland after being in the US. So I was very impressed at the time. I heard of Uber the first time in California, and a few years later you were here.
Yes.
Now, Andy, you took a very different growth path. Proton today, 17 million users, we heard before from Laurent. How did you get there? It's bootstrapped.
Yeah, I think our path was different. We didn't take very much VC money. We don't today have any VC investors. And that was maybe a consequence of being a Swiss company in 2014, based in Geneva. We were not, let's say, a few kilometers away from Sand Hill Row in San Francisco. We didn't have the Bay Area investors. There wasn't a ton of easy access to capital. So as a Swiss company that was trying to grow, thousands of miles away from Silicon Valley, you had to take a different approach. And our approach, we knew from the beginning that it would not be easy to raise money. Our pitch back in those days to VC investors was basically, we're going to compete against the largest, most successful tech company in the world called Google. And we're going to ask people to pay for a product that Google gives away for free. And VC said, yeah, that's not going to work, right? So we had a different way. What we did at the very beginning was actually crowdfunding. So we said, okay, VC investors probably don't buy into this idea. In fact, no one buys into this idea. It's turning the business model of the internet completely upside down. It's saying, I'm not going to sell ads and abuse user data. What I'm going to do instead is have some people pay a small amount of money in order for us to have a freemium business model that can scale. So the best way to test that model is actually to do crowdfunding. You see if you can get already a couple thousand people, in our case, 10,000 people, to just put up some money for privacy. And if that actually works, if you can crowdfund the business, then you've actually demonstrated at a small scale that the concept is true. So what we did in 2014 was we had maybe the first Indiegogo campaign for a software company. And we actually raised around $500,000 of non-dilutive money to start the business. And it also proved to us that the community-based approach of getting individuals to fund a business to scale works out. So the next step was, okay, now that we know this works, let's quickly get to market with a product as fast as possible, as lean as possible, so that we can go from 10,000 crowdfunding supporters to potentially hundreds of thousands of paying customers. And this was a very fast sprint. You had to do it before your crowdfunding money ran out. So there was no Geneva and Zurich office, duplicated teams, none of that, right? It was a few people doing a bit of everything, just trying to get to the finish line as quickly as possible, making sure that you could get to market before you ran out of money.
Well, I think it's very interesting because we don't have a lot of consumer good companies or consumer services, and you built such a big one out of Switzerland, or at least I guess most of you know this, but I just love to highlight it for a Swiss audience as well. Mm-hmm. Now, I think now, Steve, obviously market conditions have changed. In case you didn't notice, COVID-19 hit in March. Today, would it be possible still to build Uber, or what does have to change for startups?
Yeah, no, as I was saying, I don't think it's realistic to think that a business like Uber, who needed so much capital to deploy so quickly, would be something that would be plausible in today's market condition. I don't want to say that it's impossible, but I don't think it's very realistic to assume that that would be the case. Today, you need to be very, very conscious that the cost of capital is way higher. The access to capital is very, very difficult, and therefore investors like myself, but pretty much anyone here, will be paying a lot of attention to things like free cash flow, to just like the sanity of the unit economics that you have in the business model. And just a parenthesis here, I think the unit economics of Uber were actually quite healthy, contrary to popular belief. But
good to know.
So it's a different story. But today you need to be the way that you think about the business model that you actually are building. You need to be very conscious about these market realities and the fact that raising interest rates is actually increasing the cost of capital. So that's a very, very different time. But again, it doesn't mean that great companies cannot be built in today's market. I think we seen a chart earlier today which was very interesting and showing that a number of the best and the greatest companies were actually built in times like ours. So it's today I'm full of hope and very bullish on the tech ecosystem in general.
Thank you for sharing. And I also think, Andy, what did change for you? Because I think you had a very different growth path from the beginning. How did this downturn impact your business?
Well, I think a downturn or a bear market is basically defined from a startup perspective as a market where you don't have access to capital and money doesn't exist. Well, that for a bootstrap company is sort of the default. From the very beginning, there was no money. Money didn't exist. And from that perspective, a bear market isn't actually any different from the normal market for us because it's just the way that we've always been. So I think from that standpoint, we didn't have to radically alter our business. But at the same time, we do know that the recession that's coming could in fact get worse. We do know that liquidity from banks and other third parties will be very difficult to obtain, and it does lead you to become more cautious. And by being more cautious, you also maybe try to become more efficient. And I think this is something that's very important to keep in mind because when you're building a company, when you're building a startup, you're almost, in many cases, competing with another incumbent in the market. Whether it's they have a product that's similar to yours, in our case, Google, for example, or you're building a product that an incumbent could spend more money and resources on and actually crush you through competing against you directly. So you're not going to have more money. You're not going to have more time. You're not going to have more resources. And you're probably not even smarter than them. So how do you win? In fact, the only way you can win is by being more efficient. So I think having that lean mentality all the time, even in the good times and the bad times, that's something that can really make a difference between success and failure for startups that are trying to scale.
You kind of answered partially this, but why did you choose to go this way? Did it have something to do for what Proton stands for?
Yeah, well, I think we were very lucky to have the choice. Many entrepreneurs are starting to grow. They don't actually have the ability to choose whether they need to take money or not take money. Sometimes the business model, the market dynamics, the competition forces them to take money. So it's not always a choice that you can make. We were fortunate to have that choice. But having made that choice, there's of course a couple reasons behind it. One thing I would say is a lot of people today I've seen in the past are trying to raise money for the sake of the headline. Right? They can say, I raised 30 million at this valuation, I'm now a unicorn, et cetera, et cetera. And that really isn't the right reason to raise money. In fact, if you're an entrepreneur, you don't want to raise money. Because when you raise money, you're giving up control, you're giving up the ability to execute the vision the way you want to do it. You're also giving up the ability to be agile and change things around, because now you have other stakeholders that you have to satisfy. So fundamentally, it's best not to raise money if you can actually do it. And it's kind of weird maybe sitting next to a VC to give that advice. But
ironic.
I do say that in general, if you can get away with growing the business without VC money, it's better. And in Proton's perspective, we're a user-focused company. Our goal is to protect privacy and to make sure that everybody's rights online is protected. And by not having today VC investors, that's the best way to ensure the alignment between what we believe in and our users. All of our money comes from our users, so we have no incentive to other than do the best possible service for them.
And it's interesting because you built a very robust company with a sustainable growth strategy, something that we see is coming more in trend, thanks maybe also to the downturn. Now, Steve, he mentioned it, you have 1.5 billion under asset management. So with Ace Capital, what can we talk about maybe the contrarian perspective from Andy's? Why do you think there's also startups that should take up money? What are the benefits in the market conditions today to work with you?
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, first of all, I think that if you have the luxury not to take any money, of course, that's a very noble route, and I can only, agree with Andy on this point. I would say that getting money from a venture capital, so what I think I've heard before said it was smart money, I think gives you a number of different things. The first of which is the ability to actually go faster. To have also the right support from the right people. So when you actually take money in, you should really pick if you have this luxury, you should actually pick where it's coming from and actually make sure that the person, the team that is behind you that will be providing this money will provide you with the right support, inside access, and really support you along this journey. So you need to make sure that there is the right alignment in terms of timeline, in terms of strategy, and see whether or not you actually want to have these people as, you're giving up control, but you're also getting support, access, network, and the ability to go faster and to be able to actually execute on your vision. And that's something that you, at the end of the day, is very aligned with the mission of any entrepreneur. You want to execute, you have a big vision, you have a big plan. So in order to actually, I would say, to help you achieve that, that's what VC is actually for.
I think this is also nice to highlight both ways, because at least in my experience, sometimes founders don't understand when to ask for money and when not to ask for money. So when is the right point? if you look at it from the scaling perspective?
I don't think that there is a blanket answer to that question. It will really depend on many different factors. Why do you need actually this money? What's your vision? What's your timeline? What's your plan? Do you have the right team to execute? So all these questions need to be answered. But I think that if you're going to get money, you need to have a very clear view as to how you're going to use it. Is it really the right thing to do to get that money to execute on your mission?
Thank you very much. And also now, Andy, when we're going back to Proton, what I thought was fascinating as well is that, both of you had very different regulatory confinements. Okay, on the one hand, you're advocating data privacy, and also you met the commissioner from the European Union yesterday in Brussels to talk also more about this. Now, how does actually legal frameworks work in your favor? While for Uber, we all know he had to deal with a ban, for example, in Geneva, first when you started. So, Andy, how is this going for you in your growth phase?
Yeah, I think many people look at regulation and regulators as something scary and bad for business, but it depends on the market. And if you look at some regulations like GDPR, putting awareness on privacy globally, of course, helps our business strengthen. But one thing that I think is also very important to keep in mind is if you're an entrepreneur, if you're doing a tech startup, it doesn't really matter in what field anymore. Probably Google, Apple, and these tech giants are going to be one of your competition. You may be doing something in health, and actually Google and Apple will probably compete with you in health in the next couple of years. And when you have players that are so massive, so giant, with so much entrenched power, a lot of times it's not possible to fairly compete. And I can give kind of an example to the audience, right? If you want to install Proton Mail on an Android device, you need to download it from the Google Play Store. And to get Google Play, you basically need a Gmail account. So essentially, we're in a world where to use my product, you have to first get the service of my competitor. And that, of course, is not a fair marketplace. And this is the area where regulations can step in, because oftentimes the market dynamics don't get you to a level playing field, and regulations can help to even out the playing field. So I think that's why we invest time in Brussels, in DC, also at Bern, to try to push the right regulations to create the environment for startups to actually succeed.
Have you, in the last year since you started 9 years ago, you told me, have you witnessed that you're more on vogue with the topic now than ever before?
Well, if you're looking at things like competition, we actually managed to get the Digital Markets Act passed in Europe last year. So that was actually a victory. And it was a kind of amazing victory because it was against the odds with hundreds of millions of lobbying dollars spent against us by big tech companies. So the fact that small startups were able to push that through with the support of the European Union was a huge victory. And my vision is very simple. I simply believe the internet in the future is going to be more private. And it's going to be more private because it's what people want. And from that perspective, I think sooner or later, consumers are the most powerful force in the market economy. And what people want is, in the long run, what is actually going to win.
Thank you. And now, Steve, in Geneva, when he started, there was a very different scenario. And this is, again, what I like about you two contrarians. Yeah. So Uber had to also, in the growth phase, really, you got regulated often because of social insurance issues. Was that the case? But maybe also explain for the audience here that is kind of like maybe not using regulation in their favor, maybe has it as a barrier. How do you confront this in the growth, and how did you go about it with Uber?
Yeah, it was quite different than what Andy is describing. So as you may remember, when Uber launched in the early stages, there were different layers of regulation for different reasons. So it was actually not really so much social insurance at the beginning. It was mostly on transport regulation. So it's not transportation in general, but professional transportation is very heavily regulated in Switzerland. Switzerland, as we all know, it's very fragmented, but as a regulatory framework for transportation, it's regulated at the municipal level, so it's quite difficult, and it basically means that for us, what's very important for Uber, and something that we need to realize, is that we need critical mass. So Uber needs critical mass to get a service that is reliable. But what that means is that you need enough drivers that are actually behind the wheel and willing to actually take a trip. But to get drivers, you need in Switzerland, it's, as I said, very regulated. So in Geneva, they had to pass tests, but the test only happened once a year, and the people that were actually the examinator were actually taxi drivers. which make the pass rates below 20%. So it made our life very difficult, actually, as we were regulated. And then social insurance was something else, and then there were a bunch of other things. So regulation was difficult. I think, again, there is a real need to get the proper set of rules. The issue we had was mostly that the rules that were designed in the 1960s. So it was very difficult to actually integrate a model like Uber.
Thank you. Well, I think it's interesting that you both have this experience of foes and friends with the regulators.
Yes.
Now, if we look at as well, picking up a bit on this growth method again, if we have founders in here, I'm taking a lot of you are early in your journey. Andy, you've built this huge company, but you started also from nothing back at 9 years ago. What are maybe some of the tips and tricks from navigating early growth into this so-called hyperscaling growth on a bootstrapped basis? What do you have for maybe tips that you can also give younger entrepreneurs, not in age, but in stage, along?
Yeah. Well, I think one of the most important lessons I've learned, and it took maybe almost a decade to learn it, is you often need to trust your intuition and your feeling on how to run a business. When we were starting off, we would often meet investors all over the place that said, you're not doing it the right way. You're not spending enough money. This is not how companies are grown and scaled and built. But the reality is, every business is different. Your business model is different, your product is different, your customers are different. There is no one standard way that actually works. So I would say don't try to go with the herd. Don't try to copy the existing playbook, because for your business, the playbook doesn't exist. You need to write it yourself. So you need to have the self-belief to push forward, even when everybody says that you're wrong, because oftentimes that's the difference that makes it so that you can make it to the other end. And I think it's doesn't mean that you should completely discard all advice either, right? Take the information in, synthesize it, and think what is right. But when you have all the information and you've done all your research, don't be afraid to trust your intuition on certain things.
Thank you. And I also want to give it back to I checked before, Uber had 25 billion in funding. So what is your advice on the scaling for entrepreneurs if they go for funding?
I think regardless of whether or not they go for funding, the single most important thing is that you get the right people and you make sure that they focus on the right things. And so how you get the right people is really up to you, what is important to you. But I very strongly, and I know it sounds like what everybody's saying, but to me there is nothing more important than to get the right team. It means that you need to make sure that you hire the right people, and you really need to build the muscle. And at different scale, as you grow, this becomes incredibly difficult. But that's the one type of decision I would never compromise on. It's always take enough time to actually make sure that you have the right people. The cost of being wrong is really huge. So there are very few decisions that you shouldn't optimize for speed. And it's a question of trade-off of cost, but it's really about spending time on recruiting and making sure you have the right set of people. It's extremely important. And then you also need to realize that some people will not be able to accompany you along the way as you grow your company. And you need to have the strength to let go of the people who actually are not, on this growth path with the company. That's extremely difficult, and the way you execute on that is also very important. So to me it's really all about the quality, the caliber of the people, setting the right objective, making sure that everybody is really focused and aligned on what you should be focused on.
Well, thank you both. I think this is very interesting because no matter which route you take, you can scale. And I think this is a real good message to go with. And I thank you guys for being here today with them, and you two for having the time to share your thoughts.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you. It was lovely. Thanks so much. Thank you. It was amazing.
Thank you.
Cheers. Right, people, we're having a little break. Coffee break and so on, but not for you, miss. We're going to see each other again at 5:15. Enjoy your break. See ya. Welcome back, everyone, to Accelerating the Future. Don't worry, don't rush, we have time. It's all right, it's all right. Nice. When you're a moderator, it's actually quite interesting because people try to not look you in the eye because they feel like you're going to talk to them. Yeah, like you, sir. They feel like they're going to talk to you, and like, nah, maybe not. It's like getting called out at school, and you're like, so what's 9 plus 10? 21? I don't know. That's a really bad meme. Good. We're going to have another online session right now. It is Accelerating the Future. Now, joining us live from San Francisco, we have Steve Jurvetson, and the moderator I'm incredibly excited about is Katharina Bubmann, none other than Katharina Bubmann, who was last year's president of Start Global. So please put your hands together for Steve Jurvetson and Katharina Bubmann.
Yes, thanks, Laurent. So good to be back. And good morning, Steve. Absolute pleasure seeing you again. Hope you're doing great.
And we are.
So, quick introduction. If you're familiar with Silicon Valley or venture capital, Steve Jurvetson is a name that basically needs no introduction. For everyone else, Steve's a legendary venture capitalist known for his very early backing of companies like Hotmail, Skype, Tesla, SpaceX, Planet Labs. The list goes on. He sat on Tesla's board for many, many years and currently sits on SpaceX board too. Steve graduated from Stanford not once, but 3 times, and worked closely with Steve Jobs at Next early in his career. And later on, Steve formed a very close personal and business relationship with Elon Musk, making him perhaps one of the very few people on Earth who have witnessed the 2 great tech visionaries in person. Today, Steve runs a venture capital fund called The Future Ventures, together with his business partner, Mariana Zenko, and is apparently the largest space artifact collector in the world. Maybe, Steve, you can show us your little collection around there. Exactly. I think the office is quite crowded. Steve, thanks so much for joining us.
Well, you're welcome.
To get that human connection back after that hell of a CV run through, let's start with some rapid fire questions. How do you start your day?
Oh, I start my day with a huge cup of coffee that I brew myself. I read an online newspaper, and I play with my daughter. I wake her up every morning when she calls out my name, and I read her a book in the morning and have coffee with her. And her coffee, of course, doesn't have any caffeine. It's just milk.
Awesome. What's your favorite TV show?
Well, I prefer books, but I am almost done with, what's it called? Oh my gosh, it's the therapy one, Shrinking. It's on Apple TV. And then, of course, Ted Lasso. I'm looking forward to the new season, and then White Lotus, just because it's so weird.
Yeah. Was very much looking forward to Ted Lasso season 3.
Yes.
But of course, getting to the facts, your portfolio is one that most investors can only dream of. What's your all-time favorite investment?
That's like your all-time favorite child. But we do have favorites, parents alike. Probably SpaceX, because I'm such a geek, and there's something very visceral about things that blow up when they fail and help humanity become a multi-planetary species. And you think back on the long arc of human history, the kinds of stories that might last 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years, and you can even fathom something that long. You know, SpaceX is one of those advances bringing humanity and life to other planets in our solar system. That itself may be one of the greatest hits of evolution.
Okay, cool. You touched right upon the first topic. So you mentioned in a previous talk that you're following this ever-expanding frontier of the unknown with your investing journey, and basically going into areas that are not overcrowded by venture capitalists. Tell us a bit more about that approach and what comes with it.
Sure. So the overall strategy, frankly, started when I was brand new as a venture capitalist. And my sort of obvious thought was, what could I possibly do as a new entrant that would be different from the very established and accomplished investors all around me? And it seemed quite obvious that going where they're not, going where supply and demand of capital is a little out of balance, is the obvious strategy. In the 90s, that was the internet, then there was synthetic biology, then energy and clean tech. It's always changing. But the simple rule of thumb that we've used here and at my prior firm, DFJ, is that I try to invest in things that are unlike anything I've seen before, yet adjacent to where I've been. And the logic there is that technology futures, whether you think about Moore's law now making AI possible and making synthetic biology possible or making autonomous cars possible that weren't possible 10 years ago or 20 years ago, that there's this natural vector in progress in all of technology. And so one way to stay on the cutting edge of what's important is to keep expanding outwards, to never sort of commit to just sagging in one sector, like I'm only going to do consumer internet or I'm only going to do enterprise software forever, because that inevitably won't be the vector of change 20 years from now. It'll be something new. And I never would have imagined the kinds of sectors we're investing in today just 10, 20 years ago. It wouldn't have occurred to me that agriculture and construction and energy would even be on the roadmap. And so I think it's an evergreen strategy, a strategy that will continue on for the next few decades, and has us, frankly, learning a lot about what's the most important areas of technology change in our world that helps restructure the fabric of society, the way that we live our life, the way we work, the way we become more healthy over time. I can't imagine anything more exciting to do, frankly.
Makes sense, makes sense. And 2 years ago, you announced your new fund with a 15-year time horizon, which marks it at the upper end of VC fund time horizons, to focus on visionary and very long-term bets. Do you feel like we need to change the typical 10 plus 2 year timeline? And how would you like to see funds structured, actually?
That's a good point. I think part of it is just a pragmatic realization that these funds are going to take longer than 10 years, and we're deluding ourselves to think everything's going to wrap up in 10 years, at least not in the kinds of meaningful companies that we're trying to invest in, right? If you're only investing in gaming and crypto and consumer hardware, sure, things wrap up in relatively short periods of time. But if you're actually trying to invest in companies that are going to change the world for the better, that doesn't wrap up in any clean way within 10 years. Think about 10 years into Tesla or 10 years into SpaceX. You wouldn't want to have to sell them. And then it's also just a pragmatic reality. At DFJ, every single fund went way past the 12-year mark. And in fact, there was a recent survey done by the National Venture Capital Association, NVCA, here in the US, that found that the average venture fund went for 16 years. So it's just a pragmatic reality to say, hey, LPs, don't expect us to be all wrapped up at the 10-year point. Some of the most exciting companies might just be hitting their stride at that point. And so we think that's just a more honest conversation to have LPs and make sure our LPs have that same long-term perspective, that they're not clamoring for a quick win. And it sort of filters, in a way, for the kind of investors you want in a venture fund.
What do you think would need to happen, or what would need to change for more funds to really also take up this very, very long-term view of making it 15 or even more than 15 years?
Right. I'm not sure. We were maybe one of the first to announce that that's what we're doing. I think entrepreneurs, by the way, like it. Oh, I'll add one more thing. This is a kind of a crazy thing. I've never sold a share of any company that I've invested in, which is an even longer term perspective to say, well, what about the 50-year or 60-year trajectory of these companies? And we can talk more about that later, but it's more than just our fund. When I receive carried interest, I hold on to these shares. So I think the reason some funds don't do that is they're either brand new and they just go with the norm. LPs just like to see the same standard product. They don't necessarily want to see anything that differs from stamp and repeat in the business model, and they like the idea of liquidity coming sooner rather than later. So if you're an investor in a venture fund, all else being equal, you'd like to see big returns early. Kind of obvious, but tougher question: what about modest returns early versus big returns later? Would you be willing to wait? And so I think it naturally in a market will sort of gravitate over time to a pragmatic reality. But realize, again, I just want to emphasize, this is for what I might call traditional venture capital funds, like traditional meaning like in the early days, like where you actually invest in companies that are trying to build products that they ship to customers and become profitable, that kind of trajectory. If instead you're chasing, crypto arbitrage seeking opportunists or, get rich quick schemes in gaming or others, that's obviously not what you shoot for. And in fact, if you're an investor in consumer hardware, anything that is a physical device that, let's say, costs less than $1,000, you have to sell those companies if you're going to make money. There's no example where you'd want to sit and ride that out for over more than 20 years in the last 40 years, meaning there's no company in the last 40 years that's you would have wished you held on to for a long period of time. The big exception, of course, is Apple, but that started more than 40 years ago. But I digress. So there are some sectors I just want to point out where things happen more quickly, but not in the kind of stuff we're doing.
Okay, and talking about long-term news, if you'd have to choose one, what's the sector you think will literally accelerate our future?
Well, AI jumps to mind because I love things that are enabling of many different sectors. So let me back up. Underlying AI is Moore's Law. So there's a sort of an abstraction that people should be aware of, that if you think about Moore's Law, this computational advance that takes place in a way that actually matters to customers, meaning no one buys transistor counts. They don't say, give me 1 billion transistors. No one's ever said that as a customer. They say, give me computational power or give me storage. And if you say, how much computational power does $1 buy? That has been compounding continuously for 122 years, covering a 10 billion X improvement. Now, the reason I belabor that is that's happened smoothly on this exponential curve, despite the economy, exogenous to World War I, World War II, the Great Depression, the current recession, if we want to call it that, will have no impact on this. Humanity's capacity to compute keeps compounding. The reason I belabor that is that's what's driving AI to be so exciting. So you know GPT-5 and 6 and 8 and 10 are just going to be that much more powerful, right? So we have a 4x per year in software improvement right now in AI and a 2x per year in computational power per dollar. So the hardware layer continues to improve at that level, which is astounding, into analog computing and quantum computing and a bunch of other new stuff that's coming down the pipe. So that's not going to end. That is the juggernaut of disruption that keeps technology companies redefining every industry. So as that power goes up and up and up, things that weren't simulatable before can be simulated. Things that weren't autonomous before become autonomous, like cars and rockets in the case of Tesla and SpaceX. Everything they make is an autonomous vehicle, a fully autonomous vehicle. That's the future of aerospace and automotive. It will be the future increasingly as these technologies innovate other industries. We have energy and construction and agriculture and just about everything over time. So every business becomes an information business in the long haul, and the basis of competition will be how they process and interpret information, broadly defined. That is a lead into AI, of course, being one of those really powerful tools that we're just beginning to see all the applications for. It was image recognition at first, pattern recognition more broadly. Now, all these interesting large language models that are really challenging, and as they always do in AI, the real question of what makes us uniquely human. Was it our creativity? We just keep giving up our little mantle of we're special. There's this one thing humans can do that computers can't, and with that, it keeps creeping away, of course, over time.
Yeah.
But I digress.
Cool. And talking about the people who actually do start a company, who accelerate our future, let's touch upon your ideal founder. So you've been very specific in the past about the need for new entrances, as you call it, to create really meaningful change. Can you elaborate a bit on that and how this also expresses itself in founder characteristics that you encounter?
Sure. Well, that's a big question, big pair of questions. So first, new entrants. New entrants means a business that is new, right? So this is primarily startups, but it can be large companies when they enter a new business. So like when Apple first entered the mobile phone business and it was a separate sector, completely separate from computing, or when they entered the music business, which had nothing to do with computers when they first started. Apple has been innovative in those new markets, but not in computing, right? Like the laptop and the desktop and servers are exactly the same as they were 10 years ago. Nothing notable has happened there from Apple. Nothing notable has happened in search from Google, with, of course, ChatGPT and stuff coming down, led by others. So what I'm giving as examples are that, and let me make it as an emphatic statement, that every meaningful change in business, 100% of them come from new entrants. They're led by new entrants. Now, incumbents, meaning big companies that were in that industry, can play fast, try to play catch up. Like think about all the automotive companies today, all of SpaceX's competitors today globally. They're playing catch up, but none of them led the change. And I will restate this because I don't believe there is any law in business other than this one law. Like there's no other statement I think that one could make that is just emphatically true without exception. And that is all meaningful change is led by new entrants. Now, why is that? Well, it's because if you're making a ton of money the old-fashioned way in some existing business with a sales channel and all kinds of advantages to scale, you're not going to disrupt your own core business. And by the way, meaningful change means disruptive, because if it's just business as usual, getting 10% better each year, no one's going to write a book about that. Humanity will never remember that again, thousands of years from now. The kinds of sea changes for humanity come when someone disrupts an industry and re-engineers it for the better. Usually around something around software and services and AI and what have you. There's going to be something that looks completely different now. We've seen that in music. We're starting to see that in healthcare. We've seen that. At least we're starting to see what the future of automotive looks like, where think out 20 years. The only thing that will matter in the car you purchase will be the software stack or the car that you rent or the service that you get into, the Uber-like service. You're only going to care about the autonomous driving stack. Is the motor a little bit better or the battery's a little better will be in the noise. None of that will matter compared to your safety in terms of the software stack. Same with every rocket. Like, it doesn't matter what aluminum alloy you use or whether you 3D print your engines or not. That's in the noise. It's the software stack controlling the simulation of the product before it flies and then controlling it as it flies and so forth. So where I'm heading with that is that, oh, well, gosh, where am I heading with that? That, that new entrants are where it's at. And maybe I'll make an even more emphatic thing. And governments are useless too. In other words, if you worry about climate change, no government will make a hill of beans to the trajectory of climate change.
Yep.
You should never expect European governments or America or the world coming together and passing laws to make climate change revert. It's going to be an entrepreneur. It'll be a new entrant who figures out, just like Tesla did for cars, like, here's a better way to overcome the activation energy of sustainability to get to a healthier place on the other side. Because by definition, if a business is not sustainable, it's not sustainable. Like, that means it doesn't go forever. It needs to be sustainable to go forever. So, so I would just, don't pin your hopes on any large company making any difference that matters in climate change or in energy policy. Okay, so now what does that mean for your second part of your question? People that drive this. Well, they tend to be these visionary entrepreneurs who can see that future clearly, who can sense something is not right with the world, like in the Matrix. There's something wrong, like a splinter in the brain that just drives them crazy until they fix it. And it's something they're very passionate about. It's something they're going to dedicate the rest of their life to. And they can paint that picture for anyone who asks, be it a journalist, a student, or an investor. What does the world look like 20 years from now if we succeed? How will we change the world for the better? And that distant star, that profound change is what motivates the employees, the customers, the partners, you name it, to want to work with them. We saw that with Tesla. We see that with Planet Labs. We see that with any company that's making the world a better place. Everyone wants to work with that company and partner with that company. So it's what we invest in. And the people that do that tend to need to be a bit unusual, right? They need to be able to tolerate an enormous amount of risk, almost being risk immune. They need to make what seem to be short-term sacrifices of incredible scale at all fractal things, their personal life, their work life, the company itself, to go for the big prize and make a difference in the world. It's not a comfortable place to be. It's very stressful. But generally speaking, the people have, just this drive, and they tend to be, self-confident enough to be humble, like they know what they don't know and they know what they need to add to their team. There's a whole series of attributes in entrepreneurship that are important, but humility is one of them. Humility that ironically is a sign of confidence in their domain of expertise. And one last thing I should say is that almost every great company actually has a dynamic duo at a minimum, meaning there's two founders, not one, who are very different from each other, who have what we simply call cognitive diversity. They approach things differently. I think Jobs and Wozniak, as different as they come, the marketing and engineer, the extrovert, the introvert, you name it, who have mutual respect for each other and the differences that they bring to the table, such that sets the culture of the firm as it scales. They hire people that aren't a clone of all looking like Steve Jobs or all looking like Wozniak, because they're so different. They're like opposite, like Bert and Ernie or Laurel and Hardy or whatever it might be. And that sets the tone, right? And I think that's true for any small organization, be it a venture fund or a startup, that you want that cognitive diversity as you scale, not just a bunch of people who look the same cognitively, if you will. And a lot of proxies for diversity, I think, are good because they're proxies for cognitive diversity, which is what you really want. And absolutely. So that way, that's what we look for in companies that we invest in.
Cool. And you've also mentioned before that you look for a, quote, high-energy, messianic kind of visionary who gets you jumping out of your seat with excitement. And you also elaborate on most founders having a very childlike mindset, like playful, open-minded, unrestrained by a voice of reason, also not really a fear of judgment or failure. And that's the famous tightrope walk between genius and insanity. And I mean, you've had it go both ways, right? With Elon Musk on one hand side and Elizabeth Holmes on the other hand side. Can you elaborate a bit on that, how you cope with that in your daily business, how you make that decision, okay, this is going too far, or rather not, are we going to do that? How do you kind of handle that?
It's a really good question. I'm sort of chuckling. There's a line from, I think, was it the movie Spinal Tap, where they said there's a very fine line between stupid and clever, which reminds me of this. It's like, if the description you're making of what you look for in an entrepreneur also describes a sociopath, then you might want to refine that definition. And specifically, when I refer to a childlike mind, I don't mean debilitatingly so. I mean that if you look at the successful scientists and entrepreneurs of the world, they have a playful curiosity, which correlates with a lower fear of failure. They're not possessed by what might go wrong. They're thinking about what could go right, which is a much harder thought exercise. In fact, there's been a lot of research on people when they're asked to do creative things. If they're in a scary environment, they'll be less creative. Now, that childlike mind, by the way, was common to like Einstein and Richard Feynman and Isaac Newton and like a lot of the greats who contributed so much to the sciences. And I think when I look at the entrepreneurs that we've backed, they have that playfulness. They're not like by the book. You wouldn't think of them as like, oh, they'd be a really good accountant, or they should have probably been a lawyer or someone that wants to prevent failure by thinking about everything that could go wrong, right? That's just not the personality type that tends to correlate with success in the startup world that we've seen. So how do you judge against someone that perhaps, though, isn't going in the right direction? It's really an element of character, right? Are they someone you could trust? And that is a very tough judgment call that you try to hone with the process of pitching, getting to know startups. Ideally, you know the founder in some context where you could, know that directly, but in most cases you don't, right? So most of the companies we invest in, we hadn't invested in before, but you can imagine, by the way, that investing in Elon Musk and his cousins like 5 different times, because we invested in their first company, Everdream, over at which was the precursor, the founders to SolarCity. We looked at and almost invested in Elon's first 2 companies. Then we did in Tesla and SpaceX and Boring and Neuralink. Well, there is a common thread there, which is we know him, we know how he does business, and obviously, I think he's the greatest hit of the American dream, meaning the single best example of what the American dream is all about, right? An immigrant comes to South Africa, does all these things, takes on the military-industrial complex, takes on the automotive industry, takes on everything, and just has nothing but success. It's just astounding, right? But I digress. Well, the dark side would be someone who's just an arbitrage-seeking opportunist trying to fake it until they make it. In other words, they aren't that passionate, driven person who also is ethical, right? And that's what you look for. And so when that falls off the rails, you have some pretty big tragedies, right? So Theranos is one. I would say there's a whole bunch of them in the crypto business right now. And what do they have in common, these failures? It's a lack of normal governance that we sometimes take for granted, and we should always look for, a board of directors, a normal corporate structure where an individual can't go off the rails and take an entire company down or do something dramatically harmful, like in the case of Theranos. And so Theranos was a famous example of not having a normal investor board. They, Elizabeth from day one, as a sophomore dropping out of Stanford, never surrounded herself with the normal investment route and went on this completely different path of surrounding herself by politicians and others who really hadn't done this before and didn't know what to look out for and weren't asking, the sort of oversight questions that we take for granted in normal boards of directors. So, by the time a company is public, this is usually partially resolved. You need a board. A lot of crypto companies today don't, like the majority, don't have any real board. If you double click on who are the outside board members who are not sitting on a bunch of tokens as insiders in the company, it's just very few. And I don't mean the big companies you've heard of. I mean all the tiny ones that are all over the place, right?
Yeah. Okay, Steve, we could go on for hours, I feel like, but sadly, we only have 30 seconds left. So keeping it really, really short, I don't know if you can see, but there's just a lot of aspiring founders sitting here in the audience. If you would have to give someone in the beginnings of their 20s advice in 3 sentences, what would you say?
Well, I'd say find something that is unique to you that you're passionate about. In other words, every entrepreneur, I think, should ask the question, why me? Or if they're going to enter some small business and they're joining someone else's entrepreneurial vision, what is it that makes your walk through life uniquely enabling to the thing you want to do? And sometimes it might be an element you didn't think about, like your language skills, or the fact that maybe you had to take care of an elder grandmother as you're growing up and you firsthand saw the challenges that elder people are going to face as our society ages. And so you, as a, let's say, young computer science person or sympathetic and empathetic in a deep way for what older people are going through, as an example. That combination of skills might make you somewhat unique from others who just didn't think to go down that path. And it may drive you in a very personal and visceral way to solve a problem that you see in the world. So I'd say following that passion is important. And even if you join a mid or large company, in that, if you go for the area you're most passionate about, your mentor or coach there will see that passion and it'll lead to, I think the right trajectory, as opposed to saying, well, I need to go do something I don't really want to do to gain the experience I need to do what I really want to do. My advice is go straight towards what you really want to do, whether that's being an investor, being an entrepreneur, or being a scientist, whatever it might be, like head directly there. And I think in today's economy, the more you're willing and able to weave some software skills into whatever it is you're pursuing, there's a higher likelihood of success. I mean, all else being equal, more and more businesses are going to be software-centric at their core.
Cool. Steve, thanks so much for those words. It's been a delight having you on stage. Thanks a million. Have a great day, and see you next year, hopefully in person in St. Gallen. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Sure. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Whew, I was nearly late for that one. Whew. All right. I'm loving the fact that this room is so full. I was actually planning on sitting with you guys, but I see there are just a couple of chairs left here. This is one, if not the most important session of today, and I cannot wait for it. You guys excited? You guys excited? Oh, amazing. The future is female. I mean, these women, honestly, I was talking to them before. They're so incredible. I could probably talk for an hour about what they've done and their vita. Now they have about 25 minutes to do it themselves. We're going to try to not butcher that intro too much, but give you a very good perspective of who you're going to meet in just a minute. So maybe we start with Verena Pauster. Verena Pauster, she's the founder of FC Viktoria Berlin. FC Viktoria Berlin, one of the football clubs that is breaking the boundaries of a, let's say, rather male-dominated sport. Then we have Tina. Tina is a Stanford grad. She's had an incredible consumer career. This woman has worked with Henkel, with Opel, and she's recently, or until recently, been the group CEO of Douglas. Now she's in the supervisory board of it, and she's an incredible character. I cannot wait for you guys to meet her. Then we have Goethe. Goethe is the MD and co-founder of the Two Hearts community. If you guys haven't applied, you should probably apply. The Two Hearts community, or with the Two Hearts community, she is one of the most impactful women in diversifying tech. With over 150 nationalities represented within the Two Hearts community, I cannot wait yet again for you guys to meet her. And then finally, we have the incredibly capable Olivia Klinghorst. She's an anchor, she's a moderator, she's with CNN Money Switzerland, and of course, she used to be formerly associated with Forbes. And one thing that I forgot to say, some of these, if not all of these women, are angel investors themselves. So please, everybody, please put your hands together for, and this is going to take me a while, Verena Pauster, Tina Müller, Goethe Winke, and Olivia Klinghorst.
Oder aufs Sofa. Komm.
Or was it on purpose to put it there? Like,
anyhow.
Well, hello everyone, and I am frankly quite surprised to see so many faces still here. Usually it's all the partying and drinking right now, but I can imagine that you're all looking forward to this panel today. I have to admit, when they told me about this panel, I was quite intimidated scrolling through their LinkedIn profiles. I had no idea where to start. It just goes on and on and on. But really happy that they're all here today. Gusha, I was doing a little bit of research on your LinkedIn, and I actually found a photo where you're all three together. Just tell us the story of how you all know each other, because it's through football.
Yes, definitely. So I have to admit, I know Verena, we said for around 10 years now, thanks to common friends. And what unites all of us is the support and love for female football, and I'm sure Verena can say more about it. And that's also the occasion where I had the honor to meet Tina, a super inspiring woman that you will all have the chance to learn more about.
Yeah, I had to found a soccer club to get to know Tina. No,
no. They told me that they were already stalking each other.
It was much better. We announced that we start a female soccer club on LinkedIn, and Tina was one of the first to reply, and she said, "I want to be a sponsor!" exclamation mark. And then I thought, okay, I take you by the word. And so a week later, or a few weeks later, we had our first video conference and discussed the sponsorship.
Yeah, but what you should definitely mention is that we negotiated.
Tough.
It was a tough negotiation,
yeah. Which was due to Tina that they were tough.
Yeah, because I did a lot of sponsoring when I worked for Opel.
Yeah.
So a big sponsor budgets. Yeah. So, but it was really great to support Victoria, and you are so successful actually.
Yes.
You will make it, or?
Yeah, we're on the top of the league. The third league in Germany is called the Regionalliga, and we're now top of the league, and we want to go into the second league in the summer, and only Hamburg, the HSV, can stop us. Yeah.
So let's actually start with this project. Of course, if you all know, all three of them, they have their hand in entrepreneurship. They're investing themselves. Tina, you're a well-regarded business leader in Germany. So you all have this experience, but Verena, tell me, even with all that experience, why did you wake up and think, look, I'm going to get into football today?
I think it's not about football, it's more about bringing the startup mindset to areas where you feel the structures are very rigid and you feel they're not really there for new players on the field. And there is a football club in LA called the Angel City FC, founded by Serena Williams, Natalie Portman, and other great women. And we thought, why not do something like that in Germany? And do it differently to how football clubs have been run so far. So we brought in 87 investors with 10 to 15,000 euro tickets, to not have this one guy or this one woman who gave all the money, and if she's not in a bad mood, in a good mood, the whole club is not in a good mood. But to have a wide network, and so we have 87 investors. We're 6 female founders running the club. One of my co-founders is a former world champion in soccer, Ariane Hingst, and so I think we're a pretty good all-star team, and we're trying to prove that if you look at soccer as a team play, also on management level, it might deliver the better results.
And I think that's really a Blaupause for any female investments, because I think there are not enough female investors investing into startups, and whether it's football or other industries, it doesn't matter. And I think you managed to get all kind of prominent investors,
that had never invested.
Yeah, so and those ladies, they also could invest into other startups.
Yes. Yeah.
And I think it's highly needed now in times where money is not anymore available to that extent. Yeah. So hopefully they continue to invest also in other enterprises
Absolutely.
now. Yeah.
And
I think what you reached in that in this dimension could really be an example. And also, the other female network we are both part of, where a lot of money is sitting there. So with ladies who are more in the corporate world, who have a lot of money to invest potentially into startups, if they start supporting female founders, that could be really an interesting wave, in times where money is more difficult to get now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and if you look at the importance of female-owned capital, today only 15% of GP roles in funds are held by women. And that's not enough, because data suggests that people like to invest and tend to invest into founders that have similarities with them. So we need more diverse investors to reflect the diversity of the founding base, plus the diversity of the clients and consumers. And that's why I'm super proud also to be an investor of FC Victoria. And I do think that there's much more to do.
So Tina, you've spent 5 years at Douglas, also many years in major corporations, and now you've taken the decision to go solo. Tell me where you're putting your interests in. How are you trying to drive female founders and put them on the map?
Yeah. So I already started to invest into female founders during my CEO time at Douglas, because I think it's really needed, yeah, and it's a purpose, yeah. And I started to invest into Auxo, which is a fund, yeah, in the first fund by Gesa Michalka and Bettine Schmitz. And then I did my first angel investments. The first one was into Dance, an e-bike leasing concept, and now in Dr. Vivian Karl, which is intimate care. In a niche where I think we all need to get this out of the taboo zone, this kind of care. And now I have a little bit time to look into some of the dossiers, yeah. And I enjoy it very much, yeah. And I only invest if I really understand the product. So I come more from the consumer side. So I'm not, I did e-commerce, so I'm also a bit into tech. But I understand much more real consumer products or services. And I want to give also some of my insights and support the founders. And that's very rewarding because, to see a company growing, yeah, and the passion of the founders, the passion for the brand, it's something I like very much. That's now I have a little bit more time. Most probably it will not be forever.
I just wanted to say, let's enjoy these few weeks until she's CEO again somewhere else. Yeah.
Maybe I will enter again into a corporate role because I still feel ready to do one more operational turn. Yeah, but I will always try to keep a certain time for supporting startups, specifically with female founders. Yeah.
And can you tell me, when you were busy running a company as CEO, what made you think, okay, I need to dedicate this time to also supporting entrepreneurs and startups? Was there a moment where you thought, was there a realization, or what was the motivation?
No, but it was more by accident, I have to say.
Okay.
Because the shareholder of Douglas, who is CVC, there was a guy in CVC who told me, look, there is somebody from Auxo who want to get in contact with you. Are you willing to talk to them? And that was my entrance point into the startup world, yeah. Yeah.
So, Gulsha, you've crossed paths with both of them. I know you're very good friends with Verena. You go way back. But you have a very exciting project ahead of you, or a venture that you're working on. It's called Two Hearts. You want to increase, yes? You want to increase the cultural diversity of the tech sector in Europe. But let's start with you, first of all. You have Turkish roots, German roots. Tell us, with this background, why that motivated you.
Yeah, to be honest, I always say I always tend to be the quota woman. I'm typically the youngest in a room, the only one with migration background, and sadly still the only woman. And I always try to see it as an asset and not as a liability, my diverse background. And then I asked myself at a certain point in my career, how can I give back to younger generations? Obviously, on the one hand, I'm doing angel investments, but this doesn't scale that much. So I said, how about I build my own network of superstar talent with culturally diverse background, and by this create an amazing deal flow and recruiting channel. And actually that's what we did. And we are today Europe's largest platform for culturally diverse talent in tech, with amazing ambassadors, partners from the tech scene. And we are working on building tomorrow's tech society with cultural diversity.
So what measurable change would you like to see, say, in the next 5 years in Germany's tech scene?
First of all, I would like to see more culturally diverse founders. In the US, every second unicorn has at least one culturally diverse founder. So there, it's not a question of if this is a success factor, but it's a given. And I think in Europe, and especially in Germany, there's a lot of potential, and there are different ways of achieving that. So first of all, I want to ensure that we scout and invest as a place in Germany, but also Europe, more in these diverse founders. And then ultimately, And we talked about the importance of capital and the power of capital. I would like to see more investors having this diverse, especially culturally diverse angle to ensure that the next generations grow out of that.
So Verena, Tina, when you listen to what Gusha is saying, you're obviously active investors yourself. How much do you take that into account? Not only that teams have female founders on board, but also that they have a cultural diversity to them.
Well, I think studies prove it very right that if the team is too homogeneous, you will come up with the same answers to the same problems all over again. And I can see that from the angel investments where I sit at the table. If the cap table is very one-sided, and no matter, you can sometimes only have women also in certain startups, that's also one-sided. But if it's very one-sided, the board meetings or the meetings tend to not give a lot of room to raise your hand and say, this kind of doesn't feel right here, because you feel like the whole room has a different opinion. And it's not, I think, only female, male, or cultural background that then jumps in, but it's just a mix of ages, backgrounds, corporate. I mean, Tina and I are invested in startups together, Dance, for example, and Tina's experience she brings to the table is totally different than mine. So, like, we are already diversity, even though we're both white females. So I think looking at the whole group, and you won't get that right all the time, but we have to try much harder. And the last thing is the argument, but we can't find any. I mean, that's why we have Two Hearts as one example of female founders circles, where I can give you a list of 100 women to join as a business angel or on a board. It's not a matter that you can't find them, we have to look for them.
And that diversity matters, I think we shouldn't discuss anymore. I think it's a brilliant idea what you are doing. It's amazing. Actually, I do a lot of talks for my personal new operational challenge. And in 99% of the cases, I talk to white, old, or at least middle-old men. And I kind of did a resume last week, and I said to myself, well, it can't be, yeah? All the weeks I talk to people, yeah, to decision makers, to boards, to supervisory board members, it's 99% white men. So maybe I'm on the wrong spot there, yeah. But and most probably I'm talking to consumer goods companies, yeah, and there's still so much to do. Yeah.
So, Tina, let me press you on that. You're still on the supervisory board of Douglas.
Yeah.
How can you actually change that?
How can I influence that? With Douglas, it's a bit tricky, yeah, because when you move from a CEO role in the same company to a supervisory role, you shouldn't interfere too much. Yeah. But I'm also sitting in other boards. I'm, for example, sitting in AutoScout24. In the board, and I'm pushing very, very much when we hire a new person in the management board to really look at least that we have 50% female candidates, and it's tough. It's tough. AutoScout24 has only one woman in the management board.
Why is that the case in terms of the candidates?
Historically, a bit, yeah. But then, if there's a vacancy, in my view, it should be a woman, yeah. And in automotive, it's still very, very difficult to find enough candidates, yeah. But there are candidates, so it's no excuse, yeah. If somebody says, yeah, but we didn't find a woman, yeah. But there is still a lot to do already for the female topic, and then the more cultural diversity, it's the next level, yeah. And I think in the startup world, it might be even easier. Yeah, than in the old, so-called old corporations. Yeah,
definitely. And one way, Tina, I think that we can work on this, and we started doing that with Two Hearts, is also to look at what are the sources of recruiting these senior executive board members. And one of the biggest sources, at least in Europe, are obviously Egon Zehnder, Russell Reynolds, Korn Ferry, all these executive consulting firms. And we, for example, started with Egon Zehnder talent dinners where we invite our very senior Two Hearts members to ensure that the deal or pipelines of these companies are diversified. That if a company like Douglas is looking for a new CEO and they, for example, hire Egon Zehnder, I'm just making it up, guys and ladies, that they don't only ask the same people, the same white men, but also ask culturally diverse executives, also ask women, also, and to ensure that the pipeline is more diverse.
But I don't want to disappoint you, because I argue a lot with Egon Zehnder. I was on the client side, yeah. I experienced Egon Zehnder very much when I searched for Douglas, and now I'm also on the other side. And Egon Zehnder is very much client-focused, yeah. And if a client is not willing to go for more diversity, Egon Zehnder is not the one who is really, really pushing very hardly. Yeah.
So we have to work harder with the board.
And what I figured out when fundraising for the soccer club was normally business angel tickets are 50,000 euros, sometimes a little higher, sometimes a little lower. And in this case, we went for 10,000. Which is a hell of a work on the cap table, and you need a pool leader so that you don't talk to 87, you talk to 1. But still, we had 600 pages of contract for that round because it were so many investors. But by lowering the entry ticket, as Tina just said, many, many women who are highly educated and who have the money dared to go in. And now that they're in, they feel like, oh wow, that was easy. Yeah, like I'm learning how the kind of contract side of things work. I'm now an investor. Now there will be a next funding round. What does that mean for my dilution? So you get into the topic. You kind of like make your first experiences. And I sometimes feel we need more vehicles for the start to lower the entry, so that more women dare to invest. Because 50,000 might be too high if you feel you're not a pro yet.
Yeah. And Verena is doing a lot of education, yeah. Because when I saw a video a year or 2 years ago where you explained how to found an UG, yeah, and because you in a corporate world you don't know that. Yeah. So now I found my UG, and but it's really funny because you are registered in the Handelsregister, yeah, and then I got an invoice from the Finanzamt, which was a fake.
Yeah, you get
I got it. But nobody
fakes.
told me before.
Did you pay them all, the fakes?
Yeah, but I got it back, so fortunately. But I didn't know about it, so there is
that's what I mean. You have to have skin in the game.
Much education for corporate people who start to invest in startups.
Yeah. Definitely.
But I think part of this point about being able to dare to jump, but that also comes from having the education itself beforehand, being well informed. Altogether, all of you have quite a bit of a following on social media, especially on LinkedIn. Two of you are considered top voices. I'm wondering, with so much leverage, so much of a community, how can you best use that to your advantage and actually try to create a female network?
Well, I think the combination of LinkedIn and for us with our podcast, which I have with Lea, is probably the best format there was ever to really go deep into topics around founding companies, investing, because podcasts tend to give you the feeling that you're sitting in a room with that person, and other than video, you're really listening because it's just the voice, and it's purer than if you think like, what is she wearing and how is she looking and why is she going like this all the time? And so we figured that podcasts in combination with having the reach to kind of push it to the people is a very strong education instrument. And I hope that if young women, but also men, 30% men listen to us, 70% women, if they listen to us, it has to hopefully lower the barrier to think like this is also for me.
And you can really place messages
I know
on
you have
LinkedIn.
200,000 followers.
Yeah. So you can use it really, and I use it also to support other women. Yeah, to support startups. I use it very much, and it's also a guarantee, because in my case, I'm very much watched by the media. So here is my own voice. So in case something happens, yeah. I can write myself, and it's my interpretation.
No PR.
So
jargon.
exactly, I have a counterweight to the media, and that's very, very valuable, because sometimes you need your own voice to counter maybe a voice which is wrong, and you are a journalist, so you know what I mean, to counter something which is simply wrong. Yeah. So that's why I'm very thankful for all these followers. But I really try to use it for certain topics. Yeah? But also I think we all have to make sure that LinkedIn is not becoming a second Instagram. So it's not about pictures so much, it's about content. Yeah? But I experienced, I think it was 2 weeks ago, I wrote something about the insolvency of Peek & Cloppenburg. Which was really something which touched me a lot, because in my youth, at least, that was my first shopping, fashion shopping location. And seeing that big brand going in insolvency is really something very strange. Yeah? And when I compare to what we did at Douglas and what maybe Peek & Cloppenburg didn't do, I launched a post, and that post was the most successful post I've ever did on LinkedIn. Somehow the algorithm exploded, yeah, and I had more than 20,000 likes and a lot of comments, and it was above 2 million views. And that was the proof for me that content is king on LinkedIn, and that we should all try to concentrate on content, like you do also in your podcast, yeah, which I like a lot, because you always come with new content and interesting people to talk about certain topics, yeah. And by the way, you always have I have the feeling I'm sitting with you in the kitchen, yeah. And it's like a Netflix.
We tend to forget.
series,
We tend to forget that others are listening.
And it's the way how you are doing it together and how you are handling the other one, yeah. That's why it is also so entertaining, yeah.
So I have just to add on this,
sure,
from both perspectives, and I think also from my experience, I always say you can't be what you can't see. And we should not underestimate the role of role models in certain areas, especially when there are not many in this sphere. I mean, Tina just explained that she's one of the few in corporate Germany in this position. I mean, Verena the same in her position, me the same. And I think we need more of these role models, spreading their content, spreading their wisdom, but also inspiring others to be bold and to dare to go into areas, to start with their first ticket of probably only 10K, but to just get started. Because only like this we can create and start change. Nothing will change if we just all do our stuff without communicating it. So you need communication to drive change.
It's sometimes hard to be a role model, I have to admit, because I was in the train to a very small town for a job interview, yeah, and then I was in the Regionalbahn at the very end of this travel, and then there was a young lady sitting in this Regionalbahn in front of me, telling me, you are Tina Müller, yeah? And I said, yes. You are my role model, yeah. And I've really felt embarrassed a bit, yeah. But yes, on the other hand, it's the case, and we should take the opportunity to change things. I totally agree with you, because we should also use our power to change things for the good, yeah.
Yes.
I have one final question, and I think perhaps, Verena, you're the perfect person to answer this, because you said to us backstage you were at START in 2000. Is that correct? Yeah. So you know the university well, and you're an expert in digital education. I'm wondering, speaking to an audience mostly of students, how would you think, or what kind of education would you have liked to support you as an investor and founder today? What would you like to see more of?
I think St. Gallen always, I studied here from 1998 till 2002, and I feel that the university always had a very entrepreneurial spirit, and START is like the best example, because it is a purely entrepreneurial project. So I think the support was there, but what I sometimes wonder is, why is there so little spillover from St. Gallen to the startup scene. So if you look at the founders, then many come from WHU, many come from Mannheim, TU München, and so on. And yes, there are a few St. Galler, but far too little. And I sometimes ask myself, why is that? And I think the one thing is, I mean, Switzerland is close, but going back into the German ecosystem might be one step further than studying in Munich, Karlsruhe, wherever, but that might not be the reason. I think what you need, and that adds to the role models, we have to see that we are many so that more people think, okay, I can try, because many have tried. And I think that's what Olli Samba and co created with the WHU. They were so many that you just felt like, okay, I might as well throw my hat in. And I think this is something that I would wish for, that we are not only the ones creating these amazing spaces here and the network and the conference, but that we actually jump and found our own companies.
Some really great food for thought there, and I think some of the people in the audience might be thinking, in 10 years' time, they can also sit here up on the stage. So big thank you to our wonderful panelists, and thank you to everyone for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Amazing. Thank you so much. Cheers. Thank you. Ciao. Oh, what a great talk. Oh yeah, I was instructed to talk about the pub crawl. You guys aware of the pub crawl? 7:30 in town. I've seen people make it to the next day at 10 o'clock in the morning, straight up. I'm expecting nothing short of that from you guys as well. And people leave. That's a sign. Amazing. The next session, oh, so exciting. We'll let people shuffle around a little bit, do their own thing, and so on. Ooh, gentlemen, very nice suit. Thank you. Absolutely. What's your name? Louis. Yeah. Louis, who are you affiliated with? DCM. DCM. Yeah. Amazing. Sorry? A great company. A great company. Where are you from, Louis? Neuchâtel. Neuchâtel. Oh, Neuburg. Yeah, kind of, all right. Kind of. Are you from Neuchâtel as well, sir? As well? Where are you from? Me, where I'm from Zurich. Yeah, Zurich. Anybody from Zurich? Yeah, people don't like us, do they? Yeah, it's tough. That's why it took me 2 years to get this accent, so people don't ask. Yeah, the neighbors of my siblings, which is quite funny. The neighbors of my siblings, and I apologize to everybody who doesn't speak German, the neighbors of my siblings have a thing on their door that says, viele glauben, Zürich sei eigengebildet, deshalb gibt's die Stadt wirklich. That's so nice. Let's go. Good. I think we're ready. 10 past? Good stuff. Lessons from a lifetime in Silicon Valley and from a legend of Silicon Valley. I'm so incredibly excited to introduce you today to Andy von Berchtesgaden. He's going to join us live from, I think, Hawaii, if I'm not mistaken, and he's going to be moderated by Sophie Brey. Now, Andy, he's the co-founder of Sun Microsystems. Sun Microsystems stands for Stanford University Network. Andy was the first investor in Google. He wrote a 100K check when nobody else was thinking about it. The company didn't even exist at that point. And he wrote the check. Maybe we'll have the next Google in Markensauer Rangst here. And if you think you do, get that 100K check. Now he's accompanied by Sophie Brey, who's the ex-MD of Start Summit from Start Global. And we've got some fans here, yeah? Are you guys from the old team as well? You are. Amazing. Welcome back. Good. And without further ado, I think we're ready to welcome them. Are we? You guys ready? Amazing. Everybody, please put your hands together for Andy von Berchtesgaden and, of course, Sophie Brey.
Hi, Andy. So nice to see you again. Welcome to St. Gallen. Thank you so much for joining us here at Start Summit.
Yeah, my pleasure. And I apologize I cannot be there in person. I am literally halfway around the world in Hawaii. But with the magic of the internet and Zoom teleconferencing, it's almost as good as being there in person.
Yes, almost. Next year can come in person and also enjoy the Swiss mountains after our conference. Great. I suggest we start with the time when you arrived in Silicon Valley. I think this was more than 20 years before I was born. So tell us what Silicon Valley was like at that time.
Yeah, so I came here as a student in 1977 when I was 21 years old. And I spent the next 5 years of my life at Stanford as a PhD student in computer science and EE. And I have to say, this was a really amazing time in history because it was the early days of Moore's Law. The microprocessor came out, the beginnings of the personal computer, the first Apple computers, the beginning of networking technology, modern software methodologies. There was even early AI research, robots, vision research, people working on all these problems. And at the university, there was all these smart people around you that delved into these things at great depth. So it was actually overwhelming how many opportunities there were at the time that one could choose to work on. And it was like going to a big buffet dinner, and there was like too much food being offered. You didn't know what to eat first. So I had the most amazing time of my life there in these 5 years. And then on top of that, Stanford was surrounded by Sand Hill Road, which is the border of Stanford campus, which is where the first venture capital people started. And there was obviously the very first startups in Silicon Valley, including Intel Corporation at the time, and Apple and Seagate and so on. So at the same time, this was, again, 1970s, the US economy was literally in shambles. This was the OPEC shock, inflation, stagflation. Interest rates hit 19% in the early 1980s. This was really, really bad. The Dow Jones was at 1,000, if you can believe this. But funny enough, I didn't pay I wasn't even aware of this. I mean, there was just so much opportunity that I could see in this, new technology era, that it was almost like living in a parallel universe compared to the rest of the world who's worried about, what's going to happen in the future there. So I was, truly happy in this little bubble, of this unlimited, call it, opportunity that I was involved with there.
So what did you decide on? What did you decide to work on while you were there?
Yeah, so I had a lifelong obsession with artificial intelligence. So when I first got there, I actually wanted to work on AI. And I spent a year taking all the classes and read all the books about this. And there was some interesting research at the time. It was like rule-based systems. People were programming the Lisp language. There was all kinds of theories how to approach this, including neural network models, Markov chain probability models, and so on. But after a year, what became clear to me is that the computers were just way too slow to do anything interesting, which was actually true, right? I mean, it was only the last 10 years where these very large data centers could catch up with doing interesting things in AI. So at that point, I switched back to my original love of just building computers, because it was when the first 32-bit microprocessors arrived, the Motorola 60000, and I started working on a workstation computer that had a built-in, bitmap display, mouse, network connection, and so on, which became known as the Sun Workstation, and which was then the basis for Sun Microsystems, the company I co-founded in 1982 when I left Stanford. So if I could switch back to the question of what lessons one can learn here, I have a recommendation for people who are still in a university environment or students, which is you actually want to do as much work on your future startup while you are a student as you can, for the simple reason that being a student is basically it's almost like a free ride compared to the expenses of running an actual company. And more importantly, you have a chance to discuss your ideas with others. You can recruit team members, other students to your efforts. You can you can pivot if you want. You haven't made any commitments to any investors what you're going to do. in other words, you can really focus on what is the problem you're trying to solve, and this is a good problem to solve, and is there really a market for it? All this upfront research, that's ultimately sets a company in motion, you can do as a student, it's much harder later in life when you have a full-time job and you have obligations and a mortgage and children and whatever, and it's really hard to do a second startup or do something in parallel to a main job. Whereas as a student, you have more time, and so my advice is to overlap, your study time with your future career in a startup ecosystem. But if you're no longer a student, it is actually tougher, right? Because you are embedded in another environment, and people expect you to pay full-time attention, work 40 hours a week in whatever you're doing. And unless you are, Albert Einstein and you work at the Swiss Patent Office, and apparently Einstein was so bored with his day job that he literally had time to invent the relativity theory in his spare time. Most of us are not Albert Einstein. So it's very hard, to start a company once you're embedded into a regular full-time job. And to quit your full-time job and speculate on the startup is kind of risky too, which is why so many startups actually started by students. So it is true that, we can have, as a student, you're not married, you don't have children, you don't have a mortgage, you can't afford to take risks that a person that's in the middle of their life, is unable to do. Now, there's a corollary to this problem, which is, a lot of people get so excited about their startup as a student, they drop out of the university. So I don't actually recommend that either, even though I've done it myself. And it is also true that, the single most successful high-tech companies in history were all started by people dropping out of college, which includes Apple, Facebook, Google, Microsoft, Oracle, Sun Microsystems, and so on. But it doesn't mean that you should be doing this. So abandoning a student career and getting your degree is actually not something I advocate, but I do advocate, thinking about what you're going to do while you are a student, because you do have spare time and you might as well focus on that opportunity.
So I think we have a lot of students here with us in the audience. So you would say, as they leave Start Summit, they should start building.
Yeah, well, in these days, all you need is a laptop, and a programming environment. So you can start writing, you can search for any information on the internet these days. This was all not available 40, 50 years ago, right? You had to go to the library, or something like that. So it's so much easier to find out what's going on and what information is out there, and what companies do, public companies, private companies, who is getting funded, what hot new areas are being invested in. All of this information is available online. This is completely different than when I was going to school.
Mm-hmm. And I think you had some success with some students. You invested into Google when the two co-founders were still students at Stanford. Could you take us back to that moment? What made you invest?
Yeah, so actually the reason for that meeting, which is funny, was that they were also master's students, they had their master's degree, but they were in the PhD program. And they had to make this decision: do they drop out of school to start the company, or do they keep finishing their PhD? Right, the same decision I faced in 1982, and they wanted to talk to me about that decision. So they showed me a demo of Google, the search engine, which they had on their laptop. It was it was a miniaturized version. They only had like a rack of servers, but it worked so well compared to any other engine at the time. Because see, the other search engines this was 1998 now. There was, Alta Vista and GoTo and all kinds of search engines, but they were just looking at the keywords in the web page, and all the web pages wanted to be on the front landing page when you looked it first up, right? So what people were doing is they spammed the web pages with literally the whole dictionary, the English dictionary. They put it in the back, so any word you were looking for would be on the web page, and sooner or later you couldn't find anything anymore. So Google, doing the page-ranked algorithm, where it doesn't matter what you say in your document, but what matters is how many people pointed your document, right? It had a shortcut around this problem where your website was validated by others and by the rank that these other sites had, and it just solved the problem. In fact, there was a rumor at the time that you needed artificial intelligence to understand web pages, to make sense out of them, to see whether they're good or bad. And they're getting back to that 25 years later, but back then there was no way to deploy AI at scale, right? So the Google rank, page rank was just the ultimate way of sorting the internet. And without being able to search the internet, it was really very limited in usability because you would have to know where to go to. And they had all these bookmarks and, stuff like that. So, and then you combine this with the business model of sponsored ads that respond to the keywords that you enter, right? So basically the engine knows what you're looking for, and they could have this unlimited ad inventory of anything that wanted to pop up if you search for this or that. It was just like, it was literally the best idea I've ever seen. And so I got so excited about this that, I wrote them a check. And the reason for that was that back then, you had to talk to a lawyer to get your company incorporated, but they wouldn't talk to you unless you had some funding lined up. So in other words, the lawyers want to see that some money in the bank or some money promised. So I figured, for them to incorporate the company, they could use some money. So I wrote them this check. But it is true that, even I did not, I had no idea how successful this would be eventually. And one of the most interesting things about Google is that, they were good early on, but the business really took off after the dot-com crash in 2001. The business just zoomed up. And the reason was that, it only then people figured out that they were wasting all this ad money on other channels like banner ads or print or whatever that didn't have any effectiveness. So Google sponsored links, keyword searches, are still one of the most effective ways to reach consumers. And this is, of course, the basis of the business.
Yeah, and you personally have invested into more than 100 startups. What are you looking for when you invest into startups?
Yeah, so I should say up front here, I'm not a venture capitalist, or I wouldn't even call myself an angel investor that does this for a living, because I always had a full-time job. So I tended to invest in people that are already new, or people that were highly recommended and had some really interesting ideas. But it was more opportunistic. I don't have any systematic approach to look at hundreds of business plans and then pick the best one that sticks out. So this is more like a hobby on the side. But many of these companies turned out quite well, and some of them went public. Many others got acquired. So I think I have a good feeling about the statistics in this sort of overall approach. And I will say the people, obviously the idea, having the right product at the right time for the right market is always the most important, right? If you have the right product at the right time, you always look brilliant. And if it's not the case, then even the smartest people don't look brilliant. But the people that come up with the idea and then make it work are as important, if not more important, than the product, right? So it's the combination of the talent of the founding team and the team they assemble around them, as well as the focus of the problem they're trying to solve. And these focuses have changed over time, right? So there's always opportunity. Right now it's heavily in the AI space, for example. 25 years ago, it was actually search engines. There was, I don't know, 24 or 36 search engines, none of which exist anymore today, but Google was the best one. So in the end, people tend to aggregate around new topics of the day, and then in that context, the best execution and the best focus really matters, to stand out.
So I think we also have a lot of founders in the audience. If they wanted to become part of your portfolio, how do they have the best chances of achieving?
I don't really. I'm so tied up with my own companies that I don't really have time. But I do. Before you start your company, I had some other advice, or if you think about your company, which is starting a company is not the easiest way to make a living or even to make money in life. There are much easier ways. You can join a good bank or work on Wall Street or whatever. The point is, a company, you should only even think about starting a company if you believe you have a really important problem to solve, and you have such a compelling solution to that problem that it's worth all this sweat and tears and this effort you're going to put into this for the next many years of your life to see this to fruition and to success. So the process of starting a company, one is inspired by the success stories, but at least 9 out of 10 startups just fail, right? So they never go anywhere. And of course, even the ones that succeed, there's very few that really succeed to the billions of dollars in revenue or market capitalization and so on. So it is not something you want to do lightly. And my strong recommendation is to really think about it up front, which is how compelling is this problem you're trying to solve? How big is the market? And I do all this validation before you raise money, because the moment you raise money and have investors, right, you're committed to that path, and you have sort of an agreement with your investor that that's what you're going to do, and come hell or high water, you're going to continue with that. And pivots don't work very well. There's very, very few companies that successful maneuvered around a pivot. I mean, it has happened, but it's more the exception than the rule. So it's really good to make the plan upfront before raising money, and that you're convinced that this is going to work, and you can sell that story to your investors and to your future employees and everybody else, your future customers, that's the new sliced bread that solves the wonderful problem that you're addressing, right? So it is very important to think about it very carefully before you get going, because once you get going, you can't really look back,
Yeah. Looking back at your life, is there anything you regret or you would do differently the second time around?
Well, I was very, very lucky and very, very fortunate to be in the right place at the right time. And I can't say this anyways. And just to be clear, I couldn't have done what I've done here in Silicon Valley anywhere else, and certainly not in Europe. I mean, you have to be in the right place, in the right context. It makes a huge difference. And this, I guess, gets back to the question of how harder or easier it is to start companies in US, Silicon Valley in particular, compared to Europe and Switzerland or whatever country. And unfortunately, it is still a huge difference. So if you are in Europe, in Switzerland or wherever, you really have to think bigger, meaning outside of the national borders, which is you need a larger target market. You need to, whatever investment you're making in a new product get magnified by your sales opportunity and your market access. And the US being, a much larger single market, I mean, they call the EU a single market, but it's not a single market. You have to set up, subsidiaries in every country. So you have to do audited returns in every country and so on. And the cost of doing that is roughly, I would guess, 100,000 euro per country. But what this means is if you want to sell in 10 EU countries, you're spending €1 million just overhead to set it up, which means you need like $10 million in revenue to justify to make this investment. It's crazy. So it doesn't hurt the big companies, right? But for startups, the ability to expand into other territories is very expensive because of this overhead factor, right? Even if you have a great product. Whereas in the US, you have this huge target market right in front of you. So, one of my best advices for startups in Europe is, think about expanding your sales channel in the US. I mean, keep the engineering in Europe, no problem. But you need to get to where the customers are to, take full advantage of the product you have achieved. But again, this comes down to, every company is different. If you're targeting a very European opportunity, that's different than targeting an opportunity that would play around the world. And of course, there's also Asia, but getting into China is almost impossible compared to getting into the US. So the US is a much more accessible market than trying to get into China.
Yeah, and I think you also told me that you see differences how companies buy from startups in the US and in Europe. So
yeah, there's a cultural difference. So I don't know. This is the weirdest thing. In one complaint with the German startups that I've been involved in is that it's really hard to land a sale because their customers are very conservative. They think the company may not be around. Are they going to make it? Whatever. But in the US, if you're a startup and you have a better product, nobody asks the question because they assume you're going to be successful. So this cultural difference between being optimistic on the future startup success is almost self-fulfilling because, of course, if you don't have customers to buy your product, you cannot be successful. So one of the huge differences is that it's easier to enter into, to start selling in the US because people ask fewer questions. So they're assuming that if you have a hot product and you get good reviews, you're going to make it, Whereas in Europe, that's not as easy.
Yeah. And you're a person with many, many resources and a unique perspective on the world. In your view, what are the most pressing challenges that we have to solve as a global society?
Well, it's a little sore topic for me because obviously there's all these problems in the world that need to be solved. Global warming, I don't know, famine, people starving. I mean, you name it, health, and they are important problems. I'm not trying to deny this. But here's the difference. If you're a startup, your first objective is to save your startup and to save yourself. You don't have time to think about the rest of the world at that point, right? All your focus needs to be to make your startup successful. Once you go public and you're rich and famous, then you can make a donation to the rest of the world. But please, don't confuse the startup business with a charity. It's not a charity.
Yeah. And looking at all the founders here in the audience today, I mean, venture has pulled back from the freewheeling days during the pandemic. It's now a bit of a more challenging macro environment. What advice would you give to the founders here in the audience to deal with these more challenging circumstances?
Yeah. So let's say, first of all, the pandemic was perhaps the single biggest bubble in venture history, much bigger even than the bubble in 2000, which was followed by the dot-com crash. And it was driven by, zero interest rates, and you couldn't get any return on any other money. So people just leaped into this belief that high tech is the future, and whatever you can invest in, will provide a great return. Now, the interest rates have come up, valuations have come down. And it's now clear that a lot of these, early in these hype of investments was, valuations were very optimistic, and you couldn't get the same valuation today. And also, just spending money to buy your path to success is not the answer, because you may not be able to raise more money. So suddenly, business models that lead to earlier profitability are much in demand, and business models that need a lot of spending before you see any return are less in demand. But in terms of the amount of venture money that's being invested, which may be I don't know, half or less than half than 18 months ago, it is still much higher than, say, 6 years ago, right? So we are back to, call it the mid, 2015, 2016 level of investment, which is still very, very significant. And the venture people still have lots of money. I mean, they all raised multi-billion-dollar funds, and their charter is to invest this into the best startups. So it's not like startups are not getting funded, but I would say there's a shift from very large late-stage investment, where people hope to get the return on going public the following year and making a killing, to the reality that you have to build a profitable business model, and only then you can go public. And you really want to bet on business models that have a better path to profitability, let's just say. So going back to the current environment, it is a tough environment to raise money, but it's actually, in many ways, it has other advantages for startups, which is there's less competition for good employees. There's less multiple companies getting started in the same field. There is more focus on what actually matters, which is the best ideas, the best products. So the most successful companies, many of them have been started in periods of recessions or dark times. So it's the success of a company is not related, whether you get started in a good time or a bad time. It is related to the quality of the idea, how good the product is, how good the service is, and your success in the market. Which again, it may be easier in a good time, but the best ideas always succeed. So the rate of innovation is not slowing down. The new opportunities are not slowing down. I mean, all of this is still the same. You just have to work on the best ideas,
Yeah. And lastly, with all the excitement about AI and ChatGPT, what do you think are the most promising ideas in the AI space right now?
Yeah, so AI, the power of AI is that basically anything, you can improve almost anything. I mean, so from the ability to make things better, AI is heads and shoulders above any other singular sort of technology. And I do think there will be thousands of successful startups in the AI field that focus on certain vertical fields, right? And these new platforms like ChatGPT, they enable that, right? You can the success of these large language models means that it's now basically proven that you can inhale all this information and build the perfect customer service robot or whatever, right? And so customer service will never be the same again, right? Because you can improve productivity by like an order of magnitude, meaning you need a lot fewer people, right? Because the robot can answer essentially all these questions, but it is just what it is. So the low-hanging fruit are things like sales productivities, customer interaction productivity. And by the way, this even applies to any organization, including the government, right? A lot of the interactions we have with governments or the employees of the governments, the job is to talk to people, which arguably could be done in a self-service kind of style. So there's productivity enhancements in those areas that are just unbelievable. But in other efforts, they call it health, medicine, AI technologies can revolutionize the speed to find new drugs, like an order of magnitude faster. People spending billions and billions of dollars a day to find one new drug. If you couldn't do 10 new drugs in the same amount of spending or in less time, that would be so much better, right? And then if you talk about innovation in general, right? We do believe at some level, we believe human minds have this unique creativity and ingenuity and invention ability, but we really stand on the shoulders of others, and we know all this information from what happened before us to come up with new ideas. And there's nothing to say that a very good AI system couldn't do similar tasks, right? So I do believe that AI can accelerate information innovation in an industrial scale environment. And given that innovation is the cornerstone of the whole wealth creation and ultimately the happiness of a society, this is the most important investment of all, right? So we have to accelerate innovation, and AI may be a very, very useful tool here to stay ahead of competition of other countries that want to do the same things, and to guarantee essentially the prosperity of the nations going forward, right? So bottom line, if I was a young person, that's what I would be working on. But it is definitely the single hottest field that I know of.
Yeah, I think these were beautiful closing words to our audience. So thank you very much for joining. Andy, it was a pleasure to have you here.
Okay, and good luck with your conference. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Oh, amazing, amazing. People, last session of the day. How are we feeling? Did you get the point about the pub crawl later? No. Do you want to get the point about the pub crawl? Yeah. All right. I think it's at 7:30, if I'm not mistaken. It's in the city. You'll find it on your application. And if you make it until the end, you probably can't read that application anymore, but that's fine. Make sure that you join if you have no plans tonight, because those things get heavy. And you might find your new investors. Who knows? Let's see. Usually you find more investors at pub crawls than any type of networking anyways, right? Good. Oh, you know what? To warm you guys up a little bit, because it's the last speech, I have a couple of questions for you, and I'm going to select a couple of you who are going to ignore me probably right now, and we'll see what you have to say. And I just lost my armband. Good. Can I ask you a question, sir? Yeah. Amazing. There you go. What does doing good mean to you?
I have to think about it for some seconds, I think. But I would say that it's doing what, for me it's more like an intrinsic value. So it would mean to basically give, just, how to explain it?
It's so unfair when the spotlight's on you as well, right?
Yeah,
it really is. So it's about intrinsic value.
Yes.
It's not so much about the money, so to say.
No, I don't think so. If you can convert doing good things into money, it's good for you. But if you can do both at the same time, it's great.
See, this is why I so like that I asked you, because that's exactly the point I was trying to get to. Yeah. So let's see if anybody else has another opinion. Thank you so much. Also, you look great in that light. Nice. Good. So, can I ask you a question? Sure. What does doing good mean to you?
Is there a camera somewhere?
There is many cameras around.
Fantastic. What good means, doing good?
What doing good means?
just providing net value to at least one person.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I like that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're
What's your
welcome.
name? Filippo.
Yeah. Hi, Mom. Say Mom.
Hi, Filippo's mom.
What?
Nice. Oh, sorry. Tim. Nice. So, can I ask you a question? Sure. What does doing well mean to you?
Doing well means for me doing better than good.
I love that.
You do something,
Mhm.
and if you do it better than good, then you do it well. So maybe when doing good is giving a good thing to one person, then give a good thing to many person.
Interesting. Miss, can I ask you a question? Because you've been here for so long. Can I? Do you?
It's a very ethical question to me.
It's a very ethical question to
Yeah,
you.
it's an ethical question, and I think if you're doing good versus doing well, you can practice, you can study, but doing good needs to be intrinsic for the whole society. For yourself, it actually comes back to yourself. It's a bit of a Buddhist.
Oh, I like
Yeah.
that. Like that. What's your name, Miss?
Christian.
Christiane? Christiane, thank you so much. You've done the moderation for me practically. So all I need to do is hop on stage and announce the speakers, yeah? Thank you. Hold on, let's see. Make this as awkward as possible. Nice. Doing good versus doing well is not so easy. Even defining doing good or doing well is not so easy, I would say. As Christiane just said, sometimes it's more of a holistic approach. But the two people that we're going to hear here tonight, my armband, have a very strong opinion on what doing good and doing well means. And it's with my intense pleasure that I can introduce you guys to Peter Wuffli and to his moderator, Andreas Böhm. Peter Wuffli is the founder and chairman of the ELIA Foundation, and his moderator, Andreas Böhm, is the director of the Center of Philanthropy at the University of St. Gallen. And despite what people think about the University of St. Gallen, yes, we actually have a Center for Philanthropy. So please put your hands together for Peter Wuffli and Andreas Böhm.
Jetzt passiert nichts.
So welcome everybody. There was supposed to be a video right now that should introduce ELIA Foundation for Ethics and Globalization to you and present to you the work that Peter and his colleagues are doing worldwide. We probably have to wait a little bit if they can solve the problem, but otherwise I think we start right now. Peter, the title of this talk is Doing Good and Doing Well. And it's supposed that there's something of a paradox between philanthropy and entrepreneurship. Would you agree with this paradox? Here we go.
There's still too much poverty out there, and it's definitely something we cannot accept. The good news is actually poverty is a problem we can solve.
I always felt that globalization is a very powerful transformational force, but the gains are very asymmetrically distributed. We felt there is a moral responsibility to share some of our gains with those that did not have that access.
We invest into impact entrepreneurs in areas where people earn less than $3 a day.
We're trying to solve the waste management problem, but the bigger problem is how do we integrate waste pickers and informal waste workers into the evolving circular economy supply chain. And therefore, we create business models that integrate them and give them opportunities to aspire to being something more than a minimum wage worker.
By supporting local entrepreneurs who want to solve local problems, we create opportunities, we create access for people to markets, to jobs, to income. And we do so using entrepreneurial models, which means we invest in organizations which are able to sustain themselves financially.
I started Kwanza Tukule a couple of years ago. I realized how much people struggle to source for food, cook food, find food. I thought maybe if we can make food affordable for food vendors, then more people can afford food.
There's no one-size-fits-all solution to poverty. For many pressing social issues, you need solutions that are deeply rooted in the communities. We look for entrepreneurs that are inspiring leaders and visionary thinkers that are extremely committed and driven to make a change. Our entrepreneurs see opportunities where others see problems.
We all want to solve big global problems. It does take effort, it does take money. I like that Elea stay in there for the long haul and tap into their investees and help them work through the big problems that they have.
Elea combines a very good understanding of financing, growing a company within a, let's say, classic capitalistic system, with a very clear agenda and motivation for using that world and the best what it has to create impact. And Elea gives us the chance to really thrive on the idea of social entrepreneurship.
Vimos esta famosa planta que es el Spam Humus. Nos enteramos que tiene mucho potencial, sobre todo que tuviera una demanda que fuera sostenible en el mercado.
An entrepreneur will be an entrepreneur for his lifetime, and he thinks about impact, basically changing other people's life for his lifetime. So it's an impact that is sustainable, and where you talk about decades and even about generations.
We spend a lot of time with what we call impact value creation with our entrepreneurs to develop their organizations further and to reach a point where they grow further, where they are profitable and therefore can sustain themselves financially.
I feel that as a social entrepreneur, it's a tough job. Two, it's a lonely job. And with Elea, I have found friends, partners, and people who walk the talk with us, and I'm deeply grateful.
I perceive Elea not so much as an investor, but more like a family.
There's this very deep commitment to the mission of trying to solve absolute poverty, being very rooted in the values of joy and love and respect.
So it felt like our values really clicked. To me, it was like a perfect match.
And I think that's one of the reasons why Elea is shaping the future of impact investing and also how poverty is being fought.
Our vision is that by 2030 we will have touched 100 million people living in poverty, which is about 5% of the current people living below $3 daily income.
So you have seen a first impression what Elea Foundation is all about. And again, Peter, what do you think? Is there a paradox between entrepreneurship and philanthropy at all?
Thank you, Andreas. And let me first thank the organizers of the START initiative, that they have given room to address this, in my view, very critical and very important intersection between economy, between entrepreneurship and philanthropy. To answer your question, in many, many areas, there is no paradox. You all work on startups, or many of you have found problems that you want to solve, You want to essentially address needs of individuals, of groups of people, even contribute to society, and at the same time you want to be successful, and you may even want to make some money out of it. So doing well and doing good is not a contradiction. The same is true for many areas of what we call impact investing. For example, if you invest into fighting the climate crisis, renewable energy projects, carbon capture, for example, Climeworks. I mean, these are commercial propositions where you can contribute to fighting the climate crisis at the same time expecting financial returns. Even in emerging economies, if you, for example, like Leapfrog, which is a very successful private equity company, impact investor does, if you invest into offering insurance services or healthcare to the lower middle income classes in poor countries, you can make money. You can essentially do well, but also do good by helping these lower income people to address their needs. But there is a sector where it's just very hard, and this is what Elea does. Elea's purpose is to fight absolute poverty with entrepreneurial means. Absolute poverty is in areas below $3 daily income. These are tendentially small projects. They are not so much scalable. They are tough in areas with high risks. And more specifically, Elea invests into early stage, post-startup companies where not a lot of support is needed beyond just risk capital, and where a successful exit is not 100 times, it may be 4 or 5 times. It may fund a little bit of the work, but not all of it. Acumen Fund, which is a fund that is a little bit longer around than we are, which is over 20 years, they recently published a study according to which they have covered 90% of the investment cost of all the investments they have done over 20 years into fighting absolute poverty. And we have recoveries. We just did a successful exit from India, where we have funded with a partial exit all our cost of that venture, but it is still the minority. So that's why in our case, it is a paradox. We are a foundation, we are a philanthropic foundation, we are tax exempt, we are under the supervision of the Swiss Foundation Authority, but we invest into ventures where we see a visible path to profitability and therefore also to a sustainable impact.
So doing good and doing well is not a paradox in the very first place, but there's the need to bring the two sides of the coin together in a sense. And I think what's special about Elea Foundation is the ethics behind it. It is called the Elea Foundation for Ethics in Globalization. You're working very much in a globalized world, but I'd like to touch the ethics behind it. The name comes from an ancient Greek town in southern Italy, a Greek colony. And I'd like to ask you, what's your personal connection, your personal reference to this?
Well, the story is like that. When we did a brainstorming 16 years ago, I had one condition. I didn't want this foundation to be called after my family name. A, because my family name is relatively hard to pronounce, as I have seen through my whole life, how many variations you can pronounce Wufli, nicer ones and less nicer ones. But more importantly, the world is full of foundations that glorify the founder. And that's exactly what I did not want to do. So for us, it's the impact that is in the center. It's not the founder family. Why Elea? It's a city, as you said. It's today called Velia. It's south of Naples. And it symbolized for us both terms in our name, in our full name, globalization, because it was a very early sign of globalization when the Greek founded that city in Italy, but also philosophy and ethics. There is a philosophy school, Parmenides of Elea. He was a pre-Socratic thinker. He was getting into the questions and problems of logic. And so in that sense, it appealed to us. And it is actually a very nice name. So today, when we did it 15 years ago, there were no girls baptized Elea. Today, it has become quite a fashionable name, actually.
In the movie, you were talking about your own moral responsibility to act. And may I ask a very personal question? What is your own personal ethos behind your project?
Well, I'm a liberal by passion, and liberal in the European sense of the world, not in the American sense of the world. So I believe in private initiative. I believe in freedom to act. I don't believe so much into state. I also don't think that you can, for example, regulate crisis away. And in that sense, I'm a freedom lover, but I'm not a libertarian. I do think that in globalization, where the differences between the ladies, for example, that work on a construction site in India and earn maybe 80 cents for 10 hours hard work, and the billionaire running a hedge fund in California who makes $2 billion a year. I mean, this difference today is incredibly visible for everybody who has an iPhone, and there are many people who have iPhones. I'm not a believer into this whole topic of rising inequalities. I think that would be a longer discussion. It's also an ideological term that I don't subscribe to, but I think it's non-controversial that the differences between the poorest and the wealthiest is just glaringly big. And I think what that does is it does appeal to the moral responsibility of those people who have more liberties, who have more wealth, who have more power, who have maybe more intellectual capabilities to engage for important challenges of societies, and poverty is one of them. I mean, there are 2 billion people living below $3 daily income. You have heard my CEO and friend Andreas Kirchschläger, who many of you I'm sure know for his long relationship to St. Gallen, also as head of the St. Gallen Symposium. And he says it's just simply not acceptable that 2 billion people are living below $3 a day. So that's my moral engagement. It has to do with engaging for this problem, but also maybe another personal conviction is humility and a certain humbleness. I mean, there are people who had comparable careers to mine, leading big corporations, having dealt with billions, and now having this feeling that one can address such a persistent problem in just a few years with lots of money. I'm not in that camp. I think one should be realistic about it. It takes patience and it takes a certain humbleness to basically work on this challenge.
In the video, it was quite obvious to see that Elea is not seen just as an investor and not just someone who's giving money, but a partner. And when you're going into a project, you're going all in. So there must be like thousands of organizations who'd like to work with you, aspiring NGOs or social business. So how do you select your partners? How do you find them in the first place?
Yeah, it's true that our rule of thumb says that for every Swiss franc or dollar that we invest in a risk capital of a company, we invest about an equal amount into scouting them, into doing due diligence, into then actively support them by being on the boards, by helping them on strategy, on organization, on governance, and in the last 2 years with COVID, primarily also on crisis management. So we have quite an extensive sourcing machine. Typically starts with looking at social media, and that has changed. When we started 15 years ago, that was not an avenue that was still very popular, but today, before an impact entrepreneur has anything, before he has any client or any product, he certainly has a website, he may have some Instagram presence, and so typically we start with basically just searching the world. For example, we set ourselves a goal, take 2 countries, take 2 themes, example, agriculture, informal retail, and one of our associates puts together what's out there. He comes up maybe with 300-400 ventures, and then we look at what's publicly available that could fit our criteria, and then we bring that down in a funnel to maybe 20, and then essentially we get into touch with the entrepreneur, we call them, we see whether we would want to make an investment in them, and at some stage one of our associates actually goes there and visits them and figures out whether that would be a good investment partnership. So we invest a lot in this, and this is one of the reasons why we are philanthropic. I mean, you could never pay this amount of work, search work, and then also active support work with a typical venture capital or private equity 2% management fee and 20% performance fee. It would just not work.
A couple of years ago, you've published a book with Professor Vanina Farber about the Elea Way. And if any of you is interested, I can only recommend this book to you to read the Elea Way, the Elea Journey. So looking back at 15 years of work, what have you learned personally and also as an institution?
Thank you, Andreas, and thank you for the commercial for the book. It actually took a lot of work to write it, and so we are happy for every interested reader. By the way, Vanina Farber is the professor at the Elea Center for Social Innovation at IMD. I have been for many years chairman of IMD. I'm an honorary chairman still. And from the very beginning, we felt that what we do also is, in a way, a pioneering work. And it is about learning. And so that's why we have sponsored this chair after 10 years of our work to share knowledge and to disseminate what we learned. And I guess there are several lessons. I cannot go into all the details, but I think one certainly was, as I said before, this takes patience. And for somebody who has been used before to very rapid pace of investment banking, for example, these type of frameworks do not work in the area we are. I mean, most deadlines are missed. It just takes a lot of time, takes a lot of patience, and that was something I had to learn. At some stage, I actually saw the beauty of it. I mean, it gives a bit more balance, it gives a bit more wisdom if you actually can be patient and take the lessons. I think another lesson was that there has to be a fine line between strategy and pragmatism. I mean, we did have clear strategic objectives at the beginning. What are we going to invest in? But then at some stage we had our experiences. For example, at some stage we invested in water. We found out that it didn't work and that we are the wrong people to invest in water because we just didn't have the knowledge and that there were others much better than we are. So we had actually quite a dynamic adjustment then of our portfolio over time until figuring out our buckets of investment that we have today, which is smallholder farmer, global agricultural value chain, informal retail, last mile distribution, and vocational skills, and more recently a new bucket which is called planet and poverty, and we are experimenting right now with healthcare distribution. So this was an iterative process, always with a lot of learning, also with some things that failed, and I think there it was important to basically just cut back and then be honest about what we are good at and what we are less good at. And I guess the third and final lesson was, and you all know that of course, entrepreneurs matter. Entrepreneurs are crucial. Our motto is impact through entrepreneurships. We spend a lot of time essentially getting to know the entrepreneurs, not just as professionals, not just as visionaries, but also as people. So whenever we engage and make the final decision to invest, my CEO and I spend 1.5 to 2 hours with our entrepreneur, our entrepreneurial team, and we just focus on the person. We don't talk about the business. We ask politically completely incorrect questions such as, in which family have you been born? Who were your role models? Have you been the elder or the younger or the middle child? What are your true motivations? What are your dreams? What are your values? Because we really want to make sure that our entrepreneurs are passionate in a sincere way, knowing that there is a lot of hype around impact these days. And so far, touch wood, we have been actually quite successful to not have had too many disappointments on the ethical qualities of our entrepreneurs.
So from looking back to looking ahead, bringing 100 million out of extreme poverty is quite an ambitious task. How you are approaching this? What's your vision for the future of Elea Foundation?
Yeah, you saw that in the movie, and we have actually last year had a session to think about what would be the next signpost for us, Vision 2030, coming out of the pandemic. And in a way, while we have never worked as hard as during the pandemic, we also felt we never made as much a difference as during the pandemic, because in all humbleness, several of our portfolio ventures would not exist without us, having been often the only patient investor alongside the entrepreneur who did not run for the exit, but who actually had the best interest of the company in mind and helped for immediate survival and then also for reimagining the future. And that in a way gave us the courage and the confidence that we can scale. And so we are right now figuring out what are ways to scale. Obviously, technology plays a big role. We're working on a community of our entrepreneurs. Last year, those of you who follow us on LinkedIn have seen we brought 32 entrepreneurs from 23 countries to Lausanne in the context of a Leading for Impact program together with IMD. We start to see referrals from our entrepreneurs, from other entrepreneurs, which obviously is for us an efficiency in the sourcing process. We also are building a more intense co-investor network so that we can also mobilize their capital and not only our own. So there are various ways of driving in order to scale up and to reach that very ambitious goal of 100 million, which would correspond to 5% of today's people living below $3 a day.
So it's an ambitious goal, but definitely worthwhile. For all the investors here, get engaged with Elea. For all the students, there's also a junior program. You can join them. One of my students joined them a couple of years ago. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, please give Dr. Peter Wuffli a very warm hand.
Thank you. Thank you very much for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your time, for your efforts, and for your words.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, people, the ones who are left or are still here, you're the troopers. We're going to close this session down, or this stage down, until tomorrow o'clock. I think at 10 o'clock, something like that. Have an amazing pub crawl. We're going to see each other there. I hope you're doing fantastic. Stay sober. Stay healthy. See you later. Bye. Thank you.